Executive Order N-29-20 dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com or YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 923-290-0069. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And I'll turn to our interim city clerk, Ms. von der Linden, to take the attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All council members are present, and we'll move on to our study session, which is our Public Safety Advisory Board applicant interviews. So on December 1st, 2020, the City Council approved the scope and the formation of the Public Safety Advisory Board, or PSAB, as we're calling it for short. At that time, the council determined that this body would act in an advisory capacity similar to other city advisory bodies and would be tasked with holding public forums and providing input and recommendations to the police chief and city council on public safety matters, including development of community transparency efforts and identifying best practices. Council also directed a check-in from the board after 1 year. In addition, I want to thank the members of the Human Relations Commission for the considerable amount of work they devoted to planning and hosting 4 community listening forums, along with collecting written online feedback during the months of August through October 2020, ultimately resulting in a written report on the engagement process and the findings. So during tonight's interview process, each applicant will be asked 2 questions, and the interview is set to be 5 minutes total per person. And I will be keeping time for that. So I'll take public comment at this point. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And the interim city clerk will display the timer on the screen. And I think kind of due to time constraints, if we could keep it to 1.5 minutes, Ms. von der Linden, that would be great. Let me know when you're ready. And I see 3 hands. Ready? All right. David Lewis.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I have 90 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, let me go ahead then. Thank you for listening to me. I'm the David Lewis. I'm the chair of Omniva. Been in Mountain View for 15 years. And I was really appalled that the city's consultant or the city staff were all too willing to recommend eliminating quality of life as an important strategic priority for the city government.
David, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Right now, we're in the study session. We're taking public comment on the Public Safety Advisory Board applicants.
Okay, that's right. Okay, well, I'll do this later then.
Okay, sorry about that. We're not on that agenda.
No problem.
Okay, no problem. Dana Petey?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi there, Dana Peedy, Mountain View resident. Don't want to take up too much time. You've got important work to do tonight. I just hope that we can take a moment to mentally sort of calibrate our community's priorities for what this advisory board is set to do. I read over the applications actually, and I saw a lot of promises to heal divides and build mutual understandings. And that's definitely admirable and important, but I worry that it sort of puts the cart before the horse. First of all, healing the divide, it cannot and will not be accomplished through just outreach, public engagement, and officers in coffee shops. Community trust really requires transparency and accountability to the public. I think that fiscal responsibility is going to be especially important as our city is recovering from COVID with such a massive deficit. And I was disappointed. I looked at the PSAB website and I didn't see a single mention of looking at the police budget or just making sure we're getting our money's worth and making sure that the funding is responsible in that capacity. And secondly, while there is a place for outreach and sharing information, I want to highlight that that work's already being done. We already have MVPDX facilitating education efforts. We already have the HRC running dialogues and community forums. We need to make sure that the PSAB city resources are in areas that are not already being done. We can't spend more resources on work that's already happening. Please make sure that the resources for the city are truly in a direction that's honoring what city residents have been asking for since last June, and that this is the work that applicants are prepared to do. Please make sure that they demonstrate that readiness in your interview tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam C.
Hi, thanks. So I wanted to chime in. I agree with everything Dana said, especially on the topic of fiscal responsibility and being willing to take a lens to the budget. I also wanted to highlight that this is an opportunity for Mountain View to be really innovative and to become leaders in public safety. We formed this board and we have a moment to take a step back and review what we're doing and what we can do differently or new. And I'm hoping that you look for PSAB members who are prepared and open to thinking critically about that and sort of not just where we can make things a little bit better, but if there's anything we can do to really be leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Salim Dambertishi.
Hi, I'm Salim with MVCPRA and also Los Altos for Racial Equity. I work in Mountain View. Thank you for creating the PSAB. It is extremely necessary. After the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, police reform was part of the national narrative, but it's also a local issue. As you know, the HRC worked tirelessly to connect with community members, and there was feedback that MVPD could do better. HRC reported that the majority of experiences were negative that they found, and almost a quarter of people experienced domineering or bullying behavior from MVPD, and a fifth of community members experienced racial profiling and biased policing. So when it comes to healing the divide in the community, we should start there. So I'm glad that the city wants to lead and to get this right. We don't need to wait for a tragedy, on the scale of the death of George Floyd to do something. We should be proactive the way we are with this Public Safety Advisory Board. So I encourage you to think about what you want from this board. If you want police reform, you should approve applicants who clearly want police reform too. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey Josund.
Hi, I'm also with MVCPRA and just calling in to add my support here as well, that I'm really grateful that we're doing something like this, and I want to make sure that we take full advantage of the opportunity we are going to have with bringing together a group of diverse community members to think critically about where we're currently at. It'll be really disappointing if we don't end up seeing them recommend changes, because what's the point if that's the case? So I'd like to see that we look for people who are willing to think really critically about the current state of things and examine the budget and operating procedures and everything from a community perspective.
Thank you. All right, so at this point, I see no other speakers. So I will bring it back to council. So I had a process that I was hoping to share with my colleagues to see how they felt about it, but I know that there might be some discussion on the two questions. So before we go into council feedback for the public, I'd like to read what those two questions are so they can hear it first, and then I'll turn to raised hands. So for the two questions that are proposed, question one is, Tell us about yourself and what unique perspectives or abilities you would bring to the Public Safety Advisory Board. For question 2, it's how do you think the Public Safety Advisory Board can make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members? So those are the 2 questions that were proposed for the 5-minute interviews. I'll take council feedback then before going into the process, since I see a hand raised. Go ahead, Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, so I was wondering if we could make any of the questions a little more specific. One thing I thought would be asking maybe what your first year priorities would be, or another would be asking this would be a quick question. So asking whether how many, if any, REI subcommittee meetings they'd attended or HRC listening forums. So those are a little more specific, and it looks to me like Councilmember Matichak has some suggestions also for the questions.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I appreciate the suggestions from Councilmember Hicks. I think those are good. I also think it's always an interesting question to ask candidates, what do they think the role of the advisory body is that they've applied to? So what do you think of the role of the PSAB is? And I kind of feel like question number 1, I feel like I got a good feel for that based upon the applications that they put together. So I'm interested in supplementing the information from the applications. Thanks.
Okay, so Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestions. I actually wanted to keep one, maybe it doesn't have to be all of it, but particularly the part about what special skills or what do you bring, what's special about you that you bring to the PSAB. And then in terms of the role, maybe we can include that as, what do you think the role is, and how do you think PSAB can make an impact? I think that's great to ask about HRC and the other, REI. I actually, and I think it's listed in their applications, but those who participated in MVPDX is also a very notable experience that I consider. So I would like to just, make sure that that is also in the mix as we deliberate on who we want to choose. Thanks.
Okay, so how about I take a stab at incorporating the suggestions into the 2 questions. So for question 1, maybe it can be, what unique perspectives or abilities could you bring to the Public Safety Advisory Board, and what do you feel like the role is? And then maybe in question 2, how do you think the Public Safety Advisory, maybe have you participated in any city program or meeting? I don't know. I'm trying to kind of distill. It's 5 minutes and we're already 5 minutes behind in our interviews. So I'm open to how we can put this forward. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I think you can incorporate the questions about have you attended any of those meetings into question 1 so what unique perspectives do you bring, and have you participated in any of the meetings of the HRC or the REI subcommittee? And then I think in the second one, you can say, what do you think the role of the PSAB is, and how can you make an impact with the rest of the question?
Are colleagues comfortable with that? Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's got, my purpose was to make it more specific, and I think it's gotten that way, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's see if my notes are correct. So, for question 1, what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the Public Safety Advisory Board? And have you participated in MVPDX or attended an REI or HRC listening session? For question 2, what is the role of PSAB and how can you make an impact on the relationship between the Mountain View Police Department and community members? Does that sound okay? Okay, I'm seeing shaking heads and a thumbs up. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, all right. All right. So before we begin our interviews, I think it'd be helpful if we discuss the selection process so we're all on the same page since we have quite a few applicants. So to kick us off, I'd like to propose a process and open to dialogue on this as well. So after the interviews conclude, I was thinking each council member could share their top choices, and those can be up to 7 people. And I will make sure that myself, the city manager, and our interim city clerk will keep a tally of everyone's choices. And then the applicants with the most votes would be formally appointed to the council to a 4-year term of up to 4 people. And the next candidates could be appointed to a 2-year term, which is up to 3 people. And these appointments would take place formally at the April 13th City Council meeting. I'm not sure how people feel about this process, but trying to make sure that we're all on the same page too. Yes, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to recognize that one of the demographic issues that has come up is in the community is the overrepresentation of contacts that Latino members of the community have with police. And I wanted to recognize that we have no candidates who are coming forward at this point who have lived experience with that situation. And I think that this was a major factor in what was identified by the HRC. So I didn't raise it as a possible question before to ask the candidates that are coming forward tonight how they would represent the lived experience of the Latino community. But I do think that we might possibly want to consider some additional targeted outreach.
So perhaps it would be best if I turned it over to our city manager, Ms. McCarthy, to answer that question.
Mayor and council members, so I believe it would be up to council to decide whether you want to appoint a certain amount of members this evening and perhaps leave positions open, or you could appoint all of the members with the process that you just proposed, Mayor. So really it's up to council. You can also see what the candidates say in regards to Councilmember Lieber's question, if you wanted to add that part of it. So I think you all have options here in terms of how you would want to move forward with appointing folks or doing an extra recruitment process.
Thank you. So I think, Councilmember Lieber, did that answer your question? Shall we? I think this is just a tentative process I was proposing, as I know that I just wanted us all to be on the same page just before we went forward. But Vice Mayor Ramirez, do you have thoughts? I see your hand.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So I share the concern that Councilmember Lieber brought up, and it was something I had thought about mentioning after the interviews. But I think as an initial thought, I'm not inclined to go back out for a second recruitment. Because first, I think we have a pretty strong pool of candidates as it is, and there's no guarantee that a member of the Latinx community will apply with a second round of recruitment. But one way we might approach this is if there isn't majority support for 7 candidates, if we find ourselves with a vacancy at the end, maybe we can use that opportunity to pursue a second recruitment. But just as a starting point, I think we should work with the pool that we have. And if there's majority support for 7 candidates, make an appointment. But keep the option open in the event that we don't have majority support.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you for your input. So at this point, hopefully council members are okay with, after the interviews concluding, we can share our kind of top choices, and I will tally and keep track of those. And then we can get into the discussion about the issue that Councilmember Lieber and the Vice Mayor brought up as we do that selection and deliberation process. Does that work? Okay. All right. So I think we'll start with our first interview. Kavita Iyer, she could be moved into the...
She was Mayor Kamei. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Kavita. How are you?
Hi there. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, great to see you. All right, I will start my timer as soon as I start my question. Okay, here we go. So what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the Public Safety Advisory Board? And have you attended MVPDX, the REI meetings, or any of the HRC listening sessions?
I'll answer the second question first. So I attended a few REI meetings and actually followed the progress and development of this proposal for PSAB. I was part of the HRC listening forums as well. I was in the first cohort of MVPDX and actually was elected ambassador and facilitator and just finished the second cohort of MVPDX. I feel would be a great addition to PSAB because I'm already working with the MVPD. So out of the first 2 cohorts that I participated in, ideas came up from concerns that different members of the cohort raised. So I'm already working with the police department to implement advances in community policing. So for example, I'm working with the chief because I'm a big believer, because of my nonprofit experience, that if you're in a position to serve, it's really important to ask the people who you are serving, how do you want to be served? And not just put things forward. So with that kind of mantra in mind, the chief and I have worked together to establish different parts of the community representing themselves in advisory councils directly with the chief. So we already have kicked off a Leaders of Faith Advisory Council, which I organized, and I'm working with Captain Armando Espicia to actually do a Hispanic Community Advisory Council, and also a Parents of Students who Interact with SROs Advisory Council as well. The Mountain View PD, I feel, has been really open to my ideas, which I appreciate. And we are looking at also doing a series of meetings with neighborhoods, because sometimes the neighborhood council meetings with the full police force and the fire department every 2 years doesn't feel often enough. So we're trialing, actually, since I'm president of Cuesta Park Neighborhood Association, I get to use my community as a kind of as guinea pigs. And we're going to be trialing a neighborhood connection with the PD about crime statistics and trend statistics in our neighborhood with the PD. We're also going to get an update on what Neighborhood Watch should look like in 2021. This is no longer the see something, say something days. This is, it's very different. So I feel like I've had the experience with the MVPD so far. I've learned about them. I've found them willing to work and open, and we're making things happen and advancing community policing. And to me, that's a very positive experience. And I want to bring that sense of optimism and can-do attitude to PSAB.
Great. So what is the role of the PSAB, and how do you think that the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
Well, I really think PSAB is an opportunity to be a kind of a bridge between the police department and the community. We have clear community concerns already about SROs. We've seen what happened in Los Altos, and there's movement afoot to do that here, about the discrepancy in traffic stops of people of color. And also, are the police the right folks to respond to mental health calls? So there's already clear concerns from the community. I think the PSAB is a platform for folks to continue to express those voices, for us to listen and learn and explore those and figure out how to make the right changes to address those concerns. So I really think PSAB can be a bridge, not only to building community and actually evolving community policing, so Mountain View can be a leader in small city policing, but to address these community concerns directly and head on. I don't think any of us should be shy about approaching these issues and trying to get the right information, the data, and decide how to actually implement changes in Mountain View with community support to evolve community policing going forward.
Great, thank you. And you were able to do that with 30 seconds to spare. So I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to leave us with.
No, I've thrown down the gauntlet for all you applicants who are watching now. So, but I want to thank everybody for your time. Thank you for establishing this board. I'm hopeful I'll be on it and looking forward to making change together. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, so I think we can go next to Michael Berman.
There's a little delay, I'm sorry.
No problem. Hello.
Hey, I am so not excited to follow Kavita. That's great. No, but it's really excited to be here, actually.
Great. Okay, well, the clock starts now.
All right.
What unique perspectives or ability would you bring to the PSAB, and have you participated in MVPDX, the REI meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
So as I mentioned in my application, I'm not going to bring to this role, this committee, a ton of subject matter expertise and experience in public safety. But what I would bring is a fresh perspective and about a 20-year career in public education and workforce development, working with communities to bring together multiple stakeholders to surface and analyze data, to build mechanisms for community collaboration with other entities across regions. That my current role right now is I work on helping communities stand up workforce development programs and educational programs that lead into jobs, and do that globally around the world and also here at home. And so my perspectives are and a set of professional practices is what I would bring to this work, not necessarily a ton of subject matter expertise. I have lived here for 15 years. I've attended or watched the videos for a lot of the REI meetings and the HRC meetings. But I would also just want to kind of echo what I heard Councilmember Liebert say. I really appreciate it. It was like, let's attend to the makeup of this group of people. So I do have experience. I'm not trying to talk you out of bringing me on, but I am trying to say, like, I bring a fresh perspective. But if I am, I bring my background, but I do think it is really important that you take into consideration all the different kinds of people and the voices that do need to be heard. I have experience in bringing together stakeholders from multiple different kinds of communities and making sure diverse viewpoints are heard, especially those that have been historically marginalized. That's been my work, and in education and workforce development with an equity lens and a lens of inclusion before I feel like we had the sort of mainstream language to talk about it. So I feel really comfortable and confident bringing that perspective to this work and would be really honored to do so.
Great, thank you. So what is the role of the PSAB? How do you think that the Public Safety Advisory Board can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
So I think that there's real potential here to have the PSAB be a part of a movement to sort of reimagine public safety. And as Kavita mentioned, to have us be a leader in public safety and sort of community engagement and involvement. So I think primarily, one of the first orders of business for the PSAB is to make sure that we have mechanisms in place to gather and analyze data. So I think the HRC report, what the PCRC put together, was a really great start, but it's not nearly sufficient. So we really need to question and analyze, like, where are we getting our data from? How can we bring that together, be transparent about communicating it and analyzing it using best practices and expertise? So I also think the PSAB is responsible for being a part of going out and soliciting, expert advice and best practices. And I know that our REI has already, recommended, and we're starting to hire a researcher to help analyze some of that data. I think all of that is a really good start, but I see the PSAB in sort of the longer arc of how we can make long-term community transformation. I'm a historian by sort of study. And so if we think about systemic inequality and how it gets entrenched and realized in a community like Mountain View or any community in the world, there's historical antecedents. It takes a long time for those structures to be in place and that inertia to take hold. We have to think about what are both the short-term and the long-term approaches to address that inequality. And I think the PSAB can be a part of that. And I really do mean a part of that. I think another really important role for the PSAB is to collaborate with other organizations. One of the participants earlier, I think her name was Dana, mentioned, it's not clear exactly what the remit of the PSAB is. And I really would want to think about being very intentional and saying, this is what the PSAB does to complement and support the work of the REI, the HRC, the MVPD, right? And the other terrific community organizations that are already operating. So how can we support and complement that, not supplant anything that's happening? So that's what I see as the role of PSAB. And then as committee members, we are all responsible for making sure that we are very intentional in going out and soliciting those diverse points of view, making sure that they're heard, but grounding everything in that data and being very intentional and transparent.
Thanks, Mike.
Process. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, the timer went off.
I didn't have my timer in front of me, so that.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Next is Alexander Brown. Hi, Alex. You're muted.
Okay, there it is.
There we go. All right. Welcome.
You can play this game, Vice Mayor.
All right, we'll get started now. What unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB, and have you participated in MVPDX, REI meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
So yeah, Kavita beat me to most of this, and I will also start with the second half. I participated in cohort 1 of MVPDX. I attended all of the race equity and inclusion subcommittee meetings. I went to the English language HRC listening forum and the follow-up session walking through the scenarios. I've also been at all the council meetings listening to the many hours of public comment. Participated in Leadership Mountain View Class of 2020, best class ever, and I'm engaged with so many community groups. I personally arranged to have both Wally and Ruben come to the Santiago Villa Neighborhood Association meetings to address community concerns about safety. I think the unique perspective that I bring is that of someone who hears from dozens of active and proud community members every week, and I'm afflicted with a deep sense of civic participation. It's what I do.
Great, thank you. So what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
All right, great. The beautiful thing about PSAB is that it's a novel group that gets to set its own goals and work plan. And I think that the first year is going to be very important to set the direction going forward. Making decisions in a vacuum isn't productive, and I have confidence that we can work towards a full and deep understanding such that the PSAB, the City Council, all the public safety organizations within the city, and most importantly, the residents of Mountain View themselves have a clear vision and that their priorities are aligned. My priorities for the first year would be that foundational work, not just getting the information necessary for us to make decisions, but to make sure the processes are in place going forward for the public to understand how the city is working to keep everyone safe and secure. And I think a healthy relationship comes from mutual trust. The PSAB can help to give clarity and transparency to the operations of the city and the MVPD, and also give a voice to the public in the decision-making process so that they feel that the city is working to support them and their needs. That was less than 5 minutes, right?
Yes. I get So those are our questions. So thanks so much for answering them so succinctly.
You know I try. I try so hard.
You broke my timer. All right. Well, thank you so much.
I will see you in the general meeting.
Yes. All right. So next is Sebastian Brisbois. Probably butchering that. Sorry, Sebastian. Hello.
Hey, don't worry about my name. It's something everyone gets wrong. My name is Sebastian Brisbois.
Brisbois. Okay, thank you. I was like, the first part, I have like an okay chance of. The second part, I was like 50-50. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so let me just start my timer. Sorry about that. All right, so what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Yeah, so I guess I'll continue the trend of talking about what I've participated in first. So I've attended most or all of the REI subcommittee meetings, as well as a few different city council meetings over the months since June. And I've also attended the HRC report on their findings. And also from there, I've also been a steering committee member of MVCPRA. And so I've been looking at this issue since last June and been involved with the process along the way. I've given it plenty of thought. It's something I'm really motivated to hopefully make a difference in Mountain View. And I also am an engineer, and I'm hoping to bring those analytical skills I have to this process. I think it's important to kind of think about it in inputs and outputs being the well-being of all residents, especially those who have been possibly ignored. And I mean, definitely have more interactions with the police. You can look at the data for that. And so I want to see what parameters in our policing system can we change to make a better impact based off of research, the data, and the stories from our residents.
What is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
Yeah, so I think the role should be to look at the policies that are in place in the police department and see what can be optimized and done better in a way that benefits everyone, and especially the groups that are most in contact with the police by arrests, records, and so on that we see, and really prioritize them and their well-being, while also looking at the financial side of things. I think the budget should be a part of the PSAB's work. I think money plays a huge role in the way a city is run. I think it's hard to just ignore that. I think we need to take a look at that and also consider, like, are we spending it wisely or the best we can? And also maybe there's other ways to spend money that will help public safety as a whole and increase the well-being of our city, reduce crime, and make life better for all residents.
Great, thank you. Those are our questions. So really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right, next is Laura Jamal. Hi, Laura.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, there we go. Great. All right. I will start now.
Okay.
All right. So what unique perspectives or ability would you bring to the PSAB, and have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
So I'll keep going with that trend. I have not actually participated in any of the groups that you mentioned, unfortunately. Up until now, my free time was fairly limited, so I was not able to do that. But I am now looking to get into that through Mountain View. I'm very excited about becoming a lot more involved. But as far as the unique skills that I bring, I've been a law enforcement employee for 8.5 years. I work for the city of Dublin in their police department. Dublin is a contract city, so I am one of 4 city employees in that department. The rest, all of our sworn staff is they're county employees, our Alameda County Sheriff's Office. So I have quite a background with a large organization such as the Sheriff's Office, but also a small one. Dublin does not have a huge police force, but we do a lot with what we have. My specific role there, I report directly to the Chief of Police. I do all of our budgeting. I do all of our financial analysis, and I even touch on crime analysis. So my background is very much funding based, allocation of training funds, things like that, and how to maximize what we can do with very limited amounts of money. As we all know, that is a huge talking point right now about how money is spent regarding police forces. And so my role is to try to do as much as I can with not a lot. So I do bring that to the table. I also used to do a lot of volunteering with very large groups of people at Stanford Hospital. So I'm quite used to trying to be a liaison between large groups of people and executive boards. So I'm quite familiar with that as well.
So what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
I think in this day and age that the mindset regarding law enforcement is really shifting, and we've all seen that across the country. And so I think the PSAB would be a great bridge between the community and the police department. I know that people want to have their voices heard, and a lot of people don't know how to have that happen. So if there's someone in, just in their own neighborhood that they feel like they can talk to and be very honest with, then that can be brought back to the city and the police department and have their voices heard, but maybe not have the spotlight on them. I know that can be quite intimidating for a lot of people. So I do view it as providing recommendations. I would love to get involved as far as I mentioned before, as far as, funding for training, and not necessarily taking things away, but how can we reallocate? How can we increase knowledge? How can we increase, just hearing the community and really making sure that voices get heard? So that would be my number one. Just really making sure that people get heard.
Great. Thank you so much. Those are our questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thanks. All right. So next up is Derek Langdon. Hi, Derek.
Hi, do we get the video going? Okay, yep, there it is. Yeah.
We see you. Perfect.
Right. Hi.
All right, hold on. Let me just restart my timer. Okay, so what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, and the HRC listening forums?
So I'm a retired Massachusetts State Police officer with almost 20 years experience. I bring a background of a large institutional police agency with about 2,400 uniformed members. And I participated in policing small towns, big cities, supplementing law enforcement for the smaller towns that don't have like a full police department. I've done driver licensing, road tests for people, for kids. I eventually moved out to here and got a dose of the Silicon Valley lifestyle. And I'm thrilled to say I'm enjoying it, and I'm starting to want to participate more and more, which was what brought me to participating in the MVPDX forum. And I found that to be a little bit cathartic. Like, I left the Massachusetts State Police kind of, it felt too big and institutional, and there were just, and then I came and I participated in the MVPDX, and you got this little hamlet of kind of like a smaller department that feels like a neighborhood. And it just made me feel good about participating in law enforcement again. And so that's what's drawing me into the desire to do that. I've also participated with the CSA. I volunteer at the food bank. And I was a technology assistant at one of the elderly centers to help them with like questions like, how do I turn on my PC? And I think that's, and I've done a little bit of tech too. I worked with my husband in a startup. So he's an ex-Googler. I'm familiar with those people. I've worked with some of the homeless people at the food bank. I think I bring like a little bit of everything across the spectrum to the table, I guess.
Great. So what is the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board, and how do you think PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
So I think that's a very complicated question. And I have a feeling it's one that this is going to be more like a baby that's going to kind of start its growth, and we're going to parent it and, turn it into something that the community will like. What I see in law enforcement, typically the barrier for the community is that uniform, walking into a police station, and whether you have a question or a concern or a problem, that's a very scary thing. I know what it feels like driving down the road with a police car behind me. I'm like, oh my God, don't pull me over, And so I think having a civilian board that the community can come to, participate in these meetings, and actually have a voice that will get sent to Saul or the police chief, of Mountain View Police, and their voices will be considered, as opposed to them being a little too afraid to come forward and talk and contribute to the law enforcement as a whole.
Great, thank you. Those are our questions. So appreciate your time.
All right, I did it. All right, thank you.
You did it. Yes, you did it. Thank you. Next up is Eva Tang.
Are we live? We're
live. Perfect. All right, I'll start the timer now. So what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that growing up in Santa Clara County and being invested in the community and wanting to stay here for basically the rest of my life, I think that brings a unique perspective because I've seen how the area has changed, and I want to see where the community is going. I am a teacher, and my whole educational program was grounded in and based on equity. So I have the perspective of what is equitable, what can we do for marginalized communities. And I work in East Palo Alto, so I see it every day. And I see how the school to prison pipeline and the conditions in which people are raised in, and in which people find themselves in, not even just raised in, they may just find themselves in that position, can affect their actions. And so I have compassion and love to explore the reasoning behind why people are forced to commit crime, and also why people may be experiencing mental health crises. I'm a staunch supporter of the discussion of mental health and best practices. My father was somebody who was unfortunately afflicted with mental illness until he passed in January from COVID. But he, while he was alive, had a lot of crises before he was diagnosed that were handled by police. And as his daughter, it was a very scary and vulnerable time. And I wonder how that could have been handled better. As somebody who was a researcher in molecular cell and developmental biology, I understand how data is collected. Data is not actually objective. It really matters how you collect it, who collects it, how you look at it, and things like that. And I also, as a scientist, I recognize that I don't know everything. I'm still learning every day. I'm inhaling books in this pandemic because there's really nothing else to do right now. And I attended every REI subcommittee meeting and also the HRC's reporting of their results.
So what is the role of the PSAB, and how do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
I think this is a really interesting question because everyone, thanks for this question, because everyone is going to have a different view of what's going on. And so my view is that the PSAB is to provide a third party to handle issues of public safety, starting with what we've been calling for, which is a line-by-line audit of the budget, their training materials, policies, and we have been calling for this since June. We've already heard the results of the HRC's listening forums and seen the data collected by MVP themselves, showing the inequities in stops and arrests. So we already know that, we created this board because there are things that could be improved upon. So trust comes from transparency and providing a third party to audit and review issues of public safety would help the public build trust in their public safety system. I represent the concerns brought in the community because I'm one of the people who called for this advisory board in the first place. Might as well apply for it, right? See things through. And I'm also here as a mediator to take the raw emotion and anger from the community, which you have heard over and over in public comment, and take that, do the dirty work of digging in and actually turning it into something tangible for the community.
Thank you, Eva. Those are the questions. And I want to say, and I think I can do this on behalf of my colleagues, we're sorry to hear about the passing of your father. And thank you for sharing that personal story with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
The next person is Kalwat Sandhu. Hello.
Unmute and start video. Hi there.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. We see you. Okay, is it okay?
Great. Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to get started with the questions.
Well, absolutely.
Okay, so what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Okay, I'll go with the back of the second part of the question first. I was the chairman of the HRC 3 times, and I was a member since 2003. And I had a privilege of being with Margaret too. And we've come a long way since then. We were really focused on the policing efforts, the profiling efforts of the police department. So we had them coming to report to us many number of times, and that's when we started getting involved in the gang task force and so forth. See, what I can bring to it is my objectiveness, dealing with the community at the grassroots level. Not, anytime anybody had a problem, I made sure I could take them to the police station and say, no, it's not, don't be so fearful. That's a question, we will help you. I was instrumental in bringing the FBI into the HRC for a discussion for people who were undocumented and facing domestic violence, and they never report anything for the fear that they might be deported. So we had them over too. So my objective, my feeling is that I could bring all these different things. I would be a person, I could talk to the police department, I can talk to the locals, I can talk to businesses, just to be the person who can help bring parties together and find good solutions for the problems the city is facing and might face. And also take a look at the police department from the view since when I left to now, I think we still have the same problems of profiling that needs to be changed. I have been profiled many number of times, and I just brought it up to the police chief and the officers. They said, this is not right. If there's something wrong with my driving, yes, but you don't just pull over and give me a ticket for nothing. So that's happened a few times, but I'm not going to play the victim. It's not that. My idea is to help the police department, help the PSAP, and also definitely advise the city council as to what steps we can take. Many a number of times. To date, I still cannot figure out why they need to shoot a person when they don't need to, right? That part of the training has to be visited. What are they teaching in the academies? I've had friends who went to this courses in sociology in SF in San Jose State, who said that the professors and the officers said when somebody comes to you, it's shoot, kill, it's nothing else. That really has changed. I've seen the in India. I'm from Singapore. It's a different system there. India is very brutal. Here it's had been pretty bad last summer, and Mountain View overall is very good. We've become the department is pretty fair, I would think, but there's still a lot of things need to be done. We need to take the fear of the police department out of the society. We need to come to a position where we can say, no, hey, that's an officer, I can go up to him and talk to him. So how do we do that? PSAP is the vehicle which can help that.
Great. So what is the role of the PSAP? How do you think the PSAP can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
Apart from being a advisory board, it's really a clearinghouse, and also to also to take a look at the budgets, take a look where the resources have been applied. Are they applied equitably in equity, or are they just spending money for the heck of spending money? Things like this are very, very important. We need to see how the training is. When we passed the taser rule back in the mid-2000s, and we had two days of meetings at the community center, and people came to the period when the free speech was taken over by everybody's complaints. So basically, we looked at that and said, okay, now you're going to have this taser to help you guys, but you all need to have proper training, have the taser on a different side, so you just don't draw it to tase somebody. You need backup. You need to have different policies. So the police department worked with us, and we were advising the city council likewise. So the PSAP, it's a good start. It's a very, very good start for the city. And I think it'll, in the peninsula, I don't know whether anyone else has it, but I don't believe in defunding. I believe in the fact that we need to readapt the resources, readapt the police station to what the current situation is, and also engage the community with the PSAP and the police, with the PD and the city council. I would love to see full-fledged, few members of PSAP, few members of the police department, hopefully city council members to sit down and have a roundtable. That's how you can find out what is ticking, feel the pulse of the community.
Great, thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anytime. I'm going to run back to the field now. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, next up is Susan Trench.
Okay, here I am. Camera on, microphone on.
Wonderful. Hello. What unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? And have you participated in the MVPDX, the RAI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Okay, I've participated in the MDPDX. I was in the second cohort. So that was a very interesting experience for me. I'm really glad I had the opportunity to do it. I learned a lot. I met a lot of interesting people with different perspectives, different stories, different backgrounds, and I think it was a really good representation of what Mountain View is all about as a community, young, old, diverse people with many, many different stories. So that was a good experience for me. And it did inspire me to get more interested in what is going on with the community between law enforcement and the public. Some of the volunteer work and the work that I have done as an RN in the area of public health, mental health. Also, I've done a lot of work with aging populations. And I think that experience would be helpful in working with the community to bring people together from the Mountain View PD and the general community. There seems to be two sides, which I think is unfortunate. And I see kind of the goal of this group to sort of to learn and to listen and to hear people's stories and to make an effort to bring things together, bring people together with the Mountain View PD in a way that makes the community a better place for everybody. So I also work on the Santa Clara County Senior Commission and on I'm on the subcommittee for the unhoused folks in Santa Clara County. So again, it's a learning experience. It's very interesting. I hope to find a way to bring people together, make an impact, and move forward in a better way for everybody.
So what is the role of the PSAB? How do you think PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
So I see it as a way of sort of, I'm not sure ambassador is the right word, but sort of a community outreach group that is involved and knowledgeable about what the real story is with whatever is going on in the community. You read and hear lots of things, and some of which are true and some of which are less true. I think being involved at a very local level allows you to get a better perspective and better understanding of where the truth initially lies. And then with that, you can reach out to the community. In the conversations I have with friends and neighbors in Mountain View, I think a lot of that connection and understanding takes place on a very individual basis, sort of one conversation and one interaction at a time. I think a lot of it is just getting the right information out there and exchanging information in a positive way that allows people, the community, to understand what is going on in the Mountain View PD, why certain things might be happening, and to assist anyone who might have some issues or some problems in that way, to find a way to help their voice be heard. For people who might feel disenfranchised or not able to get involved for whatever reason, I think we're a small enough community here that it shouldn't have to be that way. And I think this committee could be very valuable in that way.
Perfect. With 1 second remaining. All right. Well, thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Those are our questions.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next up is Cleve Frink.
Hi.
Hi, Cleve. All right, we'll get started here. So what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the RAI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Well, so far, it looks like my unique perspective would be as a Black man. Unfortunately, that happens to be a component of these kinds of conversations. In the past, I have attended the MVPDX initial cohort, and I also have had the unique experience of my father, and I participated in discussions with the city manager's office on the creation of this board and what it might look like. And so I had some hand, I guess, in discussing how this would look. So it is something that my father began when I was a child. He ran one of the earliest versions of this kind of deliberative body in the 70s and has participated in it for most of my life. So I have a lot of, I don't know, family and institutional experience with this kind of thing. And then on top of that, with my work, I do also get an opportunity to work with police officers for many years now.
So what is the role of the PSAB, and how do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
I think the chief role has to be a body that works with the police department and the community to find out how the police department serves the city and how the community wants the police department to serve it. And I think it's important to make sure that the body doesn't become a complaint board. It has to be a deliberative body that is focused on how to help the police department and the city serve its community the way that they want to be served in the most professional way. And helping the police department find those answers and create those policies as efficiently and professionally as possible.
Great, thank you. So those are our questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next is Joan Brodowski. Hi, Joan.
Hello.
Hello.
Now you should be able to see me.
Oh, yes, now we see you. Wonderful, great. All right.
Hear me?
Yes, we hear and see you. Okay,
Good.
perfect. So what unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
Well, the second one first. Yes, I was in cohort 2 of the MVPDX, and I was in one of the listening forums. So the unique qualifications, what can I say? First of all, I'm probably twice as old as anybody else who's been talking to you, at least twice. So think of all of the experience that goes into that. Then my formal training was in chemistry and the medical sciences. My work experience most of it was in Mexico City, and that's part of what I think I can bring to the table. I have some relationships with the Latino community in Mountain View, and what has me a little worried is that nobody from that community has that I saw was being interviewed. So I think that's basically what I would bring to the table: an analytical look at things and a certain bluntness about how I speak. You had another question.
I do. I have two more questions for you, but they're rolled into one. So, what is the role of the PSAB? How do you think the PSAB can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
Well, the role of the board is defined, of course, but I see it as two things. The board should be prodding the police on the neuralgic points that can come up within the community. One of them we heard until 3 in the morning, that when people wanted to defund the police. By the way, I'm really opposed to that. And the other part of the board should be to support the police department with facts and to take them back to, quote and unquote, the community, to people who live in Mountain View, and especially those who might have worries or have reason to worry about how the police department is handling particular things. So that's what I think the board should be doing. It should be a forum. Another thing I wanted to say is I'm really conscious of the distrust of police that people who have lived in Latin countries and who have immigrated here have, and for good reason. And this makes most Latinos really with their claws out, trying to keep out of anything to do with the police. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in making it understood that the police, at least in Mountain View, can be a positive force for order and safety.
Thank you, Joan. Those are all of our questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for listening.
Of course. Great. We'll see you later. All right, next is Tim McKenzie.
Hello.
Hi, Tim. Perfect. I see and hear you now. Awesome. All right. Let me just start the timer. Great. What unique perspectives or abilities would you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittee meetings, or the HRC listening forums?
I will start with a not unique perspective in that I'm going to begin this first question with the second half of it, just as everyone else has done. Most of you know you've been on the dais or on the Zoom screen as I have been engaged with this topic over the past year, commenting regularly at council, sending you guys emails. But I've also been involved. I did listen to the English language session of the HRC listening session, and then participated in sort of the community report back once all the sessions had been had. Also was just finished up the second cohort of MVPDX. That was really interesting. Learned a lot more about sort of the day-to-day insights of, or what work is like as a police officer in our fine city. And then for some unique perspectives, I'll mention a couple of them. One, I'm an academic. I'm surprised. I'm a huge nerd. That is something that I have. And then I know that in the PSAB descriptor online, one of the things that was mentioned is there's a collaboration with researchers at Stanford and University of Michigan. I know MVPDX is also, or MVPD, I learned through MVPDX, is working with a researcher at UC Berkeley. So I I have a unique ability to sort of speak that sort of academic ease and understand. And then I also, like most of my friends growing up back home are not academics. I'm really the only one from my friend group or family that went there. So I have to be able to have an ability to translate between the jargon that we sometimes use and then into plain English. So that's one unique perspective that could be helpful, especially at the beginning with these academic partnerships that the city and the police department are going through. Also, in my time at Stanford, I've done some organizing work there. I only talked about in my application, I only mentioned local groups in Mountain View. I didn't talk about my work at Stanford, but one of the things I've done in some of that work is really dive deep into the Stanford budget, how it works. Mountain View, from the last budget in 2019, the last pre-COVID budget, had it was about $400 million total operating budget. Stanford is about $7 billion. So we've had some discussions about looking at budgeting, doing a hard look at that. I'm comfortable in doing that with something that has an order of magnitude larger than the Mountain View City budget. So that's a specific example of this, another perspective that might be useful, hopefully.
So what is the role of the PSAB, and how do you think the Public Safety Advisory Board can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
So I think the biggest thing that stands out to me in PSAB is the Public Safety Advisory Board, and the framework through which I view this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And primary to safety is physiological needs. So like shelter, food, economic security. These are things that are intimately tied in with public safety. And until you get these baseline like physiological needs taken care of that allow you to like not be worried about where your next meal is coming from, safety isn't really a concern for someone going through that. So making sure that everyone in our community gets raised up to the level where public safety is a concern. And then, I mean, it is a concern for everyone all the time, but that the framework of Maslow's hierarchy. And then I also view this as extending not just relationships with the police. The fire department is a huge element of public safety. My roommate is an EMT for Santa Clara County. That's a huge element of public safety. Remember last fall, we had the forest fires and the sun was blotted out for a week. That's damaging all of our lungs. That's a huge element of public safety. And thinking of how all these different strands that seem really disconnected are actually linked together, and bringing in systems level thinking so that we can sort of understand how these things are all interrelated and how we in Mountain View can address some of these problems. And then also, I'll say the biggest problem I think I see in public safety is mental health. It was 2 weeks ago when the 101 was shut down because someone wanted to jump off, and Mountain View's police were the initial responders, but then it was the county mobile crisis response team. So having trained mental health professionals, there's been 2 suicide clusters of high school students in the past 2 decades. I don't know if I would feel comfortable starting or raising a family here because of that aspect of public safety, the sort of mental health issues. So expanding not just with the police, but beyond as well.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thanks. See you later in the session.
Yes, see you later. All right, we've made it to our final interview, Jeanette Wang.
Hello.
Hi, Jeanette.
Hi.
Hi. All right, I'm going to start the timer. What unique perspectives or abilities could you bring to the PSAB? Have you participated in MVPDX, the REI subcommittees, or the HRC listening forums?
So I think mainly I bring 2 pretty unique perspectives. One of them is that I have gone through police training. I am an explorer at the Mountain View Police Department, so I have gone to the Peninsula Law Enforcement Academy, and I've gone through basic explorer training, as well as continued to go to meetings every bi-monthly meetings with the Mountain View Police Department. So I have this active communication and active link already happening with the Mountain View Police Department. And secondly, I am a teenager, and I think that's something that's really important, especially because we have teenagers in Mountain View. And I think that the interactions that teenagers have with public safety officers like law enforcement or, as Tim was saying, the fire department really shapes how they view the world and how they approach the future. So I think that tied with the large amount of the very high suicide rates and mental illness rates in Mountain View, especially among teens. I think those are all topics that are really relevant to teenagers as well as the community as a whole. So, yeah.
Thanks. What is the role of the PSAB? How do you think the Public Safety Advisory Board can make an impact on the relationship between the police department and community members?
So I think the role of the Public Safety Advisory Board is not only to serve as a forum and a place for the community to communicate their things they feel like need improvement or things that they feel are already good, but also not only to express their opinions and ideas, but to actually work with the Mountain View Police Department to see what's possible, how can we take something that the community wants and the community needs, and pair that with something the police department is actually capable of doing. And I think the Public Safety Advisory Board could be very beneficial, or it could be a pathway to making policing and law enforcement an admirable profession in the eyes of the public again. So obviously there are a lot of things that can be improved, especially since through my own training, I've had some things where I feel like this isn't right. And the Public Safety Advisory Board is a good place to change that and then change the community's view on law enforcement, because I think that's also very important, considering that we are going, I assume, to have law enforcement for a while. So people should feel safe, especially because of the increase of mental health calls and mental health crises that people are having. I know a lot of my peers are really struggling with their mental health right now, and it's really a struggle to not want to call the police and not want to call for help, because you don't want to call for help and have a police show, because that's it has a negative connotation right now. So I think the Public Safety Advisory Board could be a really good way of improving or adjusting the community's view on what the police is here to do, which is not just to fight crime, but to actually protect the community and serve the community.
Great, thanks, Jeanette. Those are all our questions. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
See you later. All right, so we have made it through our 13 applicants. So at the beginning of our study session, I had asked if we had wanted to maybe share some of our top choices, and then the interim city clerk, the city manager, and I can take note, and we can see what the tallies are if folks want to go that route, or if people want council deliberation and other items, open to that too. So I will be looking for hands. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping not to go first, but in the interest of time, I support the process that you had suggested at the beginning. I don't really have a lengthy preamble. I'll just share that what I was looking for was representation, sort of a broad representation of different neighborhoods, different ethnic groups, national groups, and stakeholdership. So folks who had participation in the community and civic, engagement in one way or another. And I think we have a very good pool of candidates. And we had talked earlier about it's unfortunate that we don't have any Latinx candidates. I'll take some of the blame for that. I probably should have done a better job recruiting within my own community, but I'm hoping that in the future, once we see this board, doing good work, we'll see a greater increase in interest. So, just as a starting point, here are my top 7, and if it's helpful, I can talk about why. But I'll just dive right in. So, Cleve Frank, Eva Tang, Jeanette Wang, Joan Brodowski, Kalwant Sandhu, Kavita, and Mike Berman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ramirez. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. I'll just say a couple words before I go through my 7. I want to thank everyone for applying. This is our first time for this board, so we weren't really sure what to expect. And I was glad to see quite a bit of interest and such a strong and diverse pool. So I was very pleased with that. I was looking for those who also have demonstrated participation in our community, those who might have a unique perspective, and I'm really glad that we asked that question. Representation, as Vice Mayor mentioned, and also, open-mindedness and a willingness to collaborate. That's really what we are, looking to do here. So, and I would say, yes, it was disappointing that we didn't have applicants from the Latinx community. I guess as I have done with all of our advisory boards and commissions, I take it upon myself to try to go out and reach out to folks. And, I would just expect that of all of us. So, it's unfortunate that we didn't have anyone, but I think we have a really strong pool and quite a diverse representation here. So I'm fine to move forward with what we have. And my 7 is Kavita, Derek, Cal, Cleve, Jeanette, Joan, and Susan. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm doing my tallies. Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
So yes, I wanted to commend the people who did the outreach. I think that it's, except for the fact that there's no one to really reflect our Latinx population, I thought it was a very good group of people. And I actually would like to appoint all of them and could name the particular reasons why I was, moved by a lot of what people said. But if I guess I have to choose, and I'll just be quick because of the time constraints. I thought a good group would be Kavita. I'll just say first names: Kavita, Michael, Alexander, Derek, Ava, Cleve, and Joan. Do you need to hear that again, Mayor? Did I say too fast?
I got it. And I have the interim city clerk and our city manager to keep me on task.
Okay, great.
I have double backup. Councilmember Showalter.
Hi, I want to let everybody know that I did interview, I contacted the council, the candidates. I felt like 5 minutes was not enough time. So I said, I sent them an email and said, thank you for applying. And if you'd like to speak to me, please get back to me. And all of them did but one. So that was really helpful for me to get a little more opportunity to talk to them. It's one of the advantages of being retired, right? So anyway, but I too was really impressed by the caliber of the people who applied. I think that we have to look at Joan Brodowski as our rep from the Hispanic community. Brodowski isn't the first thing you think of as a Hispanic surname, that's for sure. But she is well connected, and hopefully in subsequent rounds we'll have more people. More Hispanic people applying. But anyway, it was hard for me to kind of make these decisions, but this is a list I've come up with. Kavita, Alex Brown, Derek Langton, Eva Tang, Cleve Frank, John Brodowski, and Jeanette Wang.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. Got it. Councilmember Matischak.
Thanks. So I agree. We definitely had a strong pool of candidates. I appreciate so many people applying, but it makes it more challenging. As I listened to what folks had to say and reread some of the applications after they spoke, I was certainly looking for diversity. And I'd say diversity along many different dimensions. And I think it's helpful. People did have previous involvement with the city because it helps you understand how the city works and you don't have to learn that at the beginning. And also, I really paid attention to what people said were the unique things that they would bring. And that definitely influenced some of my preferences for the folks. I'm struggling a little bit on 7, so let me do my top 5, and then I'll quickly do the last 2. And I'm just going to use first names. Kavita, Michael, Cal, and Cleve. 1, 2, 3, 4. Joan, Derek, and Susan. Thanks.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Lieber, did you want to?
Yes. So my top picks, those available to us, would be Kavita, Alex, Cleve, Derek, and Eva.
Got it. Thank you. All right. So I wasn't sure, and I can look to my colleagues for this question. So I know that we had talked about the of having up to 7 people. So I'm not sure if you wanted to go up to the 7 or if we should have that discussion before I add mine, or if we just want to just see in aggregate what the results are.
I think you should just go ahead and.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thanks. Just wanted to double check. So I just want to thank our staff who's been working on this. I want to thank our HRC who's played an integral role in framing our thoughts and how we're going about this. I want to thank all the applicants. I thought to myself, I should have shared the questions because no one wants to hear me ask 13 people these questions. But so thank you for that. You know, I think that this is a real point where we can do something new in our community, and I find it a point of hope as we start out. And I feel like this is the opportunity to build that community trust, and for those voices who may not feel like there's a place for them yet, hopefully the construction of the PSAB will make them feel both welcome and open to joining, and that they're included as well. So my top choices are Kavita, Cal, Cleve, Derek, Joan, and Jeanette. All right. So perhaps City Manager McCarthy, you can help us with the numbers in terms of who were the top receivers of the votes, if you don't mind assisting me.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm adding them up here across. Okay, so it looks like the top 7 are Kavita, Derek, Eva, Cal, Cleve, Joan, and there is a tie where 2 people got 3 votes, Jeanette and Alex, for the 7th slot. And actually Michael got 3 votes as well. So there's one more. So there's Michael, Alex, and Jeanette all had 3 votes. All of your other selections had more than 4 votes. So I think you need to decide on Michael, Alex, and Jeanette because there's a 1 slot left.
Councilmember Matichak. You're muted. No problem.
Thank you. I am happy to change my vote and move it from Susan to Jeanette.
Okay. Okay. Any other changes?
You said it was Michael, Alex, Jeanette, and who else? Sorry.
Now Jeanette has 4 votes, so okay. she is now has more votes than Alex and Michael. So
okay.
And unless anyone else has any other changes, those are the 7. I can repeat them again if you'd like, but it looks like there's some hands.
Yeah. I'll take the hands first. They might want you to repeat it anyway. So let me just see. Councilmember Hicks and then Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Well, I don't know what our process is. I thought we would just take the 3 and each vote for 1, but it seems like Councilmember Matichak was going on a different process, assuming a different process than I was. So she was moving one of her votes. Whereas I would just, I'll use my process and then we can decide what process we're going to follow. So I was just among the 3 going to vote for Alex Brown, and you all can tell me what the actual process should be.
I think Councilmember Hicks, Councilmember Matichak hadn't used all of her votes. I think she hadn't listed 7 people. I think she only listed 4 or 5. How many had you listed? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I listed 7, sorry, and I just moved 1.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I think I'm the one. I think I listed 6. Did I just list 6? I think I just listed 6. So I'm realizing that now. As I was working to count everyone else's, I don't think I counted mine. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. It's sort of a different line of thought. If you could show the vote total just for everyone's comfort, that might be helpful with a share screen. But since we also have to decide who's going to get a full term and who's only going to serve half a term, my recommendation would be that we go based on vote total. So whoever has the strongest support from the council would be would have the, I guess, priority for a full term. If people want to volunteer after the fact I'm fine with that, but that's probably more complicated than it needs to be. But just as a starting point, stronger support would mean that you'd have a full term, and the folks sort of with the lower vote totals would get the 2-year term.
City Manager McCarthy.
Mayor, if council would like, I can share my screen where I have the vote totals on a spreadsheet, and also have the top, the 4 candidates who would get the 4-year term, with the others getting the 2-year term. And then whether you still want to vote the way that Councilmember Hicks suggested, or because Councilmember Matichek changed her vote, the 7th member is Jeanette Wang. So I'll share my screen if that would be helpful.
It would be very helpful. Yes, please feel free to share your screen.
Okay, so can you see this, or is it too much on the left side here?
I think if you magnify it a little bit, it'll work. I mean, there we go. Yep, there you go. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the highlighted,
yes,
and the X's are obviously the votes, and then tracked in column I, the applicants who got the most votes, so they would get the 4-year term, and then the other applicants here would get the 2-year terms.
Okay. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. So I think originally there were 3 of us who supported Jeanette, and Councilmember Matichek added her support for Jeanette. So even if we were to vote out of the 3 that had 3, Mike, Alex, and Jeanette, I think we're still going to end up with 4 for Jeanette. So I would suggest that that would be the final spot.
Thank you, Councilmember Abikoga. I'm comfortable with that. I think even if I used my 7th, it would still stay Jeanette. So I'm comfortable with that. Any other colleagues have comments on this? So it would be Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. So I only voted 5 of my votes.
Oh, okay, right. I knew that there was some of us who had not. Would you like to?
I was reserving votes for the candidates who aren't part of the process, and could the city manager go over again which individuals are in or out at this point?
Yes, Councilmember Lieber. So Kavita would get a 4-year term. Derek would get a 4-year term. Eva get the 2-year term. Cal, 2-year term. Cleve, 4-year term. Joan, 4-year term. And Jeanette, a 2-year term.
Okay. So in essence, casting 2 additional votes would not change who wins. It would simply change who has a 4-year term, and possibly not even that, because there's a certain number of 4-year terms and a certain number of 2-year terms.
Correct. There are 4 seats for a 4-year term and 3 seats for the 2-year term.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you can't vote twice for the same candidate.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we have our top 7. Oh, Councilmember Abikoga, is your hand back up?
I just want a question. Do we need to make a motion for this, or okay? I'm happy to make a motion if we're ready to.
Okay. Councilmember Showalter, is that a question? Oh, would be a second? Okay. Councilmember Abekoga, why don't you make the motion? And I think Councilmember Showalter will be your second.
Thank you. Can I just move? Well, I guess there was no staff recommendation. Please help me if I don't get all of one, but I would make a motion to, I guess, recommend to the City Council that they appoint Kavita Ayer, Derek Langton, Cleve Frink, and I believe the four-year term was Joan Brodowski, 2 4-year terms. And then Cal Sandhu, Eva Tang, and Jeanette Wang to the 3-year terms on 2-year terms, I'm sorry, on the PSAB.
Great. And Councilmember Showalter?
Yes, I'd like to second.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. So I'll turn it over to our interim city clerk, von der Linden, to do the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. Thanks all. So this will close our study session. Before we start with regular session, I wanted to check in with colleagues if we wanted to take maybe a 5-minute break before we get going. 10-minute? Yes, okay. Let's why don't we start at the top of the hour, 7 p.m., and we can move into our special session with everything that we have in store tonight. Does that sound good? Mm-hmm. All right. And if we can ask our interim city clerk if we could just put up a notice saying that we'll resume at 7 p.m., that would be great.
Certainly.
Great. Great. Thank you, everyone. See you. Thanks, Allison. All right, Roger, maybe we can just start it just so I can have time to read my long preamble. Great. All right, everyone. Welcome back to our special session. I'll start with our call to order. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17th, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference, with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 923-2908-0069. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Emails received after 4:30 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Tonight, Spanish and Mandarin interpretation will be provided for item 7.1, the strategic plan, draft vision, strategic priorities, and potential projects. Please follow the prompts on your Zoom screen for interpretation and select the language. I will now ask Ms. Beltran to address the public and provide instructions.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Estamos a punto de iniciar esta reunión de consejo y en el punto 7.1 se va a ofrecer traducción en español. Favor de seguir las indicaciones en su pantalla para presionar el botón de traducción al español. Gracias.
And now we will have Ms. Sue and Ms. Lee to address the public and provide instructions for Mandarin.
大家好，我是今天晚上市议会的中文翻译。如果您需要中文服务的话，请您在您的 Zoom 的下面选择中文翻译。那今天晚上将会讨论关于就是山景城战略发展规划图的草案和优先事项。谢谢您的参与。
Great, thank you. And now if, my colleagues can join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask Ms. von der Linden to pull up the flag. Great. Right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item 2, which is roll call. Our interim city clerk will take attendance.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Areras.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to presentations. Our first item is item 3.1, our Women's History Month proclamation. So I'm not sure everyone knows, but March is Women's History Month. And I will be able to read the proclamation now. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of Mountain View in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation and constitute a significant portion of the labor force, working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force, and American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, and American women have served our country courageously in the military. And whereas American women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas the following current elected and appointed women of Mountain View have made significant contributions to the community. Council members Margaret Abe Koga, Allison Hicks, Sally Lieber, Lisa Matichek, and Pat Showalter. City of Mountain View Advisory Body members Lada Adamek, Anya Andrzik, Pamela Baird, Phyllis Brzmanowski, Aaron Brewster, Ronit Bryant, Emma Burton, Margaret Caprilis, Amy Cadvito, Emily Chan, Delia Copeland, Stephanie Domingo Angel, Carol Donahue, Lauren Dove, Valerie Fenwick, Vicki Gilfix, Megan Giebord, Preeti Haymeyer, Tony Shu, Myra Irgon, Kamaya Kayani, Maria Lang, Annette Lynn, Cami Lowe, M. Elena Lopez, Susie Merhar, Mary Moore, Nirvana Nivwadku, Casey Pierce, Annie Ping, Malika Reddy, Alka Roy, Regina Sakos, Ali Schmeising, Kalyamaran Shankari, Julie Solomon, Sandy Summer, Ida Rose Sylvester, Tutu Thompson, Diana Tucker, Nicole Vogt, Lydia Weeks, Mary Yen, and Joyce Yin. Rental Housing Committee members Susan Almond, Nicole Haynes Livesay, and Emily Ramos. Mountain View Wisman School District trustees Laura Blakely, Devin Conley, and Ellen Wheeler. And Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District trustees Laura Ramirez Berman, Debbie Torok, Catherine Vonnegut, and Fiona Walter. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim and recognize the month of March as Women's History Month. So as a council too that is a majority female, I just want to maybe give ourselves a little bit of a virtual round of applause for all of our accomplishments. And thank you for your patience with me reading everyone's names. I think it's really important that we pay tribute to the women that make Mountain View such a special place. And it starts with all of you, my colleagues, as well as those who serve the city on boards and commissions. So really appreciate that. And at this point, we can take public comment on this item. If anyone from the public has any public comment on item 3.1. All right, I don't see any, so I'll move on to item 3.2, which is our Equal Pay Day proclamation. This proclamation will be accepted by Susan Ware on behalf of the Los Altos Mountain View branch of the American Association of University Women. So I will invite her to join us. Hi, Susan. I'm just going to read the proclamation briefly, but hopefully you can see and hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Whereas 58 years after the passage of the 1963 Equal Pay Act, women, especially women of color, continue to suffer the consequences of unequal pay, and the passage of the Paycheck Fairness Act in Congress to update the 1963 Equal Pay Act will help close the pay gap by eliminating loopholes in the Equal Pay Act. And whereas according to the U.S. Census Bureau, women working full-time year-round in 2020 typically earned 82 cents for every dollar paid to men, showing minor change in the gender pay gap from the past year. And Black women earn only 62 cents for every dollar earned by men. Native American women earn 60 cents, and Latino women, the largest group of women workers after white and Asian women in Santa Clara County, earn only 55 cents. And whereas between February and April 2020, due to the pandemic economic distress, men were unemployed at 9.9%, while women's unemployment was 12.5% because of the occupation segregation factor for women who hold the highest number of jobs in the hard-hit hospitality and retail businesses, and due to women dropping out of work for caregiving and responsibilities. And whereas more women than men graduate from college, and women graduates hold 2/3 of the nation's outstanding student loan debt, totaling over $929 billion, and are less likely to be able to pay off their debt due to wage disparities, and a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for retirement and less income counted in Social Security or pension benefit formulas. And whereas March 24th is Equal Pay Day 2021, marking the day that signals how far in 2021 women must work to make what men are paid for in 2020. Now, therefore, I, Ellen Kamei, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my city colleagues on the council, do hereby proclaim March 24th, 2021 as Equal Pay Day. And Susan, I'm not sure if you had a couple words that you wanted to share with us.
Yes, first of all, on behalf of the Los Altos Mountain View AAUW, I want to thank the council and the mayor and all the staff that I've worked with to get this item on the agenda. I really appreciate it. And our branch has asked the neighboring cities of Los Altos and Los Altos Hills also to make a similar proclamation. And we're delighted that everyone is doing that, and we really appreciate also the pairing of this proclamation with the Women's History Month declaration. And I want to congratulate all the Mountain View women that you named. It's just it's truly wonderful. And as a former elected official of a long time ago, I really love seeing all the participation by women in Mountain View. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Susan. Appreciate all your work and coming and sharing this important proclamation with all of us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And at this time, if we have any public comment on this item, please feel free to raise your hand in the Zoom or press *9 on your phone. All right, seeing none, I will close our presentations and move on to item 4, which is our consent calendar. We have none. So we'll move on to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on non-agenda items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And the city clerk will display a 3-minute timer on the screen. And I see, perfect. Ms. von der Linden, are you ready with the timer? Okay, perfect. Tim McKenzie.
Hello again, all. I just wanted to bring something that you may be aware of. The Biden administration is considering putting children in detention centers at Moffett Field in our city. When my issue with kids in cages at the border wasn't the fact that they were at the border, is that we were putting kids in cages. Just because we've had a change in administration, it looks like we haven't had a change in policy, and it's coming to our backyard. I hope that as the elected representatives of our city, you can do something to make clear and make known that Mountain View is a welcoming place for immigrants, but that we do not support putting kids in cages. It may be nicer digs at Moffett Field than maybe at the border, but these buildings have asbestos. Employees who live there actually have to sign a waiver saying that they won't sue the federal government. It does not seem like an appropriate place to be putting refugees who are just seeking safety in our nation. I want to mention briefly about the Public Safety Advisory Board, as I would have loved to have gotten even a vote, but I understand that the collection of people was amazing, and I'm glad that I do not envy you the very difficult choice that you all had in appointing people, but I have very serious issues with the process for what happened when there was a three-way tie. For someone to see how the vote turned out and then change their vote, especially when there were other people who still had votes remaining, that seems entirely undemocratic. It's sophomoric and amateur. I would expect better from the council in the ability to count and tally votes. I am incredibly shocked by that. It's undemocratic. It was incorrect to do it in that way. This is specifically about the process, not about me not getting on it. I understand that because as everyone mentioned, there are a lot of great people, but to change your vote after seeing the outcome when other people still have votes is entirely inappropriate. That was very bad. These calls for civility when you go and do something undemocratic like that really, really sound like bad faith things. Please be better. Thank you.
Rob Seeley.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you, council members, for giving me a moment to speak. I am Rob Seeley. I work for the California Water Service. I am the community affairs specialist for the Bay Area. I've had a chance to meet some of you and hopefully some more of you once COVID is over and we get back to a normal clip. I wanted to draw your attention today to an email I had sent everyone and just follow up because of how important it is and the impact that it can have on the community. It is our understanding that the state currently is determining how to administer and prioritize funding made available through HR 133 allocated to California, and maybe in the position to do the same potentially for HR 1319 funding as well. It's critical that the state administer these funds and other future federal funds equitably and in a manner that avoids excluding customers of CPUC regulated water suppliers. So it was brought to our attention that that may be the case or intention by some to exclude. It would impact dramatically the most vulnerable of our populations by not allowing them to receive some of that federal aid. The language that came down from the federal government in the aid package was for public water relief. That has a federal definition behind it that does not exclude. And so we are asking for your support. Please, if you get a chance, take a moment, read that email that I had sent and reach out to me. It is time sensitive and all the support makes a big difference. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that's all the public comments, so we can bring it back to council. There's no public hearing, so we'll move on to item 7, which is our study session. So to frame the context of the discussion, study sessions are public meetings which the council meets from time to time for a detailed review of important matters. No formal action is taken by the council during study sessions. However, council members may express opinions on the agenda item under discussion and provide direction to staff for further investigation or development of an item. And tonight is the second City Council study session in the city strategic roadmap process. We'll start with an opening statement from our city manager, Kimbra McCarthy, who will then turn it over to our consultant team from Civic Makers. And that's going to be Lawrence Grodeska and Christelle Blackford. They will provide an update on where we are in the process and give a summary of the community input received. Then we will open it up for public comment. Following this, council will engage in a dialogue with a facilitation by Civic Makers. Council will first discuss a draft vision statement and determine if there is conceptual agreement or if there are concerns or edits to discuss. Next, council will discuss strategic priorities. Again, seeing where there is consensus or any concerns or edits. And finally, council will discuss potential projects. This will start with council members identifying if there are any projects from the existing list in the staff memo that they want to pull for discussion or possible removal from further consideration. Following this, council members may suggest a very limited number of new projects, with council voting to determine top projects with majority support. A project list is not going to be adopted this evening. Rather, staff will assess the list coming out of tonight's discussion for feasibility within existing staff capacity and will return to council with a recommendation on the April 27th City Council meeting. So next, I'd like to invite our City Manager, Kimber McCarthy, to say a few words about this process.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And hello, good evening, council members and members of the public. I want to welcome everyone here. And this is our second meeting of the strategic planning process. The first one was held in February, on February 6th, when council had your retreat on a Saturday. So tonight, as the mayor mentioned, the primary discussion is going to be in three key areas. So the first one is about the city's vision and the short tagline that essentially is illustrative of the longer vision. And then the second area are the strategic priorities that accomplish the city's vision statement. And then the third area are those work plan projects that will support the strategic priorities that you all will agree on this evening. So as the mayor mentioned, after I give this intro, you'll hear from civic makers, and they're going to discuss in great detail the community feedback that was received. So there were 2 public meetings. There were 3 focus groups. There were numerous online comment cards and emails. And then they also received feedback from staff. There were also a few focus groups of staff that provided them feedback. So I do want to acknowledge that I know that this is a new process for all of us. So not only are we doing this virtually, but we're embarking on a new way of really thinking about our goals and our priorities and our work plan. So there are, many different perspectives, and I understand that this isn't the easiest thing to do. So anytime we're trying new things, we are committed to really learning from this process and iterating and making changes as we go throughout the process that are going to be helpful. So the last thing I want to mention is that this process is really meant to focus the important work that we have underway and be frank and have a realistic conversation about the heavy workload and capacity limitations on staff right now. And really the ability for us to, or inability, I should say, for us to do it all. So I know that this is something that I've been frequently discussing this, and as everyone knows, the workload has just been exacerbated over the past year with COVID and staff responding to that pandemic, as well as the other multiple crises that evolved over this past year. So I'll discuss that in a little bit further detail, just to add some more context to that for council and the public, and just how that relates to the priorities and the workload projects. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Gradeska from Civic Makers. Looks like he needs to be moved into the panelist box, and he will lead us through the strategic planning session and the slide deck, and we will go from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, City Manager McCarthy, and hello, council members. It's great to be back. Really appreciate your time tonight, and just want to acknowledge the majority women-led council. It's a really beautiful thing to see, and thank you for those 2 proclamations and acknowledging International Women's Month. So building off of what the mayor and city manager just shared, I'm going to share my screen and present our deck for the evening and jump right in because we do have a lot to cover. This is a little bit of a rehash of what's already been shared, but I would not be a good facilitator if I didn't just reiterate what we're going to do. We're going to give a quick overview on the process, where we're at since we last talked to you all. And included in that will be my colleague, Christelle Blackford, will share a fairly in-depth update on the themes we heard from the community. We will pause, as well as staff, we'll pause for public comment, and then we'll get into the council dialogue portion. That will start with just a brief conversation about what it means to adopt the strategic roadmap and any questions or initial concerns that we should be thinking about as we look to develop a final and adopt an approved roadmap by the end of June. And then we'll get into those three areas that City Manager McCarthy had mentioned: the feedback on the draft vision statement, the priorities, and then the project list. And during those sections, we'll be giving you a sense of how we landed on the drafts that you saw in the staff memo, including some sense of how we pulled in the themes from the community, as well as what we heard from council and staff. I do want to thank you all for, as City Manager McCarthy said, going along in this new process. I know it's been different and in a way a little bit difficult, but we're really we are looking to you to listen to what we're putting forth, understand. We'll do our best to make sure you understand why we're putting it forth, and then look to you for continued direction about how to move it forward. So just very briefly for those on the from the public that may not know who we are, our name is Civic Makers. We are a strategic consulting firm based in San Francisco that supports public agencies in their efforts to be more effective and achieve their mission. We do a lot of strategic planning work for cities across the Bay Area. So we're honored to be involved in this process. And for an update on the process, you will have seen this slide before. Just to ground us in sort of the full arc of the work that we're doing together. In the beginning of the year, we started with our discovery process that included a number of staff interviews and focus groups. And actually, even before this, in December, we had a conversation with a subcommittee of the council about the strategic planning process. And over the course of February and March, we had a conversation with all of you to start and kick off this process of really revising the city's strategic vision, as well as understanding what the key priorities were and how to revise the current major goals. And we started the engagement process, which Christelle is going to be sharing with you next. And tonight we start the project prioritization process of this planning arc and understanding what will be carried forward, what's been proposed, what staff has heard from you, and also what they're proposing within the context of existing workload, and then also ideas of other limited projects that might be of interest to council. We'll talk about all that tonight. That will go back to staff to prepare a staff recommendation on projects, and that project list will be incorporated with revisions that we hear from you tonight on the vision and priority areas. And at that point, by April 27th, we'll have a draft roadmap, and that will include, again, the revised vision, the revised priority areas, and a draft project list. We'll share it with you. You'll give feedback again, and then we'll put it into a community-wide survey and an all-staff survey to do a final, what we call validation, and a round of revisions to present back to you on June 8th. So we are making great progress. And to talk to you a little bit about what we heard from the community, actually a lot of it, what we heard from the community, because we had some really great participation from your constituents. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Christelle. Christelle, are you with us? If someone could promote Christelle Blackford to panelist as well. I see Sylvia nodding her head. Thank you. The endless shuffle of the Zoom meeting.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be back. I've also enjoyed the items previously on Women's History Month, so happy Women's History Month. All right, so as you know, as you're well aware, the strategic roadmap is meant to create alignment between council, staff, and the community. And so we've been doing deep engagement on all three, with all three groups. This slide here shows you our ongoing touch points with each group. For in the teal, we have city council meetings. In the purple, we have staff meetings, and in the orange, we have community meetings and other touch points. And so what I want to do now is review each one of these in a little bit more detail in terms of the ones that we've done so far. And as Lawrence already mentioned, coming up in May, we'll have additional touch points with community and staff via surveys. So as you know, we've already spoken with you several times. We had an initial council subcommittee meeting on goal setting in December. We did a council survey in January. We did our council retreat in February, and some conversations with you all leading up to this meeting. We've also done some deeper staff engagement, including staff focus groups, department head survey, and department head workshop. In terms of community, we've done 2 public meetings. Those were on the February 25th and February 27th, and we have here our engagement numbers. So overall, 82 people actively participated in those meetings. We say actively because there were a couple people who wanted to observe and did not actively participate, such as former council members, etc. In addition, we did 3 focus groups, one for monolingual Mandarin speakers, one for monolingual Spanish speakers, and one for small businesses. And we also had an online comment card that was available to people who were not able to attend the meeting but wanted to provide feedback. In addition, we received 8 council's member emails, or sorry, 8 emails from the public to council. I just want to share a little bit more on this while we're on this slide about the details of who participated. So, because I think there was a curiosity about this. So, all but a few participants in the public meetings were residents of Mountain View, and a majority were longtime residents. A few people who participated that were not residents were active in larger kind of county or Silicon Valley groups. And around half of the participants who were community members considered themselves to be actively engaged. So we had a very active group. In terms of the Spanish speakers, we had also many longtime residents. 15 to 20 years was the average for people who participated in that group, and a few who had lived in Mountain View for over 30 years. They're also very active in many local groups like the Spanish Leadership Academy. For the Mandarin focus group, we had many, again, who had lived in Mountain View for 15 to 30 years. The majority for that group was about 5 to 10 years, and from neighborhoods across the city. And then finally, for the small business focus group, we had represented a fitness studio, a nightclub, a coffee shop, janitorial service, auto shop, food market, attorney, and event space. So really a diverse group of small business owners. So we had a similar agenda for all of our meetings. We began the meetings with an overview of the process and the purpose, and then we jumped into and spent the majority of the meeting discussing these questions, which were really leading towards what we're going to share back with you tonight. So the first was, what are your hopes and dreams for the near future of Mountain View, really focusing on the next 3 to 5 years? What are the assets helping to realize your hopes and dreams, and what are the obstacles that may be hindering progress? And what are the 3 most important things for Mountain View to start working on in the next 1 to 3 years? So the way that we did this was we had, for the focus groups, we did this all as a group since they were smaller groups, less than 12. For the community meetings, we broke out into small groups on Zoom and had a facilitator for approximately 6 to 8 people in each group. And we had an in-depth discussion so we could really hear from each individual who was participating on each of these items, and did a sort of prioritization dot voting exercise at the end to get at those 3 top priorities for the next 1 to 3 years. So we ended up with a lot of data, and it took us a little while to sort through it and get it organized. and really pull out those key themes. So the way we did this is we separated the data, we kept the data from each different event unique, so that we would be able to differentiate between the perspectives that we heard. By which I mean the focus groups were not combined with the community meeting data, although we did combine and look across all of the 2 open community meetings. The way that we did the synthesis for that large data set from the 2 community meetings where we had 82 participants is that we essentially analyzed everything based on the identified themes. As the facilitators were working with those groups and collecting input, they were actually the groups themselves, with the facilitators' help, was organizing what the group was sharing into identified themes. So we looked at those across all 16 breakout groups. That's 8 breakout groups from each community meeting. We consolidated those into 24 standardized themes, since everybody used kind of different wording to describe those themes they had self-identified. We narrowed that down to focus on themes that were in the top 3 priorities. So that's that final question we had for them. What should the city focus on in the next 1 to 3 years, or that had emerged in at least half the groups. And then that led us to 7 themes that were identified. We also looked at specific notes from the facilitators around general consensus to make sure that we weren't pulling in anything that was only proposed by, say, 1 member of that focus group. And we de-emphasized comments that were shared by non-residents and quiet observers. We did this similar process for the focus group data as well. It was just not as extensive. Additionally, we heard a lot of good things and also some constructive and helpful feedback from the public on this. So we heard some praise of the process. It was great. It was a great idea to seek community input in the process of setting priorities. This approach of getting feedback from the community is spot on. Thank you. Efforts are applauded, but follow up with implementation plan with community oversight is essential. Thank you. We will be doing that. We will be sharing the draft plan and getting additional community input. Please get the word out more widely about this process. That's great feedback, and keep up the good work. So what we heard, I'm going to go through for each group, starting with the community meetings. So these are the 7 themes when I describe that process. These are the 7 themes that emerged from the community meetings. Affordable housing, and these are not organized in any kind of specific order, just so you know. So affordable housing, there was a talk of increasing affordable housing to maintain diversity, the diversity that everyone values in Mountain View, and prevent displacement and create more housing security for everyone. Thoughtful development came up in terms of distribution of development to create more housing options for all income levels, and also promote social inclusion and some talk of access to amenities. Sustainability and climate change, really acknowledgement that Mountain View is a leader in sustainability, and really continue to focus on that and climate resilience. Active transportation, a lot of talk about multimodal transportation, and specifically focused on connectivity, walkability, and bikeability. Parks and open space, really wanting not just great parks, but parks that are equitably distributed across the city. Equity, centering equity in city planning to ensure diverse and well-resourced community. So really wanting to ensure that equity is something that is forefront in decision-making in order to preserve that diversity everyone appreciates. And then finally, thriving economy, a local economy with a vibrant downtown where small businesses thrive and big tech invests in the local community. From our Spanish speakers in that monolingual Spanish speaking focus group, the asterisk here indicates themes that were not present in that larger community, across those larger community meetings. So we distinguish what was unique and what was overlapping with those other themes. So we heard a lot about public services from this group, specifically wanting city-funded programs that provide holistic community services geared towards supporting low-income Latinx communities, youth, and working families. We also heard a value of affordable housing, in addition to providing a greater supply of affordable housing and preventing displacement, there was also talk of eviction and rent moratoriums, tenant legal support, and improved rental assistance programs. From our monolingual Mandarin speakers, we heard that parks and open space, again, similar from the community meeting, wanting them to be more abundant, cleaner, with ample programming, and specifically was called out space for dancing. Something that was unique from this group that did not show up across the community meetings was public safety. Not that they feel unsafe currently, but that they hope that the current level of safety will be maintained. That they think that should be a focus of the city. Transportation, more convenient public transit, both within Mountain View and between cities. Talk of a free school bus being desired and more bike lanes and sidewalks. And then again, affordable housing, especially for seniors and people living in RVs, protecting tenants' rights and homeowners' rights. Finally, from our small businesses, we heard a desire for a festive and inviting downtown, making downtown more attractive through decoration and entertainment, while increasing accessibility by foot for both local residents and visitors. Diverse and flexible development, so creating a city where a diverse range of businesses can flourish with the flexibility to experiment and be creative in the types of services they offer. City and community working together to revive small business downtown and fill long-time vacant storefronts. And finally, city responsiveness, wanting a culture of kindness and customer service, and more efficiency in the small business development and permitting process in particular. And now I'll pass it back over to Lawrence to share a little bit about what we heard from staff.
Thanks, Christelle. Just wrapping up here with 2 slides about some of the themes that we thought were important to share with council that we heard from staff in our interviews and focus groups. Some of this we covered a little bit last time, but I think it bears repeating that staff are really devoted to fulfilling their commitment to the community and the city and delivering the quality services that they're obligated to provide and other core operational obligations. And they also recognize and believe in the unique identity, values, and unity of the city and its community. Staff has really appreciated the response to emergent issues like COVID and the movements for racial equity. Staff expressed appreciation for this process that the council is undertaking with staff and community input. And the ability to be able to weigh in on the design of the new strategic planning process. And also staff just acknowledged, again, the council hears your appreciation for their work, which, I think is never, can never say it enough that the staff knows that council has their best interest in mind. The primary pain point that we heard from staff, and you've been hearing it in other places, but also bears repeating, is the struggle with the workload in general and the number of projects on the current work plan. As City Manager McCarthy mentioned, the demands of the pandemic response on top of normal workload were already pretty significant. Even before the increase in work related to the emergent issues of last year, the number of projects has been really a little bit out of the reach of staff to feel like they're able to address in a significant way and with the follow through and success that they want, and really the quality that they want that we heard about on that last slide. That sort of workload and sort of struggle to stay on top of things can lead to delays, confusion around prioritization with core services in particular, and the sense that there's always something more to be done. So just really hearing from staff that they're struggling to not only understand where to put their efforts, but also just struggling to feel like they're capable in their work and doing the right thing, considering just the challenges of this moment. So wanted to share that as a sort of a piece of data to consider as we get into the project prioritization later in our agenda. So with that, we are going to pause and we're going to hear public comments. And so I'm going to pass it back to the mayor, and then we'll get into our conversation about the vision priority areas and project prioritization. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you for removing your screen. Awesome. Thank you. So for all those wishing to provide public comment, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And so as I see the hand totals increasing, I think I'm just going to put it for 2 minutes and ask the city clerk to set that time limit, and we can begin. Okay, Carolyn Knight.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Kamei and council members. My name is Carolyn Knight, and I am the Education and Outreach Specialist for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We would like to thank the City of Mountain View Public Works Department for the recent installation of swallow nesting boxes on the Coast KC pump house. And we want to thank the Parks Department for continuing to consider a wildlife management course for the benefit of the wildlife at Shoreland Park. As you consider Mountain View's goals and strategic planning, we hope you prioritize a standalone goal that focuses on livability and biodiversity. The biological fabric that holds life on our planet is currently fraying. Our region and our planet are losing biodiversity. Populations of migratory birds, even common ones, are declining rapidly in North America. Climate change is one of the drivers of this decline, but it's not the only one. And we now know that integrating local nature into city planning can be transformative in efforts to sustain not just people, but also biodiversity. We sent you an email highlighting the importance of urban ecology and biodiversity to conservation and to city residents. And we appreciate your attention and hope you lead the region in rewilding Mountain View. Parks with native plants, ecological connectivity through greener infrastructure and native trees can make a really large difference to our region. Thank you and have a nice night.
Great, thank you. Nazanin Dashtara. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when I was seeing this lovely presentation, it just occurred to me from the organization Civic, I forgot the second name.
Makers.
Civic Makers, yeah. You know, all positive responses, everything was so positively displayed. It made me think, you know, how increasing housing is just going to increase diversity and keep diversity and bring diversity to Mountain View. And it just made me think, you know, all these plans, all these, what are they called? These plans that are being made for these blocks of land are all, much to the developer's delight, tiny apartments and dwellings, and to me diversity comes in families and multi-generations, and you know, it just does not look like these packed housings that developers benefit from so much, where there's barely a sidewalk to walk on. And so it just kind of was puzzling for me to see it presented so positively and pro-diversity, whereas, you know, to me it seems like it's just short-term living for maybe one person, and then it goes away. It's not family living diversity for a town. So I'm confused at that, I just want to admit. Anyway, hope the planning is better moving forward and with that consideration. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bruce England.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. You hear me okay?
Yes.
Just speak briefly for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces Mountain View. I know others are going to speak. I'll just say there's a lot of activity across these groups and other groups around this process, so a lot of interest in the public. There's overlap between MVCSP and Green Spaces Mountain View, and you'll see that apparent in our letters. We're very interested in greening our streets, so not just having open space and green spaces and parks, but actually putting green into our streets so that when you're walking and biking around town, you're actually experiencing increased canopy and landscaping. And also aligned with that is habitat protection, wildlife protection, and biodiversity. Increases, of course, in park and open space. The whole issue going on right now with the school district is emblematic of that. The plans for COVID, we would like to see streets activated, street music introduced or enhanced out there, and appealing destinations of all kinds. So when people emerge from their houses, when all this is over, they'll have something to go to instead of just shuttered stores. Emphasis on CIP projects. There are 200 projects we saw in there in the report. That's quite a few. It'd be nice to see some of those started and completed. And leveraging across projects and departments, collaboration with the public, let's get us all working together for highest efficiency. And then last, there's a question about the federal stimulus money. I personally am not sure what the city is thinking about that. I'd be curious to know, but I don't expect to hear about that tonight. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim McKenzie.
Hi all, Tim McKenzie, spoke a couple times already today. Just as we're planning and looking for the future, like one thing I'll mention, it should be easier to be civically engaged. It shouldn't take a PhD to be able to figure out how to come do this. I've been commenting at council for a while, and it feels like things it moves incredibly slowly. I understand that's the way the gears of bureaucracy turn, but it's incredible. This is a strange process that, I know it's a long tradition and ongoing, but there's tens of thousands of people in the city that are probably not even aware that this meeting is happening tonight. And remembering that and keeping track of that. Another thing, just for planning into the future, one thing that often comes up is like, hey, we need to go talk to other cities. Mountain View can't be the only one who's doing this. We're showing leadership, but we can't carry the weight of the Bay Area, which is true. We can't do it alone. But then right out of the other side of the mouth comes, well, these people that aren't from Mountain View keep coming in, interloping into our city. And that's just a clash that is not self-consistent. So a little bit more self-consistency from councilors would be great, and working together with cities across the Bay, because a lot of these issues are regional. I'm a renter, a lot of us are mobile. We live in one city for a few years and then move over to another city. So the borders between cities are somewhat arbitrary in some ways. So addressing regional issues together and showing leadership. And then just for a specific type of project or a thing to keep in mind, North Bayshore is going to be developed, and making sure this is a livable place where people have access to parks and grocery stores, green space, and all the amenities of life. Thanks.
Thank you. Jackie Cashin. Jackie, you there?
I am now, I hope.
Okay, yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Trying to get the computer to accept my microphone. Okay. My name is Jackie Cashin. I'm speaking tonight for the Mountain View Housing Justice Coalition. Preserving Mountain View's cultural and socioeconomic diversity must include protecting residents from displacement. This means mobile home rent control, keeping and expanding safe parking, and protecting against future apartment demolitions. Hundreds of apartments have been approved for demolition since 2018, including 2310 Rock Street, which had been my home for actually over 18 years. But now there are no demolitions in the pipeline, and the reason for that is that we are currently protected by State Bill SB 330, enacted in late 2019. It requires that rent-controlled units must be fully replaced if demolished, and that tenants can return at affordable rates. SB 330 expires on January 1st, 2025. There's no guarantee that it will be reenacted or something similar will be substituted for it. Mountain View needs a local version of SB 330 before it expires, and that starts with an anti-displacement study session. We ask you to both add housing and to protect current community members from displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. David Lewis? David? Can you unmute? I think you just have to click the...
Okay, I got it now. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry. All right, onward. I was really upset to see that the city consultant and the city staff were willing to get rid of quality of life, which used to be one of our priorities in Mountain View, a strategic priority. And the people claim that they've integrated this into the other priorities, but you don't see it there. What you really see is that they have disappeared this priority. They're not going to worry about it anymore. No one's going to worry about it. No one's going to see it. Sustainability, which they also supposedly integrated, is right there up in number 4, but not quality of life. Anyway, I'm concerned that Mountain View, which used to be a very pleasant place to live, if you actually, I've retired, I'm here all the time, a wonderful place to live, to walk around in, to see, to show people, is going to become a dreadful place to live, a dreadful place to raise a family, a place where people live only because they have to live here, because they have a job or for some other reason, or because they can't get out of here. And it's not going to be a happy place to be. We could easily have a downtown and surrounding area full of high-rise office buildings, high-rise apartment buildings, traffic, shadows everywhere, noise, wars over parking places, and very little green space in case you happen to like greenery. Some of us do. I would rather that Mountain View was a place where people would want to live. They want to come here. They want to raise a family here. They might want to retire here, where there's a quality of life. But I don't think we're going to have that. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Katz?
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Speaking on behalf of Livable Mountain View, we had sent an email letter regarding the issues that we wanted to address. And as the Audubon and other groups and other people have talked about, I'd like to address the livability, which as an important goal. It connects us to the strata of everyone in our society, regardless of their income. And it's intertwined with all of our goals, but it needs to have the focus. We'd like to address the fact that livability would include and enhance the ecologically robust urban forest. Trees have already been discussed, and we'd like to add that, remember, nobody votes for less parks. Nobody votes for hot, shadeless sidewalks. We want people to get out of their cars and support their local businesses, but if they can't walk to downtown and they can't walk to the markets that we have, the beautiful small markets that we have, they're going to be back in their cars. So without the promoting the ecologically robust urban forest, we're basically defeating some of our other priorities. Also, livability relates to the preserving our historic resources for today's generation and future generations. Every place we visit, we look for the places and buildings that provide the history of where we're going. Our downtown is always cited in websites as the most important aspect of visiting our downtown. We'd like to have you preserve as a priority our historic resources to assure that Mountain View will have a place for its history and its culture long after tech has decamped and the next big thing arrives, as it always does. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Cox?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Maris, and council members. I'm here also on behalf of the steering committee of Livable Mountain View to advocate for livability and quality of life as key strategic goals for our city. I'd like to add to what Louisa said and touch on two more specific livability goals that are paramount for preserving and enhancing the quality of life for Mountain View residents. The first of those is to provide all residents with convenient access to public amenities that enhance the livability and quality of life of our residents. These amenities include parks and other open spaces, trails, our world-class community center, library, performing arts center, and other places. Beyond this, we should strive to provide village centers where our residents can meet, shop, and enjoy a sense of community. The second item I'd like to talk to is ensuring that new development fosters a community atmosphere and has a positive impact on the surrounding neighborhood. This is not simply an aspirational goal. It has been done before. The Park Place project in downtown Mountain View is a showcase and standard of what can be done when new development combines attractive architecture, tree canopy, and openness to the community. It's one of the sad things, I guess I'll have to say, that in the 8 years I spent on the Planning Commission, I never saw a project as good as this one, and I'm hoping that we start to see them again. The previous council embraced livability as a key goal. Let's not have this council be the one who said livability and quality of life no longer matter in Mountain View. Embrace livability and quality of life as key strategic goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pei-Ying Lee?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Okay. Hi. Pei-Ying She, Her, Hers here from Green Spaces MV, as mentioned earlier. Thank you so much, council, staff, civic makers. I'm really enjoying community opportunities for this new strategic planning process, especially regarding the vision and strategic priorities. So we envision Mountain View as a healthy community thriving with urban nature, tree canopy, and native biodiversity, a network of urban green spaces and corridors. They enhance active transportation, quality development of parks, housing, village centers, and provide the necessary biodiversity to ensure life and survivability and planetary livability. So Mountain View boasts a great foundation of ecological preservation, as evident by Stevens Creek Trail, native living gardens in our schools, egret colony in North Bayshore, the native plant palette outlined in North Bayshore Precise Plan. And our community has a goal to grow the urban forest laid out in the Community Tree Master Plan. So what the pandemic has underscored is the importance of health. Public health in light of COVID-19, ecosystem health in light of wildfires and climate change threats that are ongoing. With the benefits of nature to our community health and well-being, our vision with Green Space Mountain View includes nature at our doorsteps and walking through tree-lined streets and corridors. We support a network of equitable green spaces and Mountain View's vision, the full vision aspect. And then similarly, we support having a healthy ecosystem for all, valuing an incorporated or standalone strategic priority of emphasizing the need to protect and promote biodiversity in nature. So we'd be interested in a potential project to hire a consultant to take inventory of green spaces and recommend opportunities to strengthen the network of green spaces. And maybe the consultant can also recommend strategies to integrate existing city plans and projects to ultimately realize the holistic vision of a citywide network of green spaces and sustain wildlife and provide equitable access to a variety of urban nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Albert Jeans, but before you speak, Albert, as you're getting ready, I know that you have a slideshow presentation.
Yes.
So we'll see how much we can get in, I guess, in your 2 minutes of your seven slides. So.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I have my own timer too.
Okay. How about, yeah, we'll both time and we'll ask Ms. von der Linden to bring up your presentation. I think she's doing it right now.
Great. Hi, Albert James, 38-year resident of Mountain View. Yeah, it's interesting that we are all clustered together here. I also want to speak about quality of life and livability. I strongly urge the council to retain this as a priority, if not the top priority, because to me, everything feeds into that. And what I thought about is, you know, am I better off than I was, say, 5 years ago? And I want to try to illustrate this. Next slide, please. These are places that I frequent quite often. There used to be a nice popular local restaurant at the corner of Terrabelle or Shoreline. And now there's a sterile office building and RVs. Not pleasant to walk around. Next slide, please. This is East Shoreline Boulevard near East Charleston. Used to be a very nice tree-lined path. Hundreds of mature redwood trees were torn down so that Google could build their office building there. And this is what it looks like today. And within my lifetime, I don't expect to ever have that tree canopy back. Next slide, please. All through downtown, we know little businesses are going out of business and they're being replaced by, again, sterile, blank-faced office buildings that block off all their lower windows. Next slide, please. And of course, my favorite, you know, Shoreline Boulevard, jam-packed, you know, that is pre-COVID, of course. And, you know, instead of doing something about, well, they want to widen Shoreline and put in a bus lane, which of course I've always objected to. Next slide, please. And finally, you know, this is a nice contrast. You have Google's, you know, shining new headquarters building, and yet Mountain View is struggling to provide safe parking for the people living in RVs. You know, all this leads to, next slide, please. All this leads to, again, it's essential that we explicitly put quality of life as a priority. John McAllister often mentioned this when he ever spoke, and I really like to see that mentioned more often in the future. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you, Albert. Mary Dario. There we go. Mary, you there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Access Mountain View's full list of many projects will improve safety and connectivity amazingly for cyclists and pedestrians. This will improve our carbon footprint by giving people a viable alternative to driving. That connected network, huge achievement. Can we do more? There's a concept of high performance public spaces in which spaces are expected to perform multiple functions. So our public rights of way are one of our largest assets. Let's expect them to do more than only serve as asphalt and concrete to get from one point to another. We have so many goals to be lively, safe, carbon-free, provide more equitable access to parks and canopy, and just overall be a desirable place to live. Resources are limited. Let's expect our corridors to serve many purposes by incorporating more trees and habitat planning and other amenities that we currently only expect in parks. Trees are the ultimate multifunction tool. They benefit our health, reduce urban heat, slow rainwater to sink water in and reduce flooding. They sequester carbon, improve air quality, and they add to property values. So as we improve our bike ped corridors, rather than just paving them all, let's figure out how to make them multifunctional by creating a network of greenways. That will attract more people to active transportation, reducing car miles, and helping to achieve so many other goals. So in Access Mountain View, many of the projects won't start for years and years. So for those future projects, let's take time now to prepare to be multifunctional. Two key success factors to create those high performance public spaces that achieve multiple goals. Two key success factors are one, a planning and design team that's interdisciplinary and robust public engagement. So let's create a project now to help us make those future Access Mountain View corridor projects into high performance public spaces.
Thank you. Molly C. Molly, are you there? says that you are able to join. Can you unmute, Molly? Okay, how about now? All right. Okay. Well, why don't we come back to you, Molly? I'm hopeful that you can hear me. Linda Ruthruff. Linda?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Linda Ruthruff. I'm the Conservation Chair for the California Native Plant Society, Santa Clara Valley Chapter. People need nature. Our bodies and our minds developed in the context of the natural world. So of course we function better when we spend time in the natural environment. There's a large body of scientific literature that spells out the many ways this is true. One example, there's a 10-year study that was done at a Pennsylvania hospital. They looked at two groups of patients that differed in only one tiny way, whether the view outside their hospital room was of trees or a brick wall. That's it. The group with the view of trees healed faster, had shorter hospital stays, needed fewer pain medications, and made fewer negative comments that were recorded in nurses' notes. Pretty amazing what a simple view of some trees can do for your body. Take a walk down a city street take a walk down in a park rather than a city street. Your blood pressure will go down, your immune system function improves, you're more creative problem solver, your thinking skills improve. Neighborhoods with parks have lower crime. We are asking that you develop a priority that focuses on making Mountain View a healthier and more vibrant place to live by installing native plantings that create habitat that will bring birds, butterflies, and other pollinators. That way, Mountain View residents can reap all the benefits of nature in the areas where they work, live, and go to school. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a call-in number. It starts with 650. Last three digits are 146. So if you're a call-in number with it's a 650 number, last three digits are 146. Let's see. So if anybody is calling in on the phone.
Hello.
Oh, yay, perfect. We hear you.
Okay. Okay. No, I just didn't hit the star very hard anyway. So, well, I just wanted to say something not to the point, I think. I just want to say good evening to everyone. And speaking of living our dreams in Mountain View, I have lived in Mountain View for over 20 years in my mobile home, which I had hoped was going to be my forever home. I'm retired, living on a fixed income. On discovering through conversations with neighbors and the Mountain View Mobile Home Association how unprotected our rents could be, I wanted my voice heard to ask each of you to prioritize the mobile home ordinance as high on the list as possible. It's been a long wait, and if not written, it could mean losing our homes and having no choice but to move out of the area, which is difficult for me because my mother lives in a skilled nursing facility nearby. So if there's any way that you could prioritize this it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight.
Great, thank you. Tim Larson.
Hi, this is Tim Larson. I am the president of the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. I wanted to echo the sentiments that you just heard about prioritizing mobile home rent control. I would point out that trying to protect mobile home residents has come before council at various times over the past 20 years, and it keeps on taking up staff time because they keep having to revisit and update the recommendations that they provide. I would encourage the council to move forward with covering mobile homes under provisions similar to the CSFRA as a way to speed up the process. We've heard that this could be done as quickly as August, and we think that getting it off of the plate of the city staff and taking advantage of the work that they have done over the past several years would be beneficial in terms of freeing up time for other initiatives and protecting the vulnerable residents of our mobile home parks in Mountain View. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Alexander Brown.
Hey, we're all piled up together. Yay. I was so close. We as a city have so many irons in the fire, such a tangled web. There's a web full of flaming irons. Prioritizing those is a hard problem. And as much as I'd like to focus on every issue, because I have opinions, you all know what I'm here to support. The 6 mobile and manufactured home communities in Mountain View, comprising 1,130 households, have been waiting literal decades for the city to protect them from unsustainable rent increases. Mobile homes are the city's largest repository of naturally affordable majority senior housing. We are once again asking for an ordinance to protect mobile home residents. Staff has already put in a lot of work over the last few years. It's just a matter of carrying it across the finish line. Let's get this done so we can move on to the many other projects making Mountain View a great city in which to live. Thanks.
Thank you. Ana Maria Morales.
Hi there. My name is Ana Maria Morales, and I've lived in the beautiful city of Mountain View for 40 years. My grandparents first came to Mountain View in 1915, and we have a rich history in this city, and I care a lot about all our residents and their quality of life. Like many other vulnerable Mountain View mobile home residents, I have worked diligently to gain the protections that were wrongfully denied to us by City Council and RHC, thus going against the council of their own lawyers to do so. This issue has been going on for nearly 20 years, and it needs to be addressed now, not continually pushed to the side with pathetic excuses. We are tired of being told to wait. The damage has been done already, and with the pandemic, it is much worse. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Hope is what keeps me going. Hope is what calms my mind when I lay sleepless at night, worrying and wondering if finally mobile home residents will be protected by those that hold the power to do so, but thus far have refused to help. There is an outcry for racial and housing justice all over the US, and the city of Mountain View has the opportunity to act on that right now. Hardworking city staff have already put a lot of effort into this issue, which will make it much easier for council to act now. This is a critical issue that must be addressed today. I asked City Council if they care about keeping a diverse Mountain View. Then you must prioritize mobile home protections. This is one action council can make to keep Mountain View diverse. I am hopeful that City Council will do the right thing and act on this today. And so I thank you all for moving forward with much needed mobile home protections. Emily Dickinson said it best when she said, "Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all." Thank you so much.
Thank you. Silja Paymer. Oops. Sorry, Silja, I pressed Robin accidentally, and Robin Lynn, and then we'll go to Silja. Hey, can you hear me? Yes. Great. Yeah, hey, thank you so much for the time. I almost feel like this is like a cozy family. It's like you always hear the same people, and I feel like I've become one of them. So, hey. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting listening to all my fellow residents. I think quality of life is something that seems to have come up over and over again. And I think, to me, I'm struck by how different, everybody sees it through a different lens. And yeah, I definitely support equitable access to park space, green space, and all these city amenities. And I hope that as we work and try to figure out how to, divvy up the finite resources that we have, that we can always be mindful of the, how to be equitable in this. And I think, I don't mean to, I'll probably diss my own self, but, listening to this, I don't know if we're all really representative of Mountain View, like we're kind of self-selected. And so I hope that, as we move forward and make these decisions about the direction of the city, that we really work to engage all the residents of the city. And this means residents who might not have tendencies to want to speak at council meetings or feel disinclined to for whatever reason, whether it is because of language or cultural barriers. I really hope we work to engage all these populations, because I think, my understanding is almost more than 50% of the city. And, I would love to hear at least one agenda item in the future in a different language, it would be really great. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Silja Paymer?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. So my name is Celia Paymer. I've been a resident of Mountain View since 2007, and I am also a representative from Green Spaces Mountain View. And our goal with Green Spaces Mountain View is, of course, biodiversity and livability to support community health and healthy ecosystems. And I think what I wanted to speak to a little bit is how much I really did enjoy this process in terms of I got to hear from a lot of residents I hadn't heard from. This is a cozy environment we have here. And in the session with, is it City Makers? I got to meet a lot of new residents and hear their input. And so that was really cool and exciting. And I know one of our goals with Green Spaces Mountain View is to connect different groups within the city. And so I think that this process of vision setting is really important to creating a holistic plan that really utilizes all of these community groups that want to support city staff and make their lives easier. And right now, I think we're not quite connecting. So I hope that one of the things is looking for plans that work together with each other instead of a little bit. Right now we have 2 steps forwards, 1 step back sometimes. I really appreciated when, for instance, the walkability plan and the bikeability plan got integrated into one plan, so it wasn't them fighting each other. Now they're going to be working together. So I'd like to see more of that in the future, so that our goals of livability and environmentally friendly and sustainability and housing, I really see them all as the same goal. And so if we can make plans that support all of them together, I don't see why we couldn't even have more goals on our list without actually adding projects where projects are serving multiple goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Haiyan Chow. Haiyan, you there? Can you unmute? You have to accept the unmute. Haiyan?
意思。
Okay, we hear you.
我是住在三井城的老人公寓的人。我是想说一下我们这个公寓老人的情况。就是希望呢，能够为我们老人政府能够在公寓园里面开辟一点那个跳舞活动的那个场所。就是因为公寓园，就是这下也请你翻译的中文翻译，全是的满足，晓得的，全是的满足。就是那个公寓园都有打球的、小孩活动的，就是什么活动都有，但是就没有老人能够跳广场舞的一个场地，因为跳广场舞需要有音乐，所以呢，要没有那个插电的东西，那个电我们就没有办法展开活动，就希望能够政府考虑一下。听到了，好的，谢谢。
OK， 谢谢你。OK。Yes.
Eileen, if you could switch to the English channel on your interpreter channel and provide an English translation, please.
So I just.
Or Mayor Kamei, if you can do it also.
Yes, we hear you. So I'm hearing two things, and so I just before you translate, I just want to let Roger know. So there's a globe in the interpretation where you can select English, but it did not translate. So I just want to let you know, Roger. So feel free to translate. Go ahead. Great, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, B. Hansen.
Good evening, Council. At the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance meeting last Saturday, we agreed unanimously to support city staff's recommendation that they develop a mobile home ordinance modeled after CSFRA, and we decided to ask you to do the same. We've already gotten great support from Council Members Showalter, Hicks, and Lever at last week's meeting, and hope you'll accept their recommendation that our project and the work plan be prioritized at a high level. Councilmember Ramirez has also helped us on many occasions, and Mayor Kamei recently wrote a response to Anna Eshoo advising her that mobile home rent protections are on tonight's and the 427 agendas, and we appreciate her taking the time to do that. We're very thankful for all of the support we've gotten so far, and although we know Council members Abikoga and Matichak don't support rent control, we do know they support affordable housing and hope that will work in our favor. Council members, you have many other worthy projects like COVID recovery, wage theft, and Project Home Key. But Anke van Dersen's staff is ready now, and the city and rental housing committee attorneys have also developed considerable expertise on mobile home rent protection over the years. We've been waiting for permanent protection since 2001, and our litigation alone took 3 years. So this would be an ideal time to complete an ordinance. We're just asking for the same rent protection other Mountain View tenants have. So we hope you'll all vote yes on staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan McDonald. Joan, you there?
I've been waiting to hear
Joan?
I'm hearing other people talking, so it's totally garbled. But what I want to say is I appreciate the civic makers.
Joan McDonald?
Yes, can you hear me?
Joan McDonald?
Yes.
Joan McDonald?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Joan, you there?
There's something strange about my computer.
Joan, you there?
Yes.
So Joan, I muted you. I think that you must be watching it maybe on the YouTube at the same time as you're trying to speak. That's my guess. So what I'd ask is, I'm gonna, maybe if you turn off how you're watching it, like the YouTube, and then I'll come back to you. So keep your hand up, but we'll wait until my message comes clear, hopefully. Okay. Mitch Minkin? Can you hear me? Okay, Mitch, we'll try to bring Joan back.
Hello, I'm getting some feedback here.
Hi, Mitch. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, members of council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm here representing Silicon Valley at Home, the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. And I wanted to generally associate my comments with those of the representatives in the Mountain View Housing Justice Coalition, as well as the Mobile Home Alliance. Just in prioritization generally, we should remember that we're in a deep, deep housing crisis, and we have a giant backlog of housing, and especially affordable housing, that we're missing in Mountain View. So prioritizing those items that are related to affordable housing should be an especially high priority. Specifically, that would be items 1.1, study session on displacement, 2.1, R3 zoning standards, 2.2, Shenandoah property for affordable housing, 2.4, strategies for middle income persons to afford different housing types, 2.5, developing a city mobile home ordinance modeled on the CSFRA administered by the RHC, 2.8, facilitating the development of affordable housing on the VTA Evelyn site, 2.9, facilitating the planning entitlement and building permit process for lot 12, as well as the new items, partnering with the county to explore the potential conversion of the Crestview Hotel into housing for unstably housed individuals and families, and work on the housing element and a integrated homelessness strategy. So thank you very much for your time. I know many of these items are already prioritized. Just wanted to make sure that we're on record that these things are still very important and none of them should be dropped. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, April Webster. April, hello.
Yes. Hi, April Webster. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of SEDC and the CSP. I wanted to talk about the transportation goal, and I want to say that I think it at a high level is a good one, and that the council and city staff have done an excellent job of putting forward and approving projects. However, I would like to make some suggestions for future planning. First, the alignment and integration of the various transportation plans as an overarching multimodal strategy. For example, the bike plan and ped plan would both benefit from being developed in parallel as a single unified ATP plan that stresses multimodal transportation. I was very happy to see this on the list of potential new projects put forward by city staff, and I would like to express strong support for adopting them. Similarly, I think the ATP and Vision Zero plan would both benefit from being developed in parallel, such that the Vision Zero can inform the ATP. Second, I would like to push for adopting the Green Complete Streets approach and policy. Mountain View has made good progress in terms of moving forward with Complete Streets policy and has started to integrate these elements, but I think it would work. This work could be greatly enhanced through the integration of green elements. Locally, the Sierra Club and Save the Bear are currently working on such efforts. And more globally, cities around the world are moving forward to update their Complete Streets policies to add green elements and in the process adopt a more holistic and integrated approach. The City of Toronto is one example. They describe the integration of inclusive transportation and green infrastructure as truly joined up thinking. In Seattle, they've adopted the Dutch concept of an earth, aka a living street, which has the goal of opening up much more of that space to broader human and natural purposes, converting pavement to parks, and adding plants to only calm traffic, but also creating public space. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joan, we're going to try this again. You there?
Integration of inclusive transportation and adopting joint structure as joint a living street. Seattle, they adopted that concept for the living street, aka living street, opening out much more that babies, much more of that, and adding purposes and human natural.
Okay, I'm going to try to save Joan for last, and then that way we can try to wait for the delay before. And then hopefully she won't get any more feedback. So Joan, I'm going to put you last. Molly C.
Hey there, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so sorry about that. I did my host spiel. I have to do it for my cat again. Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I'm a resident of Moore Park Mobile Homes. I want to give a big thank you to Council Members Hicks, Lieber, and Showalter for their support as evidenced in last week's City Council meeting. I also really appreciate the support and time that Councilmember Ramirez has put into listening to our concerns. And I know that Council Members Akoka and Kamei have also stated support for implementing an ordinance for mobile home residents, as has Congresswoman Issue. As you know, we expected to be included under CSFRA years ago, but we weren't. And every day that goes on without protections results in more anxiety and displacement of our vulnerable community. So I urge the Council, please prioritize creating a mobile home ordinance and prioritize it to be done as soon as possible, because we cannot wait any longer. The good news is staff already has done a ton of work on this issue, so it can hit the ground running. In fact, as others have pointed out tonight, it would be efficient for the staff to be able to prioritize work on this so that the city can then move on to other projects. So Mountain View must prioritize finishing mobile home rent protections as quickly as possible. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Trey Bornman.
Hello. I know what you guys know what I'm here for. I'm the past president of the Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance. I have retired now because it's a very stressful and demanding job, and Tim's taken over, and he's doing a fantastic job with a great team that has grown and grown and grown and been yelling from the rooftops, City Council, please do something to protect your vulnerable citizens living in affordable housing. And for 20 years, nobody's done anything. You got to look at this, 20 years. Some council members have been termed out, left, come back, and still not done anything. And it's ridiculous, honestly. And it's a shame that a city of Mountain View's prosperity, wealth, ambition, technology cannot seem to get a grasp on what they need to do with this issue. All you have to do is look at other cities like San Jose. They have already done it, and they've had it forever. When the Rent Stabilization Act came to pass, and I think some council members have pointed this out in the past, there is no other city that has rent stabilization and doesn't have a mobile home protections as well. We are one-off city for some strange reason that really hates mobile homes. And we have to question why this is. Do people hate affordable housing? Do they hate senior citizens? Do they hate people that don't have high incomes? Is that the reasoning? Or do people have campaign ambitions that they think they're gonna line their pockets by these big donors that are very, very wealthy? The last point I like to just make is that right now in Santiago Villa, if you want to rent a mobile home, the rents have gone down to about $2,800. When you sell your home, your own home that you buy, they will raise the space right now to $2,200, which limits the pool of buyers that can qualify to buy this home. And it completely limits them. And then the park comes in and buys it and puts you out and takes it on and rents it out. So if you do not see the manipulation and the sliminess that's happening here, we've come screaming from the rooftops and yet nothing has happened. And I'm questioning why. Bad practices, bad stuff, and I will be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily Ramos.
Oh, that was fun to follow. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I am here on behalf of Mountain View YIMBY. We sent a letter of the projects that we have supported. So this will just be very quick. We are in support of Project 1.1, hold a study session on displacement response strategy and net loss, develop a work plan. 2.1, the revisions to the R3 zoning. We find that it's very important that you keep those two projects together because those two projects are very synchronous to each other. The next one is we support 2.2 to work with MBLA to explore the possibility of acquiring Shenandoah property, largely because we support all efforts and opportunities to build affordable housing. 2.4, develop strategies for middle income persons to afford different housing types. 2.5, develop a city mobile home ordinance modeled out in CSFRA administered by the RHC. 2.8, facilitate the development of affordable housing at the VTA Evelyn site. 2.9, facilitate the planning, entitlement, and building process for Lot 12. 3.20, continue the feasibility study of the automated guideway transportation system. And among the new projects, the create a Moffett Boulevard streetscape design strategy. We would like bike lanes, and if this gives us an opportunity for more housing, let's go for it. Partner with the community, the county to explore potential conversion of the Crestview Hotel. We are in support of that, and continue to work on the housing element for 2023 to 31 regional housing needs assessment RENA period. We will be following that very closely from council, and we hope that you continue to reach out to the community to make sure that we build the housing that we need in our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, so we've gotten back to Joan, and so I just ask for your patience. We'll start her timer once the feed ends. And Joan, if you can hear me, if you could turn off the YouTube you're watching, and then you can join the Zoom and you won't hear the double voices, I think. So we'll wait, and I will unmute you now.
The feed and hear me, if you could turn on the Zoom, if you could turn on the double voices, and then you can join the Zoom, and then you can wait the double voices, I think. The double voices, I think. We'll wait, and I will unmute you now.
Joan, go ahead.
I decided finally I would just email you my concerns because something's going on with my computer and I'm certainly hope it is not happening to anybody else. It started somebody else is talking over. So please.
Well, it worked for a second. I just thank my colleagues and Ms. von der Linden and Mr. Jensen and our tech team for trying to get through this. Joan McDonald is our last speaker, and it sounds like she'll be submitting her comments via email. So we'll just go that route since we've tried unsuccessfully 4 or 5 times now, if that's okay with everyone. Is that okay? All right. Thanks, Joan. We'll look for your email. All right, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. So I'll turn it over to our city manager, Ms. McCarthy, in terms of the next part of the process. Shall we turn it over to Mr. Grodeska? Okay, go ahead, take it away.
Great. Excuse me. Thank you to the public for all that great comment. And let me actually, hold on a second, share my screen. Make sure that I'm sharing the right screen. All right. So we are going to try and move as quickly as possible and get into the discussion on vision and priority areas and then projects. Doesn't need to be said again, but really what I wanted to emphasize is we're trying to pursue areas of agreement and consensus, and that's going to inform some of the ways that we get feedback on the suggested revisions and also some of the projects. I'm going to do my best to keep things moving along, but you know, it's going to be a little while here, so I'll do my best to keep things on time. We did want to talk just a little bit about what adopting a strategic roadmap means. We've covered some of this before, so I'll be quick. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is identify what is on top of that waterline in this iceberg analogy. You'll be hearing and have heard about some of the things that lie below the waterline as far as the existing obligations that staff has, core services, as well as some of the other related plans, as well as the COVID recovery items. So what we want to do is make sure that we are defining the tip of that iceberg that is really the direction that the city wants to move in, and any gaps that the city needs to address to move in that direction. So we're going through a new process here. It's a very thoughtful process that I think that we're trying to be as thoughtful as we can about communicating to council, listening to council about what your priorities are and how you want to revise the major goals into priority areas, and how you want to capture the city's Mountain View's vision right now. So as we go on in the next couple of months, we're going to be talking about what it means to actually make changes to this roadmap moving forward, and proposing basically some process enhancements to help council and staff work together to keep the roadmap on track. We're not going to get into the details right now, but I just wanted to start to share some of the things that we think are going to be required of council and staff to really work together to implement this roadmap as effectively as possible. From council, you know, we've already heard that staff is suffering under a pretty heavy workload. So really hoping that you recognize the need to limit new projects tonight, or take stuff off of the current proposed list. For the projects that you do want to move forward, providing clear, specific direction to staff is really critical. That is one of the things that we heard from staff, is that they really want to make sure that they are clear about what you want, the expected outcomes from projects. So we'll be providing opportunities in the coming months as we move towards the final roadmap to make sure that that clarity exists. And then, as mentioned, coming up with a process and a timeline to revisit projects and priorities according to a new proposed schedule, which we'll be talking about more in the coming months. As far as staff, we're really want staff to look to council, continue to look to council for policy direction. This is a roadmap that is supposed to be a roadmap that informs not only that encompasses council's policy direction, but informs staff work. And so it's an umbrella roadmap for the whole organization, but staff really should be looking to you for that policy direction. And as they pursue implementation of that policy direction, continue to be transparent about their progress, and then continue to keep the community informed, whatever that looks like on a project by project basis, and as well as during council meetings. So we are just going to sort of share that as a seed for future conversation and move right into the draft vision. So I'm going to turn it over to Christelle to share the vision and get your initial feedback on this, the proposed vision. Christelle, are you with me?
Thank you, Lawrence.
All right.
I am here. All right, we charge forward. So our hope today in terms of the vision is really to understand from all of you how close we are or how far we still have to go on having a vision that everyone feels good about. We're not going to agree on final wording today, but we want to gather your feedback in a structured discussion, and we'll come back to you with a revised vision by April 27th. So as a reminder, here's our definition of a vision, which you've seen many times now. And I just want to remind you that this is intended to be a shared vision between council, staff, and the community. So we're really looking for that alignment, and we'll explain to you how we've layered community, staff, and council input to get there. So in response to the draft vision that we shared previously, we heard from you that the format didn't quite feel right. It was a little too long and wordy. You wanted a shorter tagline type of vision, but also that a longer narrative vision would be helpful. So we've developed both. You also suggested that we revisit the general plan, which is shown here on the slide. I won't read this, but for your reference, we did go back to the general plan vision. And what we did is we took the community input, the input from the department head meeting, and from the council retreat, and we layered those on top of a general plan vision to arrive at what we're going to share with you tonight. And without further ado, here is our draft vision tagline, which you've already seen in the staff memo. I will just read it briefly here. A sustainable, accessible, and welcoming community for residents, businesses, and visitors. And some of you have asked, why we need a tagline version of the vision. And we've understood from others that while the longer narrative is useful, we've heard that it would be useful and meaningful to have a tagline that is memorable, something that people can remember on a day-to-day basis and really understand how their work for staff and for council kind of connects with where we're headed as a city, as a community. And the tagline, others asked how this would be used, and the tagline would be used throughout various communications channels. And then now I would like to read the longer version of the vision, and we'll get into discussion. In 2030, the city of Mountain View creates the conditions for a diverse community to enjoy a great quality of life. The community supports a lively downtown as well as village centers, which anchor a healthy economy featuring small local businesses that provide a range of important services. Mountain View's vibrant neighborhoods offer a variety of housing options to meet the needs of all residents, while providing access to ample parks and open space. The city's focus on equity and inclusion underscores robust policies and programs to support vulnerable populations. Mountain View is a place that balances preservation and conservation with innovation and intentional development. The city is a national leader in sustainable living and confronting the realities of climate change. A robust transportation network coupled with a focus on walkability and connectivity has improved mobility while reducing vehicle miles and congestion. This is all possible through the continued efforts of community, council, and staff to work together towards shared priorities, fiscal responsibility, and good governance. So I'll now invite each of you to briefly share your reflections on this first draft. What we really want to understand from you is, do you conceptually agree? So is this format and are these words kind of generally leading us in the right direction? And overall, you know, do you have any significant concerns or important efforts? Are there any specific phrases that don't feel quite right? Is there anything really important that you think is missing? So as I said before, our hope today is to really understand from all of you how close or far off you think that we are, and give us the feedback that we need to revise it before April 27th. So with that, we'll go into our discussion. And would it be helpful to leave the vision up on the screen, or do we want to go into, I see different responses.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just interject here, Christelle, which is, you know, while it might be interesting to see, we all can't see each other. So yeah. If the purpose is to just provide feedback, then I suppose you could leave it up. But if part of it is the engagement as colleagues and talking about what we'd like to do, then I would suggest taking it down so we can all see each other.
Yeah, my proposal would be that we take it down and have a discussion. Okay. We are going to ask you all to start by just going around and each sharing your feedback. I can just start with the order on my screen, which would be beginning with you, Mayor, if you'd like to start, and just responding to those two questions.
Sure. I mean, I would also say, well, I don't know if all of us are going to have feedback, so I might suggest just starting with those who have the feedback first.
Sure. Do we want to do a quick show of hands for who would like to give their comments on this?
So I see Councilmember Lieber's hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Lieber.
So my feedback isn't entirely positive. It's probably not partially positive either. I think that this is really long and wordy and cringe making. And I think that we should strive to strip it down to like maybe a couple uncomplicated sentences. And it's not just me being a grouch, but I've heard this from people that I really respect in the community, that we're getting a little bit too far off, and they're wondering why we're going down this track. And maybe we could go back to something that we've used before that was just really stripped down, understandable, plain language. But I'm not comfortable with this, and I hope that we can skip to getting into the meat of everything that our constituents talked to us about over the last hour or so.
Thank you, Councilmember. Can I clarify, are you referring to both the tagline and the longer vision?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I see Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I do have some concerns about this, and specifically on the tagline. I think we heard loud and clear tonight from lots of residents, and certainly over the past 5 years, maybe, as I've engaged with residents, I have heard a lot about livability and quality of life. And 2 years ago, when that was combined with sustainability, I was a little bit skeptical about that, but we gave it a shot. And so I don't think that worked all that well. So I'm pleased to see that there was a comment about breaking it out, but I feel like instead of breaking it out, it just kind of got lost. And so I would want to make sure that something about livability and quality of life is in our tagline. And we got an email from one resident, and I thought, oh, that was exactly my thought. This could be any city. And I think this really needs to be something that differentiates us from every other city in the Bay Area. And, you know, I'm not going to wordsmith, although I am just dying to. But, you know, something that really enables people to really understand why Mountain View is so special and how we're different from other cities and how we really do strive to have a great quality of life and have this a very livable, sustainable, welcoming community. On the full vision, again, I think we need to have livability, quality of life really jump out. I also want to make sure we focus on nature, and we heard comments about biodiversity. You know, we're kind of losing that. And I specifically recall many of us saying that what we would envision for Mountain View is people laughing and having fun and hearing birds. And we're not going to be hearing those birds if we don't have biodiversity. So we need that in our city to bring back and to not only like protect what we have now, but enhance what we have so that we have a very fulfilling, you know, natural environment that people can enjoy. I also want to point out that we are not just counting on the village centers or downtown to provide services. We also count on them to provide goods for our daily needs. And one of the concerns I have about this, as well as lots of other things that happen here, I get concerned when we use terms like insure. I think that's really hard for us to insure things, but we can certainly do a lot to enable and foster and, you know, try to make it happen. But insure is a pretty strong word. The other word that makes me a little bit nervous is all. Again, I feel like it's so broad and encompassing. You know, we can strive again to do a lot of things, but can we do all? You know, I think that's pretty challenging. So I guess I just want to reiterate, livability and quality of life need to jump out in all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I think I next saw Councilmember Showalter's hand go up. Please.
Yeah, when I first read this, I thought the tagline wasn't too bad. And I still don't think it's terrible, but then I think about when I was the mayor and I was traveling around the country and really to other countries explaining what Mountain View was, the first thing I talked about was that we were the innovation center for Silicon Valley. And that's not even mentioned here. And we're known throughout the entire world for that. So I think that's really important. I do kind of question how valuable something like a vision statement is. I think the discussion to get to the vision statement might be kind of valuable, but the statement itself, I'm not so sure. But anyway, we haven't gotten this yet. So I think we need to go back and if we do have a vision statement, it needs to be probably less than 100 words. It needs to be short. And I like the concepts in a sense that are in here. You know, there's very nice, happy good things that are listed here. But as people have said, is that what distinguishes us from every other community in the Bay Area? Not necessarily. And but anyway, so on top of my colleagues' comments, that would be mine. I'm not sure that we really need this long kind of a vision statement. I think it should be very short, and we ought to bring up the fact that we are the innovation center of Silicon Valley. And frankly, for many people think of us as the envy of the world because we are that. And And there's lots of reasons why we are that, but they're not really captured here. So we need to work on this some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. And Councilmember Adekoga.
Thank you. So I appreciate all the hard work that's been put into this, and the fact that there was community outreach. And I guess I looked at this, and I think it was a real, strong effort to try to capture all of the different opinions and perspectives that have been shared by our community, as well as us on council and staff. So in that sense, I understand how it's turned out. And I think it is trying to capture everything. I guess when as I have been participating and thinking through this process, and I don't think we're there yet, but I guess I go back to, trying to have a vision. To me is something that is succinct and kind of a big picture of where we want to head. And so I actually like the tagline pretty much, but I do agree with some of the other comments that my colleagues have mentioned. Like when I think of Mountain View, and over the years as I've talked to folks here in Mountain View and outside of Mountain View, the word innovation, as I think Councilmember Showalter mentioned, comes to mind constantly. I think also leadership has become something that's we're known for, and quality of life, as Councilmember Matichak has mentioned. I think that even more is even more prominent now because we've put in the hard work to plan for growth and development, and have focused primarily really on housing. But I think we're at a point now where we, in our community is starting to say, well, let's make sure though that housing, that growth is being supported by, the amenities that provide that high quality of life that makes Mountain View different and unique. The other word that we often hear, and I think we really treasure, is the word of diversity. And when I think of diversity, not just in terms of our people, but actually in terms of even our businesses. So when your fuller vision talks about certain businesses, but I think it's really the full spectrum of businesses that makes Mountain View thrive and makes it special. So I would feel more comfortable just kind of expanding and using more broader terms that capture that diversity. Yeah. So I think those are just some of the words that come to my mind that I would like to see in our tagline. In your fuller vision, I really liked the sentence I liked the most was the balancing of preservation and conservation with innovation and intentional development. So I guess, my thought is, I don't know if we need both, or we could have, I think a short tagline is nice to have because, that's something, it becomes our marketing, our branding, right? Our branding piece. But I think we could shorten the fuller vision and maybe, make it broader and trying to capture again the diversity of business and whatnot. And so that would be my suggestion. And then I think at the last sentence I did like too, because I think that ties into what I think was coming next is the mission of our city as a city government. And in there, we've always talked about fiscal responsibility and good governance. And so I would definitely like to keep that, those phrases. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Adekoga. Councilmember Hicks, please go ahead.
So I'll start off by saying I'm really not a vision statement and tagline kind of person. I tend to be here thinking I want to get to the meat of the issue and leave time while we're fresh to prioritize projects and do that strategically. So with that caveat, I didn't particularly care that it was long. I think it captures a lot of what different community members say. We get a lot of input from a lot of community members, and I don't think any short statement is going to really capture everything everybody's saying and thinking. I agreed with much of what Councilmember Matichek said, that I've been hearing a lot from residents lately on livability, green spaces, and I also liked what Councilmember Abe-Koga said about balancing preservation and conservation, adding in innovation and diversity. With that, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to, I feel that this is something that can evolve over time. Maybe other councils can come back and revisit it. I feel a need to get on and plan our projects. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for sharing. Is there anyone else that would like to share on this? Mayor, Vice Mayor? Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
So I think you've received a lot of feedback. So I think the only thing that I would share is I like the idea of the tagline, and I like the idea of the vision. I think that my colleagues gave quite a bit of food for thought in terms of how to craft that. So I won't kind of, I think, dive into that too much. But I do know, like in the past, we as council members are given the opportunity to, if we choose, put the mission statement on the back of our business cards in a time when you actually got to see people and needed them. And so whatever we're creating in terms of this vision, that would be something I would hope that we could maybe perhaps put on the back of those when the time comes to see folks again. And so, to me, it's really sharing, thinking about what would we want on the back of that as we're sharing our information, and they would turn it over, and what do we want them to know when they turn it over and read about our city and our community. I guess so that's kind of the thing I think about when I'm thinking for the tagline, is something that will stick with you, and I think how do we make it unique and not kind of generic. In terms of the vision, I do agree with my colleagues in terms of kind of maybe paring it down. I think right now it's about half a page, and I liked the idea. I think that one of my colleagues mentioned about perhaps like 100 to 250 words or so, or might be good to aim. So I think that's the community for all is something that just sticks out to me, and that's socioeconomic as well as kind of in our cultural diversity, and then I do like the comments that people shared with the quality of life. I mean, I think that's why people like myself move away and then move back. It's the quality of life of our community that you can't get anywhere else. And I think that's kind of the intangible that would be great to put into the vision, which is that Mountain View is like no place else. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Vice Mayor Ramirez, did you want to share, or?
Thank you. I've been going back and forth about whether I should comment on this or not. I'm reminded of a biblical passage. I think most of us are familiar with doubting Thomas. Unless I see the mark of the nails in his hands and put my finger into the nail marks and put my hand into his side, I will not believe. And I think what I've struggled with from the beginning is I still don't have a sense of the policy implication of the vision statement. I wonder if there's a discernible difference between adopting this vision as drafted and whatever the ideal vision statement as compiled by my colleagues, would there be a meaningful difference? Would it change the way we would do anything? Would it change the strategic priorities or the projects that we select? And I'm skeptical that it would. So I guess what I'm hoping to get a sense of as this work continues is, what is the policy implication of any statement that we adopt?
Thank you for sharing. It seems like we can move on. I think we have a lot of really helpful feedback to move us forward here. What I'm hearing is that we want something that really sets Mountain View apart, that demonstrates the uniqueness. We heard some great comments on the things that need to be included, like quality of life, innovation, diversity, leadership, biodiversity, conservation, birds singing. There's also a desire. It seems like there's general consensus that we want to have something, the longer version, that is shorter, that really captures in fewer words what we've heard. And so I think that my only clarifying question is, if we capture kind of these key words that you've shared, and sort of the, we can't capture everything. If we can do our best, we can't necessarily capture everything if we make it really short. Maybe 250 words, I don't know. But I guess what I'm curious about is there any concern about leaving out components that have been shared by community or staff? Is it that we distill it into the fewest kind of really striking words, or that we just kind of focus on the most important things? And I think I'm just curious if anyone has a comment, and then we can move on. Councilmember Showalter.
Just focus on the important things. That's all it should include, is the important things. Thank you. Very much my opinion.
Okay. All right. If there's no other comment, I think for the sake of time, we can move on, and we'll work with your comments and bring you something back. And I'll pass it back to Lawrence, unless you have any clarifying questions on.
No, I think we should move on to the priorities. And the just to. I think there's where'd you go? There we go. The way we think of the purpose of vision is to capture the desired end state, the Mountain View that we want to be living in the future, and the priorities set us up to get there. To revisit our definition here, the top area of focus to achieve the vision. So personally, for me, I think vision, and I've heard it from some of you too, is that quality of life is a huge component of the vision rather than a strategic priority. We want to choose the strategic priorities and projects underneath them that lead to that outcome of quality of life. That's the way I think about strategic planning. What are the outcomes, and then what are the sort of the gaps that we need to fill to get us to achieve those outcomes. So what we've done is we've taken what we heard as far as those community themes, and we sat with them, and then based on the feedback that we heard from you all last time, we went back and we revisited a couple things. We revisited the council major goals. I think you'll see when we get to the priorities that all of them, for the most part, are still intact as the first 4 priorities, with some minor modifications based on what we've heard from all of you and some staff, but a lot of community as well. We also wanted to revisit the general plan themes so that there's some sense of integration. And I think the one that came up for me, which didn't feel like it was really capturing the current major goals, was the economic prosperity. And that was also a theme from the public. And then we sort of revisited the goals through the lens of the themes that we heard. And that's how we ended up with the priorities that we're presenting and talking about tonight. So what I'd like to do is read through these. I can give just a little bit more context of the specific areas that why we ended up here and where we heard some of this from. And then we'll do something similar, just to hear from each of you about sort of what feels off and what you'd like for us to work on for the next revision. And I think that these become important because they also inform the projects that should be. This to me is in a sense, to speak to Vice Mayor Ramirez's question, is the gap or the bridge between the vision and the projects. In a way, these could be considered strategies or sort of certain areas of focus that the project should fall under to reach those outcomes of the vision. So you'll notice here in the format, we also chose to go with one specific or a short header for or priority area name. And then we have generally 3 sentences that reflect some of the specific focuses within each priority that were either part of the original major goals or came up in the input that we've received to date. And some of these could be reflective of or considered strategies to achieve that vision. So let's jump in. Equitable community for all. Preserve Mountain View's socioeconomic and cultural diversity. This was one of the existing current major goals. Engage and protect vulnerable populations through programs and services, and then ensure safe access to parks and open space and other key amenities for our community. I think this last sentence was our attempt to incorporate quality of life that we heard in a more specific way, especially based on the feedback that we heard from the community, which was very loud about the importance for of equitable access to parks and open space, but then also other key amenities from an accessibility lens, which we heard about from the community as well. The biggest piece here, though, is focusing on equity and bringing that in as a consideration to sort of further define community for all and how Mountain View gets there. Second is intentional development and housing for all. This is a refinement of the last council major goal on housing, affordable housing. We brought in intentional development based on a lot of really great feedback from the community. Certainly increase the quantity and diversity of housing options was a big part of the existing current major goal. Provide opportunities for subsidized and affordable housing as well as ownership was as well. This last sentence, plan for neighborhoods with nearby businesses and amenities that balance density with livable, green, and mixed use development. This is something that we tried to capture, which reflected the feedback from the community. And I also think some of the conversations we've heard from you all as well about the need to think about other services and access to services and really, again, quality of life as density of housing increases and there's more residents. What does it mean to balance housing density with providing the other services and amenities that are necessary and need to be thought about while planning and development happens. Number 3, mobility and connectivity. We shifted the transportation focus to be more about mobility as a concept rather than specifically transportation, and then connectivity, sort of, again, a little bit of an outcome. We heard quite a bit from the community that they wanted to feel like Mountain View was something that they wasn't isolated neighborhoods or centers, but that they could easily access different parts of the community via a transportation network, or being walkable, bikeable, et cetera. So develop and promote transit options that reduce vehicle trips and traffic, enhance connectivity across Mountain View, which is what I just spoke to, and then focus on safe, walkable, bikeable, accessible neighborhoods. The desire for walkable and bikeable neighborhoods was also heard prominently from the community. Let's see, going on to 4. Again, we did decide to pull out quality of life from environments as far as the major goal number 4 of the current work plan. That was brought up in our last conversation with you all. It also felt to us like it was a little bit of a kludge to fit those together. We also heard from the community that it wasn't just environment, but it was also climate readiness and resiliency. So what we're proposing here is minimize the city's greenhouse gas emissions, support residents and businesses to adopt sustainable practices and use resources wisely. We actually heard from the business focus group that they wanted more help in understanding how they could be sustainable and be more green, as an example, and then protect local ecosystems and prepare for sea level rise. And I think it came up in our council conversation with you all about that sea level rise preparation and the adaptation piece of climate and sustainability. 5, thriving local economy. This was, again, referencing the major general plan themes, as well as hearing this really loud and clear from the community. And this also came up from a number of you during our first session, really focusing on the economy. And this felt like a big gap to us as far as the conversation that's happening right now, but what's captured in the current major goals. So the proposed language here is invest in a beautiful, vibrant downtown that draws residents and visitors, create an environment where small, local, diverse businesses can survive and thrive across the city, and continue to work in partnership with large employers in Mountain View. Hopefully that threads the needle as far as addressing the gamut or the range of economy in Mountain View. And this was also something that we wanted to really focus on diverse businesses and local and small businesses, which we heard in a number of places. Finally, we added or proposing adding organizational strength and good governance. This was something that came up through a lot of the staff interviews, a need to focus on the organization being sustainable in and of itself, being strong and being able to govern itself and provide good services effectively. So language here is continue to innovate, collaborate, and continuously improve to deliver a high level of customer service. We heard customer service from the business community and also intimations of that from the public meetings. Recruit, develop, and retain top-notch staff, maintain fiscal responsibility and effective intergovernmental partnerships, and finally communicate and engage regularly and transparently with our multilingual community, which is something that we heard from you all in our first meeting. So with that, going to stop our share and ask each of you to share your thoughts on, similar to the vision, do you conceptually agree with the draft strategic priorities and any significant concerns or things that are missing to discuss right now as we think about the next round of revisions? Vice Mayor Ramirez, your hand is up.
Thank you. And I appreciated your comment, Loris, about this sort of serving as the intermediary between the vision statement and the projects that we're prioritizing. I have a few thoughts that are related to the questions, but I think kind of in a different with some different intentionality, I guess, in mind.
Sure.
So first, and you've alluded to this sort of in other contexts, but I think one of the things I'm hoping we can achieve here is to shift away from council goals and towards organizational priorities for a couple of reasons. I think in doing so, what I'm hoping we can do is daylight the work that staff is doing to give both the community and the council a better sense of staff capacity and the true work that's being done. I appreciate the metaphor of the iceberg, but I think it would be ideal not to have to worry about being mindful of work that is sometimes invisible or often invisible, and instead recognize that if we have these kinds of thematic goals, they really should be organizational and not sort of give a sense of a dichotomy between what staff cares about and what the council cares about. I'm not sure it can be easily done in this process, but that's the direction I'd like to go with this. And ultimately, for the organizational priorities to be useful in multiple contexts, one that I'll get into shortly, and then the other to inform the budget process in a much more significant way than the thematic council goals historically have. The other objective, I think, is to shift away from thematic aspirational goals and towards quantifiable goals with metrics that we can use to show the community that we're making progress. And I think actually more importantly, to have some common ground as a council on whether we've made progress or not. I've had interesting conversations with many colleagues about a lot of these thematic goals. I think we all recognize they're all important. But the problem is, on the other side of a 2-year cycle, we have different opinions about whether we've done a lot or we haven't done enough. And I think that's highly problematic. I think when we don't have quantifiable goals, the projects that we select don't necessarily, there isn't necessarily an easy way of determining whether the projects that we're selecting help us materially accomplish those goals, because the projects themselves have different types of impact. Oftentimes it's important things, but in terms of achieving a particular goal, it may not have full relevance. I think it'll help us. It'll help us better select projects that will actually materially impact the goal that that the project is categorized under. So not interested in convenient ways of categorizing projects, but looking for actual goals that we can say to our community, we've made this much progress on. And consequently, we either can retire that goal because we've made significant progress, or we need to retain it for another couple of years because we haven't made as much progress as we'd like. So those are my two thoughts. Many members of the council and many members of the public shared very valuable input about sort of other important concepts that weren't really captured here, related to livability, quality of life, biodiversity, green space. I don't have a good suggestion for how to incorporate that into these strategic priorities. I will support whatever recommendations my colleagues share, but I do think that is something that should be reflected, and ideally with some kind of metrics or a way of quantifying our ability to advance that goal. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that input. Councilmember Hicks.
So I appreciate hearing that as a way of starting off, and I agree with the Vice Mayor. At least I think this is what he was saying, that the previous way that we set goals, sort of the 4 goals that we've had since I've been on council and also before, it was in some ways broken, because in terms of choosing projects, because they were aspirational, we would never, I would like to complete them, but finishing off addressing climate change within Mountain View, we're probably, not going to say, okay, we've done that, great, let's move on, and so forth for the other goals. So, so I appreciate also what the Vice Mayor said in terms of being responsive to staff and the council. The piece that I feel you left out is being responsive to the voters and or the residents or members of the public who come and address us. And so that's what makes me, so because of that, I kind of like this larger list of goals. And it's what makes me not particularly want to say, we need a strictly defined number and it needs to be quantifiable, and we need to say we've totally gotten there before we move on. Because I think that leaves 2 things. It means that we're not able to be responsive to residents if they bring something that doesn't fit under, whatever number we have. We just have to say, no matter how many of you come, I'm sorry, that's not one of our 4 goals, so we can't work on that at all. And it also means if you run for office, promising a bunch of stuff. It's hard if it's not within those goals, you just have to shelve it all. So I totally appreciate the need for not biting off more than we can chew. But I like being able to hear from the public and being able to select projects that meet some of the aspirations of the public, and I don't want to sort of artificially cut off our ability to do that. And with that, I have just a couple little wordsmithing things, which since this is not in front of me, maybe I won't be able to say it correctly, but I think the first goal, it says safe access to parks, and a member of the public changed that to I think equitable access to parks, and I think that would be better because I don't think we're having any problems with unsafe people getting to parks unsafely. And I may have some other wordsmithing ones, but that was the first one that jumped out at me.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I like that amendment that Councilmember Hicks made, and I think that goes to a little bit of what I'm thinking about. And I was trying to understand, you showed us 3 sets of language, and I wasn't sure what each of those sets represented and how they related to each other. But I did notice on the 3rd set, on the first bullet point about the equity, I don't normally think about equity of open space in Mountain View, and I think it is important. But I think more of equity in terms of public health and access to housing and access to jobs and et cetera. And then I think that there was another point that talked about dense development with green space. And I think somewhere in the language of what we put together, we should talk about access to a meaningful amount of green space, because that's really kind of, I think, emerging from a lot of different community members in many different contexts, that the need for a meaningful, cohesive amount of green space. But again, I think more of equity in terms of transportation justice, economic justice, public health being spread as equitably as possible in those kinds of issues, and freedom from eviction, safe parking, those kinds of things.
Great. So you're suggesting that some of that potentially could be brought into that first priority of equitable community for all?
I think right now it looks like it's a forced marriage between open space and equity, and I would flesh out the equity and put the open space into an environmental kind of thing. But I would keep some sense of recreation and public health and access in that first one. But I might not have those 2 very disparate elements just kind of thrown together.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. Other council members have anything to share? Councilmember Abikoga, saw your hand first.
Thank you. So I liked the 6 goals in general. Have a few tweaks that I'd like to suggest.
Great.
And before I do that, I wanted to try to respond to Vice Mayor's comments. And I totally understand. And I think this is my 6th or 7th time doing goal setting, and I've seen it done, in many different ways. It used to be yearly. It used to be very specific. I remember when one year we did technology or upgrading technology in city, our cities and city services, and those were things that were measurable, and we were able to take it off after so many years. But in the past, few iterations of this, it's become these larger goals, housing and transportation. And I think that's, it makes sense to do that. But I have been questioning, like, at what point, would we take those off? Because there always be, right, issues that we have to deal with. So my thought has been like, well, we'll probably keep the main three: transportation, housing, and sustainability or climate change. And then maybe we added the fourth last time. And, I'm actually okay with adding a couple more this round, because I think the one that you do add in terms of thriving local economy, that to me is probably, like, in this point in time with COVID and, the national situation, this is something that I think we really do need to focus on. So my hope is that, we will work on it and we'll get to a point where back, up until 2019, we were thriving. So maybe we could ease up on it a bit, is my thought. So I'm okay with the categories here. 6, I appreciate what the reason for 6, but it's been interesting to see some of the emails that have come in saying, well, this is what, city government should be doing. So I'm a little, I'm not really set yet completely on that. And I've been thinking of how we could perhaps include some of these points into our other goals. So for instance, in terms of like a high level of customer service, and I look in having top-notch staff, and we should always be doing that, but to me that relates to being able to provide a high quality of life. So that would be sort of how I would connect it to maybe number 1 goal. But specifically for number 1, some of the things I've been hearing, and I was very pleased to hear this because it's always been a priority for me, and maybe in the past a little too soon for its time, but health and wellness. So my thought was, could we say a healthy and equitable community for all that maintains our high quality of life? And then with 2, I think 2 is fine. I really like the word intentional, because I think, we really need to think about just not building housing everywhere, but where it goes, and that it makes sense to where it goes. I would say, and I may be in the minority on this, but we have our RHNA numbers. We've planned for and zoned for us to be able to meet our RHNA numbers this coming cycle. So quantity is not as, I think, crucial now as diversity. And frankly, I've said this, like, as a city, I think we've done our part to make sure we can have the quantity, and it's really kind of now up to the development world to actually build the housing, and we don't have a lot of say in that now. So I could, I would be okay to maybe even remove quantity at this point. And then the other, for 3, I was thinking about in terms of walkable, bikeable, accessible. And we've talked about this, and we've had discussion about this, that I know in the past we've tried to do complete streets, but the reality is you can't make it, not every street is made to be good for cars and bikes and people. And so I've been thinking about, like, maybe the term a network for walkability, bikeability, and to access neighborhoods, or something like that, so that we actually have, it might be different, different routes for each, but that we have that network so folks can choose which route they want to take if they're biking or walking or driving. So I would maybe try to change it in that way. And then with 4, I think 4 is where it should go, but we have heard a lot about biodiversity, and I have always valued that. We have a very unique city that has we have wildlife habitats here. I mean, not every city does, and I think that's a really big part of the city that our community values. So I would like to bring that word biodiversity into probably 4 is what I'm thinking. And then 5 with the local economy. Again, I think this is fine, but I'm actually not, I know folks want small and local. I guess I would say, Frank, and we had a time where we had a lot of startups, and then those startups would grow and they wouldn't have space to grow here, so they move away. And I think that's just as important. So again, I go back to that whole diversity of businesses, and would say something like maybe, an environment where businesses of all sizes thrive. And yeah, I think that was it for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the Vice Mayor's comments. I am very used to, in the business world, having goals that are measurable so that you know what you're reaching for and you know when you've reached it. So I think it's been a struggle for me to sort of switch to a different way of looking at goals here at the city. And if there's any way to inject an element of being able to quantify these so that we know when we're 80% of the way, 100% of the way, that would be great. Because I appreciate Councilmember Abe-Koga's comments about, when we've reached a goal, then we can have another goal for something else that's really important for us to do. I absolutely appreciate her comments on housing. We have done a lot to enable housing, and the city doesn't build housing, so it is up to the development community to build that housing. On that specific priority, I also like the phrase intentional development. Housing for all, again, throughout all of these priorities, I worry about the use of the word ensure and all. So I think I'd change that to housing options, because that implies a lot of variety, or it could be diversity of housing, but something that says there's lots of different options that people have to choose from. I would also, in that section, subsidized and affordable housing are the same thing from my perspective, but I think what's missing in there is addressing homelessness. And I think that would fit in nicely here. I'll back up to the first point, or the first priority. And I also struggled with ensure safe access, again, because it's ensure safe. I thought, well, gosh, I don't think it's not safe. So it's like providing parks and open space throughout the city that I would say is, pretty equitable, so that everyone has the ability to walk to open space in their neighborhood. I appreciate Councilmember Abe-Koga's comments about mobility and connectivity. I feel like I've been saying for years now, we can't ask every road we have to accommodate all modes of getting around the city. And so we have to optimize some for vehicles, some for pedestrians, and some for bicycles. And bicycles and pedestrians might be the same one. And what I would add to that is, and those are also the routes that are the green routes, so that they're pleasant to use. People want to use them, and it encourages people to get out of a vehicle because it's such a great alternative. I would add in number 5 that one of the things that makes our vibrant downtown so vibrant is the character of it and our historic buildings, and that we want to preserve that character and look and feel of our downtown. And then probably the area where I'm sure you can imagine I had the biggest concern is I actually would like a standalone priority around livability and quality of life. I don't feel comfortable having it sort of distributed throughout these other priorities. I think it deserves one on its own because it is so important. And frankly, because the past 2 years, I feel like I've seen where it has been kind of distributed in other things, it hasn't gotten the attention that I think it deserves. And so I think it does need to be a standalone priority. And I'm happy to send you my draft wording if you want it.
Okay, great. Sure. Thank you very much.
And one other thing,
okay.
And that is I sort of had the same reaction that Councilmember Obakoga had to number 6. And I thought, usually we haven't had sort of an internal focus on a priority. And I appreciate it. And I don't want us to sort of take it for granted. But I was sort of thinking maybe why I feel like this was a little bit different than the others is because it's more how we do the other things. And we still need to focus on it. But I don't know, I'm not totally convinced that it should be a standalone priority. But certainly I'm open to changing my mind about that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I'm glad I have a turn. I was generally pretty pleased with these categories. I thought this did a good job of capturing ideas that I have heard discussed in our community for a long time. I also agree with a lot of things that have already been said. So I'm just going to kind of go through quickly my changes or places I'd like you to add a word or a concept. I don't want to tell you how to do it, but you can figure it out. Like in the equitable community for all, I think it would be good to add the concept of health and livability. And also that last sentence we've all been playing with, what about provide walkable access to parks and open space and other key amenities in our community? Because to me, what people are really asking for is that they can get there under their own, they can get to those parks easily from their own house or business and use them. And we don't want to insure it, we want to provide it, and it is already safe. So anyway, okay. I really loved as we talked about on the phone, Lawrence, I really liked the phrase intentional development. I think one of the things that Mountain View has done for many years is use the precise plan, to figure out these tailored planning documents for neighborhoods. And I think they've been really successful. And this intentional development, I think, is a good phrase to kind of describe that. So I really like that. And I would maybe change this to be intentional development and increase housing supply, period. And then in the last sentence in that group, you say nearby businesses. It seems to me what we've been talking about is we want to plan for neighborhoods that are near jobs or near employment, so that people don't have to drive very far to their jobs. That's the whole idea with the North Bay Shore and development of East Westman is to have, the jobs and the housing close to one another. So I somehow to get that concept in there. And I like the idea of addressing homelessness. That is certainly a huge issue in our community, and it should be in here certainly somewhere. And the housing is a very logical place. Okay. I like the idea of the network for mobility and connectivity. That's great. And under sustainability and climate resilience, I was very excited to see the last sentence. Thank you very much for that. And but I also think that adding biodiversity is really important. Over the years, when I've worked with biologists, it's like the big concept that's been battered into my head has been that if you really want to improve the habitat, your goal should be to increase the biodiversity. And so getting that into this is important. In the thriving economy one, I think Councilmember Abekoga is absolutely right. Here we are in COVID, and it looks like we're getting to the end of the public health crisis, but we're not anywhere near the end of the financial crisis, and we don't know how long that's going to go on. So you know, working on the thriving local economy, it's very, very current, very important. I would like to get that word innovate in there somewhere, and also employment. I think we're really interested in getting people to have jobs, that not just working with businesses, but making sure that our residents have jobs that produce good, you know, good wages that they can live on. I liked number 6. I think you know, one of the things we should all be duly proud of is the good level of service and the quality of our staff and the civility that has been a tradition in our community for decades. So I like this one. So thank you. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember, and Mayor Kamei.
Great, thanks. Okay, so in an effort to just go through the priorities, I just wrote quick notes. So I think for me, for item 1, I feel comfortable with the different suggestions made by my colleagues about including, you know, other policy topics. I think health was mentioned. The I guess sticking point for me is the word equitable. I feel like the word equitable is such a, it can, according to whom, right? And so I feel like I really have appreciated the word promote a community for all, because that intentionality there is to strive to be a community for all, and to always be trying to improve on that strategic priority. So for me, I do feel like equitable, like I understand kind of the nuance to it, but when it comes to priorities, I think we really need to, and I think some people have had some wordsmithing, the intentionality needs to be there, and also like the clarity. So I do like the promote the community for all that was there. For number 2, I'm okay with this. I think I'd also maybe like to broaden it into our unhoused community, because I feel like that can be those who are homeless, those can be those who are, you know, in a transitional space, it could be those who are living in their vehicles. So I really think that the umbrella term of unhoused would fit under item 2, and I'd like to see that added. So for number 3, mobility and connectivity. So an item that I'm interested in hearing about is multimodal. And so I know that things are listed, but I like the idea of, you know, a lot of what we've been trying to do in Mountain View is, when possible, create mode shift, right? And so what are those like multimodal opportunities? I appreciate my colleagues' comments on kind of green loops, connected networks. I also appreciate how we have, you know, this is also Arbor Week on a side note. And one of the things I've thought is so great is the work of some of our nonprofit organizations in terms of how they're trying to green our community, and trying to create this network where instead of just seeing the freeway with a fence, you're going to now see 10 trees that will grow to maturity and have a natural buffer, and it'll bring back habitat, right? So I want to see like some of that included in kind of the connected networks, green loop idea. For item 4, I'm okay with it. Item 5, in terms of the thriving local economy. So I appreciate the focus on residents, visitors, large employers, but I didn't hear any mention of workers.
the actual people who help these businesses thrive. So I'd like the employees, our workers, many of whom are essential workers, to be included in item 5 if possible. For the last one, I'm open. I could go either way, and I always want opportunities to share what our incredible staff is doing. So however we might be able to do that, whether it's a priority or in some other way to showcase. And then appreciated the comments that colleagues shared about calling out quality of life. I do feel like it deserves its own standalone. Many of the comments that we heard for over an hour touched upon that. And I think it's very clear from our community that the quality of life in Mountain View is number one. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Great. Thank you all. Very helpful feedback. Grateful that these priorities have landed well. Clearly they're not perfect, and the feedback you've given us, I think, will move them forward even further. I do want to mention that there is room here, depending on the appetite for council and by council and staff, to add measurable outcomes for each of these priorities, and so I think that that's a bookmark for future discussion. For right now, just to keep things moving, to get to the projects, which I know everyone's waiting for, I would like to just ask one question to kind of get a sense of options to incorporate quality of life into the priorities. One way to do it, and I'm also always a little hesitant to add more priorities, just for economy's sake, and also try not to bite off too much. But if that needs to happen, it needs to happen. But the question I would ask is kind of take a straw poll. If we were to emphasize quality of life or directly incorporate quality of life into the first priority of community for all, would that suffice as far as your desire to have quality of life more deeply incorporated? Can I get a quick show of hands for folks if that either directly emphasizing equity in the name of the first priority or throughout the first priority description, if that would suffice? Raise your hand if yes. Is that clear, Councilmember Abikoga? So
you said equity. Do you mean?
I'm sorry. Quality of life. Incorporate. Yeah. Thank you. So the question is, if we were to incorporate equity. Excuse me. Sorry, it's getting late. If we were to incorporate quality of life into the first priority more directly, would that suffice for you? So I see 3 hands raised via Zoom. Okay. All right. So let's do physical hands, analog hands. If that would suffice, raise your analog hand. 2. Okay. So let's ask another question and then take a couple comments. How many of you would support adding a new priority area of focusing on quality of life? Raise your analog hand. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. We had a question from Councilmember Hicks and then Vice Mayor Ramirez for a comment.
Well, I was just going to say, since I spoke early on and then heard what everyone said, and then some of the last things that have come up, I agree with Councilmember Lieber that when I think of the first goal, that it's about quality of life and equity are to me distinct concepts. I want the first goal to be about things like it used to include language on our vulnerable populations and some of the things that those people in particular might need, things like housing and related things. And quality of life I see as not particularly focused on vulnerable populations. And I actually think it could include some of the other things that, and it's also something that I feel is not reflected in most of the other goals that we've had during my time on council, you know, transportation, related to transportation and housing and sustainability. So it might include some of the things that people have brought up most recently, and those would be things like open space, biodiversity, which could be quality of life for people and the creatures that live among us. And also things like walkability. I see some of the things expressed about our economy are actually, I think that the restaurants of those small businesses and the places we go for them, such as our historic downtown and village centers, those are all quality of life related. So that's why I see it as very distinct from the first goal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. So first, I agree with Councilmember Hicks very strongly. I also see the equitable community for all thematic goal as pertaining specifically to vulnerable communities. So that's where anti-displacement and the projects that Councilmember Hicks described would fall. And livability would include a number of important things that are quite distinct from those. So I'm trying to remember, there was a great suggestion, I think, from Livable Mountain View. I got an email from Robert Cox that had some appropriate projects to be listed under a livable or livability quality of life thing. That was public art, preservation of historic resources, and I think some of the green space, those kinds of things, which are pertinent to everybody in the city and not just vulnerable communities. So because of that, I would be comfortable with one of two solutions. If we retain aspirational goals that are not quantified, I don't have a problem with introducing a 7th strategic priority. And that's because all these are categories for projects. And we already have great projects that I'm guessing are likely going to be advanced that we can pull out from the other strategic priorities and put under a new thematic goal. But if we do quantify or include metrics for the strategic priorities, then I think several council members, Councilmember Matichak and Councilmember Alpicoga, I believe, had pointed out the good governance strategic priority. That would be the strategic priority I would feel most comfortable transforming into so basically supplanting, with a livability, quality of life oriented strategic priority. And that's not because good governance is not important. It is. It's just that I think all of the other things are, as many members of the council pointed out, community facing, and there's greater. It's more comparable, I think, with what we're trying to achieve with quality of life. And I think there are other ways of achieving the good governance objectives that are more inward facing, important, but less sort of community facing, outward facing. So those are the two solutions, and really it would depend on whether we're actually introducing, measures that we can use to hold ourselves accountable for progress made or not on individual strategic priorities.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter, then Lieber, then Alpicoga, and then, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I'm hoping that we won't supplant the good governance item, because I think that's really important, and it is outward facing as well in terms of transparency and ethics of the institution and the equity with which we run things. And I think it also touches on the sustainability of the organization, and that to me is a big question right now, because it's all about how much can we layer on in terms of projects and themes and et cetera, before the knees of the organization just kind of buckle And what we're hearing from staff right now is that the complexity and the layering has gotten to really be a lot, particularly during COVID, but I think after COVID. And I'm hoping that as we get to the projects, we can really start to cut some things that are maybe important but not timely, and that we can give some relief to people that are waiting. I know it's after 10 o'clock right now, and so staff that feel that they may be called on to present, who have kids, are eagerly waiting, and the community members that we heard from. But I'm really hoping that we don't lose the concept of good governance, because I think that's something that right now is very much on the chopping block, and the sustainability of the way that we're doing things is really an issue inwardly and outwardly as well.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you. I wanted to just tack on to what the vice mayors had mentioned, options on how to address the interests. And yeah, I guess I was trying to, keep us to 6 originally goals. So that's why I thought it could be combined with 1, but honestly, it could go either way. My thought though is now that looking at this, when I look at 6, about good governance and whatnot, I believe, and I've heard this over the years, that there's a direct connection to our quality of life and how we run our city government, mainly city services. And if without, and we've kind of gone away from our core services, we don't talk about that much anymore, but those are really the backbone to our quality of life. And so my thought was, what if we flip it and make, quality of life the goal, and then under that, one bullet or a couple of bullets could be something about good governance, ensuring strong city workforce, etc. And I know some of those are already in the work plan items. So that would be because I would think you can't have a strong quality of life if you don't have a strong government, city government.
Got it. Thank you. All right. So I think I've heard 3 proposals at this point. One is to add a new priority on quality of life. Well, 4 proposals, but the first one was to modify Community for All to focus on quality of life. That didn't seem to have much support. Adding a new quality of life priority, there was at that time 4 of you that suggested it. Another proposal was to drop the organizational strength and good governance priority and fill that hole or that gap with the quality of life, or to basically take, as the council member said, Councilmember Abakoga, to take the quality of life, basically turn 6 into quality of life and try and embed some of the good governance as an aspect of quality of life. So I would love to just do a quick straw poll on those 3 proposals to get a general sense of where they land. I'll repeat them again, but then I do want to move on to projects. Councilmember Showalter, do you have a?
Yeah, just real quickly, I'd like to say that for understandability's sake, I think just adding another one is probably the easiest to understand. And I wanted to ask staff, I wanted to ask the city manager, does it make any difference whether we have 6 or 7?
Thank you, Councilmember Showalter. So, at this point, I think it's been mentioned that the projects stack underneath the thematic goals. I think the vice mayor might have mentioned that. So, I do think it signals to the organization and staff the importance of, the good governance and having that organizational strength. So it probably doesn't really matter if you add a 7th one, but what I would caution against is in the future thinking that you have to add a lot of projects under each of the 7 themes. So that's the one thing that I would just not want to happen, that we have these themes and then we feel like we need to fill them up with a lot of things. So, you know, I think that you could probably add the other one, add the livability and quality of life. And then if you are all still interested in keeping that more internal focused organizational strength and good governance, you could do that too.
Well, I would just like to urge my colleagues. I didn't vote for it the first time. I would change my vote to vote for the extra one, because I just think it's easier to understand.
Sure. Yeah.
Layer too much in the same one. It just gets hard to understand.
Great. Okay. Well, let's just take. It sounds like we have a motion to to add a seventh priority around quality of life and livability in some way, shape, or form, based on what you all have shared as far as what that would comprise. Can I get a quick show of hands for folks that would support that? Fantastic. Let's consider that a win and move on. And again, very, very helpful. I think this really sets you all up for having a thoughtful roadmap that is, to your point, Councilmember Showalter, clear and hopefully actionable. So let's jump into the priorities discussion. To set the stage for that, I wanted to turn it back to City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Lawrence. So are you going to share the slides?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm moving it forward, but I'm not sharing it. So
No, no
I see it on
problem.
my screen. Here we go.
And I'll just say while you pull that up, I think, you know, the other piece that we haven't really talked about with the organizational strength category is just the fact that the organization is right now coming out of COVID. And the recovery process, not only internally, but externally, is really going to be the focus, certainly for the next year, probably 2 years, as we completely have changed a lot of operations. We've changed a lot of processes. We're really looking internally about how we've always done things and whether it makes sense going forward. So I do think that this is, you know, a signal also to the organization and the community that, you know, we are focused on coming out of this, and we are looking internally at how we can continually improve and do better. So I just wanted to note that if that kind of gives a different perspective on that organizational strength, I do think that it's a good signal, and it's important right now as we come out of COVID. Okay, so then moving on to these slides. So I don't want to completely just continue to talk about the same thing, but I do want to provide some context to council and the community about when we talk about the workload, what does that mean? So what is the context right now of what's happening, and why are things so hectic right now? So obviously you all know that we have been really dealing with all of the different COVID related changes, not only the programs that we've been putting in place for the community, which we have acted faster now in government than I think, and not just Mountain View, but cities and other districts across the country, faster than we ever have had to, on the midst of multiple crises on top of it. So what we have now is staff working 60, 70 hours a week. And these are not all staff that get overtime. And that's in addition to regular daily duties that people have to do. So I think the iceberg slide is the next slide, but I just want to emphasize that there is regular daily work that occurs that is really, you know, 70, 85% of any staff person's normal duties, on top of the special projects or things that come up. And not just the special projects from council, these are any special projects, because we have a number of work plans. So it's really anything that's out of the ordinary of daily work that comes up. So you can go back to the other slide, actually. Lawrence, the one that I was just on. So then the other thing is just in talking about the significant change to citywide operations, really what this means is, like we've all been hearing about what's happening in the private sector and other places across the country, the organization has had to also pivot our operations. So we have over 400 and some staff telecommuting, which the day that we declared the state of emergency, we had to send over 400 staff home. Now, these are staff that are normally facing the community. and our processes that are about people coming in person and working and serving the community in person. So we have had to change and adapt those whole operations via staff that are working from home. And like everywhere else, we have a lot of our workforce, a lot of employees that are also teaching their children at home while they're working. So it's like anywhere that this has just been a significant change to our operations and our staff's ability to just frankly get work done and get work done at a normal time. Then obviously, as you all know, part of the workload is just all of our various action plans and all of our work plans. So not just the work plan we're talking about tonight, but all of the other work plans that we have underway, which I'll get to in a bit. And then the other part of it is just something that we don't always talk about a lot, but we do have staffing vacancies like any other city. And so when you have a vacancy and when you have vacant staff, which I'll illustrate an example of this, we have many projects related to housing, and we also have staff that have retired or might be retiring soon or have left to leave the state or go work in other places. So we have been experiencing in Mountain View what you hear about others are experiencing. So people really thinking about what they want during COVID and where they want to be and where they want to live and work. And we've had a lot of transitions from retirement. This isn't necessarily just related to COVID, but it has happened over the last couple of years. And that has continued over the last year. And we've just also had staff leave, the organization for various reasons. So the vacancies is also layered on top of everything. So I just want to give that context. Instead of just talking about the workload, there's a why. And this is all the why. And this is why staff are just, honestly, very exhausted, working so hard. And like Lawrence said in a couple other slides, staff very much cares about the organization and serving the community. And we all believe this is a very special and unique place to be, and we love it. It's also, there's a lot going on. So I just want to kind of set the stage for that going into these projects, just to add that color for what's happening internally with the organization. So Lawrence, you can advance a couple more slides. So then this slide, as far as the action plans go, this gives some of that more detailed analysis of just how many and the volume of projects that are going on right now. And again, this is in addition to daily duties that would happen. So right now with the rollover projects that you all will be talking about, there's about 30 projects that have rolled over or were deferred that you will be able to talk about shortly. Then we also have projects in our sustainability action plan, our general plan action plan, our race, equity, and inclusion action plan, and our capital improvement program, which as you all know is a 5-year plan that we update, which has many projects in it. So as you can see, there's over 400 and some projects underway, give or take at any time, that really take a lot of staff's focus. So the next slide. So essentially, this slide talks about just some of the things that the staff has done over this last year, and this is in addition to any of the work plan projects. So just acknowledging the COVID-related work that has occurred both externally for the community and the different programs we've put in place, but also internally, the changes that we've had to make to our city operations, which have also taken a lot of time. So that's kind of setting the stage as we lead into this project discussion, just so that you all are aware of the limitations that we have. And just knowing the projects that we have that are rolling over, and then the ability to just add a very limited number of new projects. So Lawrence, I'll turn it over to you now, and that's just providing context, but I'm open to any questions if any council members have any questions for me, but otherwise I'll turn it over to you, Lawrence.
Any questions for City Manager? Councilmember Matichak, and then Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thanks. So as I saw the number of plans that we have, and based upon some of the thoughts I had while reading about all these projects that are part of the council process, you know, I was thinking it would be great if the council had visibility into all of these other plans and the status of all the projects that staff is working on. I feel like we have good visibility into SAP4 and the general plan, action plan, to a certain extent. I feel like we probably had more familiarity with it when we passed the general plan and have maybe lost track of all those action items. The REI, we've seen it, and the CIP we see, but I feel like, you know, I really feel like I'd like to see them all, because what if there's things on there that we feel like, you know, they're lower priority at this point, but staff is charging down the road to get them done because they're on one of these plans. So is it possible to take a look at all of these? Is that like an absolutely crazy request?
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. Realistically, I don't think that it's going to be possible to take a look at all these within the next couple weeks, but I will say this. The SAP4, we are bringing an update to council, I believe the beginning of May, about the SAP4, so we'll be able to provide an update at that time. The CIP program is coming before council also in May, so you should have an update at least with where we're progressing, and there'll be 2 council meetings about that. Then the REI action plan was just passed recently by council, so at this point a lot of the work is underway, but also will be underway as the months progress. So there's not too much more of an update about that beyond what was just passed a couple months ago. Then as far as the, I think I hit them, the general plan, action plan. You know, I'm not sure about that. I would need to talk to staff to find out how we generally provide updates about that. I do know that we have some general plan cleanup items that are coming to council. And another thing that council will need to consider at some point is even thinking about an update to the general plan. So I think there's, not that I want to add another big project to the list, but maybe I just did. You know, I think we should talk further about that.
And we had Vice Mayor Ramirez next.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matichak, I think, had sort of the same line of thinking. I'm you know, concerned about, I guess, the challenge with the work that we're doing is we're prioritizing work, but clearly these items in the action plans have some kind of priority as well. And we don't have a good sense of how one item gets prioritized relative to another, depending on which plan it's in. So, and I appreciate, I think, the city manager, you mentioned the challenge of reviewing all of these projects in just a couple of weeks, but is there any way we can get a better sense of how the priorities that we're establishing here relate to or rank against priority projects that are included in other plans?
So I might need some help from Lawrence in thinking through this. I know that one of the things that we're really wanting to get from council tonight is feedback on your priorities so that staff is aware, you know, what is rising to the top for council? What are the projects that you all put above others? And then part of this analysis over the next couple weeks is the trade-offs. So if you want to do project ABC over project XYZ, what is the trade-off of doing that? What else might have to be dropped? What timeline may need to change? So I wish I could have a good answer for you right now, Vice Mayor Ramirez, but I think what we're going to need is just some direction on what your priorities are. And then as far as looking at what is in all of the other action plans and work plans, I will say this, there is often some overlap with some of those projects also being daylighted as part of council's work plan, because it's either something that relates very directly to your priority, or maybe the majority of council has expressed an interest in that project, so it kind of lives in both places. A great example of that would be, I think the looking at mental health, alternatives to mental health service delivery. So that's on the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan, and staff also daylighted it as part of the council work plan, just because it's something that is going to take a lot of staff time, and that it's something that we heard from council members and the community about. So, I think it's really just going to be about your prioritization and giving that direction tonight. And then when we bring back the updates, like for example, the Sustainability Action Plan, talking about some of those things that are more of a priority will be helpful. I do know that there are some things that are coming down the pipeline that are part of the SAP action plan that council indicated is your priority. So I think it really is just going to be kind of resetting, because a lot of these plans have been in place for a while, except for the REI plan, and really just thinking about what those trade-offs are. So if you have one priority, how does that impact the other priorities?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Finished. I was going to just make sure that we're clear on what the process is going to be for prioritization over the next couple months. But please share, and I'll follow up.
Oh, thank you. Just a very quick concluding thought. So I appreciate the city manager's response, and it's very helpful. And I think in continuing this work, daylighting those items will be very helpful, because right now we're prioritizing only from the list that is daylighted now, and that's important. And we do have to be mindful of staff capacity, but there's a lot of other work that we're maybe not as familiar with because it was approved, several years ago, and the work is occurring, and it's important for us to be cognizant of that work, but we're not able to think about it in terms of priority because it's not included in this list. Mm-hmm. So to the greatest extent we're able to sort of what's the word I'm thinking of, that we can include all of the work that's being done and think of it holistically, that would be ideal. Although, again, I appreciate that itself is a lot of work. So this has been very helpful in giving us a sense of the amount of work that's going on, but it makes it a little bit more challenging to think about prioritization.
Well, let me just jump in and say that we're actually not asking you to prioritize anything tonight. Let me walk through the next couple months and the next couple council meetings to get to that approved roadmap, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Hicks and Councilmember Abikoga. This slide shows basically what we're going to do tonight for the next however long it takes, is to review the initial staff project list that was included in the staff memo, the report, and then ask you if there's any projects that you want to discuss or remove from further consideration in the coming weeks and months, and then hear about any potential limited number of new projects that you also want to consider. And then if we have time, and we'll see where we end up, but just make sure that there's clarity around staff about what you're proposing moving forward. After tonight, that will become the universe of projects for staff to go back, consider, and provide a recommended project list for you to review before April 27th, and then discuss on that meeting. I think, and that's this slide, staff will vet that list based on capacity and prepare recommendations. I think the point I wanted to make is that this will require some conversation with city manager and understanding of what's feasible from staff as far as providing updates on that. But I do think that that's a good moment to potentially indicate sort of the overlap with the proposed full list of projects for the roadmap, and how they relate to the other plans, and if it's possible to bring in updates about the other plans. there might be something that we can do before the 27th. I don't want to make promises because I'm not staff and I don't know how difficult it is or is not to report on things. And I know it's a lot of extra work. It can be a lot of extra work, and especially with things in flight, I don't want to overpromise. But I do think, and I'm hearing the city manager suggest that there might be some things that we can do before the 27th to help inform some of the prioritization that will happen on that at that council meeting.
Yes, and I think that's part of this exercise, but I do want to say that I'm not saying that it's going to be possible to come back with the litany on the 27th. I don't think that's possible. I do think that we have some things already on some upcoming agendas that are going to give council more of an insight as to those projects. And then part of the exercise that you just described, Lawrence, over the next 3 or 4 weeks, will involve staff getting together in their teams, different departments getting together and looking at, all the projects going on and the trade-offs. And we will bring that to council. So I think we're just going to have to look at just what is feasible to do in this shorter time frame. And it may not be everything, but we're going to try our best to define and daylight as much as we can.
Yeah, and use this as a basis for improving moving forward. Continuous improvement. The process won't be perfect this time, won't be perfect next time, but it'll get better and better. And I think that's the commitment we're all making tonight to each other. Councilmember Hicks, and then Councilmember Abikoga, and then Councilmember Lieber.
So I just wanted to thank Councilmember Matichek for bringing up the other, all the other buckets of projects, because I had the same, when I read the staff report, I had the same reaction. And then also the vice mayor and the city manager for clarifying on this too. And I guess the one thing I might ask to move it forward is that I understand staff will not be bringing, a staff report with all of those different plans and projects in them and action items, but I really would appreciate if staff could look those over and take some themselves off the list and possibly present that to us, or there must be some way, if council's not looking at all those plans, for staff to make some suggestions for how to cut them, because I would like those buckets of projects and action items be to be cut or deferred. Some of it can be deferred for 3 or 4 years, and I mean everything. I mean the REI plan, sustainability plan, the general plan, and what was the fourth one? I'm forgetting now, but the CIP. Yes. So all of those, I would appreciate if staff could find ways to or suggest ways to cut those. And like I said, I do mean all of them.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. I was thinking a similar lines to, I think, what Councilmember Hicks just mentioned. In particular, I'll pick out the sustainability action plan. If I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at that. I need to look at it again, but it has 81 projects, but it was multi-year. And I'm wondering if there's a way for staff to give us like a recommended timeline, or just tell us like how many of those projects you think you can really do in the next 2 years, or yeah, something like that, so that we have a sense of what staff capacity is. And my hope would have been, if it's possible to do that. Well, I guess it could be possible to do that before April 27th. I don't know, but that would be the request. It could be either way. Either with what we decide here, you can say, okay, based on this, these are the number of SAP projects we can undertake, or it could be the other way around, if say these are recommended SAP projects. So based on that, we might have to move things around on this. And with the general plan update items and REI as well. So yeah, I think it would be helpful to get some idea of how to make it more manageable and have, what do you call it? goals or timelines around all those projects. Thank you.
So Councilmember Abakoga, I do want to give some context. So we will be discussing this on May 11th. So I will make note of that, and we'll try and incorporate that as part of the update to council about SAP4 on May 11th.
And Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely don't want to rush staff to go through and reprioritize everything for us, so that we can, know in a very quick way how much bandwidth we have. But I do think that we need to trim things, and we have more advisory bodies than the county has. We have far more than other local governments have. And that might be a place that we can trim during COVID, at least when staff is cross-training into other departments and taking on very heavy workloads. I know Parks and Rec staff are stepping in with the vaccination center, and they're also stepping in with emptying garbage in the downtown, because with all the to-go food, there's been a much heavier burden of garbage in the downtown. So in addition to having their kids at home and trying to educate them at home, they're jobbing into these very different functions. And we might want to look at how can we slow the flow of the advisory bodies during COVID, because preparing for each one of those meetings is a significant amount of work. It just plain is. And I think that whatever we can do to get rid of things, if it's too hard to get rid of them from the priorities here permanently, maybe we could put them in that, third tier, maybe the top tier, the things that are just burning to have done. And the second tier, it can wait till after COVID. And the third tier, it would be nice to do, but we really have to wait on those items, or there's some good reason to wait because we're waiting for the state or another level of government to take their action. And I also noticed that it seems like we tend to open up an open-ended thing, like we want to do more about mental health options, but to whatever extent we can say we want to do what this other city is doing, or if there's a best practice, and maybe not leave it open where we're doing a bring me a rock type of a situation. But if we can boil it down to something very specific, it may be that we can't get it even that way, but at least it won't be such a giant research project for staff.
Great. Thank you all for your comments and perspective on the existing workload and capacity as we get into talking about the project list in front of us. So just again, a reminder tonight, we're going to review that project list and asking for your, we're going to ask you to share the list of projects that you would either like to discuss or remove from further consideration. So we're focusing on what we want to take off the list, or any questions you have to clarify a project before it gets forwarded to staff for consideration. And then we'll get to any new projects that you want to propose. So with that, I would refer you to the Councilmember Lieber and Showalter. Did you have questions again right now? Councilmember Showalter?
I was hoping I could give you my projects.
Sure. Oh, okay. But get there. Yeah. So hold tight. So I would refer you to the actually, Kimber, were you going to walk through these project lists as well, or did you want me to?
No, I think in the interest of time, it's just recognizing that there were, I think council members know that there were some projects that were proposed that either staff heard council interest about these last few months, majority council interest, or they were projects that staff is proposing that align with your priorities and especially what's happening right now. So for example, the economic vitality strategy to align with what's happening through COVID, and we do have a small business action plan, but thinking more long-term. So that's just one example of a staff proposed item that we thought aligned with council's priorities right now.
Great. And then the other issue that we wanted to, project that we wanted to call out specifically, in addition to the carry forward or deferred projects from the current work plan and that new list of projects identified by staff and council, we wanted to highlight this specific mobile home ordinance project for your consideration in this next question. So out of the universe of existing projects that you've seen already, are there any projects that you want to discuss or any that you want to specifically call out as being excluded from carrying forward to staff to evaluate in their recommendation to bring back on April 27th? So that's the question at hand right now. Is that clear to what we're asking from all of you? Got one thumbs up. Yes. Councilmember Matichak, do you have a clarifying question?
I do. So
yeah, please.
I have some projects that I really want to make sure I understand the scope that is being proposed, but also as I went through this, I don't necessarily have a new project, but I have some things that we've talked about in the past that I think are part of existing projects. So where do you want me to clarify that I think they're part of existing projects?
Let's do that right now. I'm going to, so we'll start with you. It sounds like you've got some projects that you want to identify that fall into what we're asking right now. So I'm going to stop sharing that one screen, and I'm going to share a spreadsheet or a document that we have here, which will just track projects as they come up. So my colleague Marielle is taking. So Councilmember Showalter, did you have this? Is this the projects that you wanted to share as well?
I'd like to have a process check.
Okay.
Can we just go through? We have this attachment 1, and/or we have the study report, the staff report, where they both have lists. Can we just go down the list and query people whether they want to keep them in or not?
We were hoping to avoid that just for time's sake. The discussion that we had as far as designing this meeting was to ask you all, and apologies if this did not come clear in the directions we shared and what we shared so far, was to ask you to provide projects that you either wanted to discuss or clarify, or that you did not want to move forward, rather than going through and having a potential conversation about every single project. So that's our request tonight to start. So, and if we have to go through every project, I guess we'll do that. But let's start with Councilmember Lieber. City Manager McCarthy, do you have a thought?
Yes, I just want to clarify. So for the process, Councilmember Showalter, we are assuming that things are moving forward unless they're pulled off to discuss or unless there's some sort of change. So in the interest of time, we weren't going to go through all 30 items. So we're assuming they're moving forward unless they're pulled off and discussed.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. And Vice Mayor Ramirez, do you have a process question?
No, I'm ready to jump in.
Okay. So we've got a stack here, Councilmember Lieber, and then Councilmember Matichak, and then Vice Mayor Ramirez, and then we'll keep going. Councilmember Lieber.
Okay, great. The first one that I would like to remove is project 4.14, the vaping issue. This is one that's being dealt with at the state level, and there's nothing that we can do about it until that state level issue is resolved. The next one that I'd like to do is project 1.7, city-led or sponsored Know Your Rights workshops. I think we're all very connected to the community organizations, and they can do a much better job of going after that. Another one that I would like to really slow roll during COVID is Project 5.5, around the visual arts. And again, I think it's very worthy, but during COVID, it's difficult. The next one is Project 3.5 on the e-scooter regulations. I think that may not be completely ripe yet, and we need to look at what some other communities are doing. In terms of Project 3.20, the automated guideway transportation system, I'd like to, at some point, have us get clarity on how far we're going with that, if it's just the right-of-way that we're discussing, or are we expecting staff to go further and further into it. In terms of the economic vitality strategy, I know that we're bringing new staff on board, but I would like to see some parameters around that, or just simply express my expectation that we're not going to bring a ton of work forward from staff. So maybe internal planning, but not a full-blown process with the chamber and the community and a lot of different things right now at this point in time. Then on the Project 5.7, the Enhanced Legislative Program, I'd like to see us put some parameters around that. Maybe a limit on the number of bills that we would pursue this year, and keep it at a manageable level. And then I'm not sure where where I saw the mental health in here. I guess it's one of the new projects, and I'd like to see some parameters on that, so that it's not something that staff feels like they need to reinvent the wheel, that we maybe pick out some pieces that we can do during COVID, or start to get done during COVID, and that we realize that we first need to take care of individuals' mental health by keeping them in their housing and making sure that they don't die of COVID. And then we can get at the next stages as time and the public health allows us to.
And that was the alternative mental health crisis response method feasibility under the potential new projects.
On my copy, it says explore the feasibility of alternative mental health crisis response methods.
Yeah,
I think it's really worthy thing, but we need to look at it in relation to COVID. And I think that also council should put some parameters on exactly what we're expecting from staff on that item. So that staff doesn't feel like they have to go out and form 20 different community partnerships and, come back with a huge package. That maybe we can kind of do that in a stepwise way that will, make sense at this public health time.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Matichak. And if you have anything to, if you agree with anything that's been shared, we will add your name. If you agree with anything that's been shared to remove, we'll add your name. If you'd like to make a different point, let us know and we'll track that too.
Okay, so I agree with removing 4.14, the vaping issue. I also agree with 1.7.
Great.
So the next one, visual arts, I actually would propose that gets moved to the livability priority.
Would you like to see that carry forward?
I do.
Okay,
I
great.
would. And e-scooters, I'm fine with removing or deferring it.
Great.
On the AGT, I think we can remove it.
Great.
You know, I could go for limiting the number of bills for the 5.7.
Got it.
Okay, and then let's see. Oh, now we've got lots of different lists here. I am going to mention the ones that I think should move to livability. Develop a Parks and Recreation strategic plan. I was wondering if the city manager could provide a little bit more detail about the comprehensive homelessness response strategy.
Yes, Councilmember Matashek. So as council knows, and as I'll also remind the public, so we have our 3 24/7 safe parking lots now, which you know, were planned for a while, but we opened during COVID in partnership with the county. We also have the Project Home Key site that will be opening soon within the April-May timeframe. And we are now also exploring the Crestview Hotel conversion. So these are all things that came up. So one of the things that we've been doing with our homelessness response is reacting, especially from a budget perspective. We haven't really ever taken kind of a long-term view of what our strategy is going to be. And one of the things that will be proposed with the forthcoming recommended budget is a conversion of a position to a human services manager position who will oversee our homelessness and our mental health response. So we really want to just kind of take a more thoughtful and strategic approach to what the city's homelessness response should be or will be, and bring that to council so that we're not just in a reactive mode. And part of that is also going to be really thinking about the funding. So right now it's limited period funds. We kind of figure it out as we go throughout the year. And as you all may know, oftentimes when we bring the council items to you, we're bringing the appropriation request to you. So we just want to try and be, like I said, just more strategic and long-term thinking and thoughtful about just holistically what the city's response would be and the funding for that.
Okay, thank you. The next one, Project 2.1, I don't know that I want to defer it or remove it. I just am very concerned about it. And so I want us to be very thoughtful about the timing of this one, given the implications it might have for displacement.
And can you tell us what the name of that project is?
No, I'm going to let you guess. Sorry.
I will pull it up, but I just while we're here.
Sorry. That's the R3 zone zoning update.
Okay, thank you.
Because we might be incentivizing redevelopment, and that concerns me. Okay. I will comment on the mobile home when we get to. Do you want me to comment when we get to that page?
I think you might as well make a comment now, since that's one of the projects in the existing project list we want to consider.
Okay, so the last time the full council talked about this, which if I recall correctly, it was earlier in 2020, we talked about, you know, does this mirror the CSFRA? Are there other options? And I expressed support for an ordinance that has two parts to it, but it's one ordinance. And it is for those park owners who are considered to be responsible park owners, where their residents do not have concerns about their rents. We give them the option of having what was called an accord or a model lease. And then we even had some residents of mobile home parks speak to us during public comment saying, we don't really need rent control because we have a good park owner. So we talked about doing an option to do the accord. And if a park owner doesn't agree to that, then they're subject to traditional rent control that's modeled after the CSFRA, but doesn't conflict with the mobile home residency law. And that's the direction that I feel like we provided at that council meeting at the time, which I did support.
Okay.
Okay, so then the next one I have concerns about, this is development of the VTA Evelyn site. And again, it's not that I want to defer it or change it or anything. I just want us to be mindful of the timing, because we're using that lot right now for safe parking. And, you know, we need to just make sure we have our ducks in a row. I think we can move 5.2, which is the historic preservation ordinance, to livability. And we can move project 5.5, which is the visual arts committee, encouraging public art, to livability. The Moffett Boulevard streetscape design strategy, I was thinking, you know, and maybe the city manager wants to comment on this. I thought we would do a precise plan as opposed to a piece of what might be a precise plan. And then in the council Q&A, it said that we were never planning on doing a precise plan for that area, which surprised me. I thought, well, gosh, if we identified it as a change area, why wouldn't we do a precise plan? So I'd say that one should really be a precise plan, unless there's a good reason not to change it to doing a precise plan.
So Councilmember Matichak, I'd like to ask our Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director, RT Shrivastava, to answer that question and provide some context.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to give a little bit of context. I did talk to staff about that particular project, and my understanding is the land use changes were made already. There were some minor land use changes that had to be made, and I believe there are some developments that have been approved as part of that. The balance of the sites are really small, and the development potential is not very high. And so the intention really was to kind of unify the connection to downtown and provide a gateway through a streetscape plan. And so creating a precise plan would probably not have the intended impact because of the parcels along Moffett.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess, sorry, while you're typing, we can probably take this off this list.
So I don't want to interrupt, but I have a question directly on that. Should I wait or ask it now?
Why don't you ask it now? And then, yeah, we'll just limit it to this particular project, and then we can come back to finishing Councilmember Matichak's list.
So I have been not happy with the development along Moffett recently and for some time. And I think that with the underpass, the grade separation we're doing, I personally have always thought that Moffett should be the second half of our downtown. We're talking about almost doubling the number of housing units that we'll have in Mountain View, and I think we could use a larger downtown. The development I'm seeing is not very downtown oriented. I was not happy with the 555 project. It was, I thought that, and that may be because it was a gateway project and it was kind of a patchwork, but we're not doing any kind of ground floor interface with sidewalks. Of course, we don't have the sidewalk streetscape design yet, but I think it's also, there's a very large shopping plaza there with like a laundry and a gun shop and some other things that I don't remember. I think a Mexican restaurant. These all look like we're out in the suburbs instead of in the second half of our downtown. So maybe RT, you can clarify, maybe those changes have already been made. But I haven't been happy with, the hotel is not again, it looks like it's off in the suburbs somewhere, not in our downtown. So I actually, if the things that have been developing thus far, over the past few years are in compliance with the changes that were made, then I think there need to be additional changes. And I had also thought that Councilmember Abe-Koga had talked about a precise plan there, but I should ask her that because she's present to answer.
Yes. Could I?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm in. So I think when we did the general plan, and I went back and looked up the general plan, Moffett was a change area identified, and the plan was to do precise plans for all the change areas. And Moffett was on the last of the list, and so at some point in time, I think after I took my break, that was taken off the list. My thought has been the same, and then what's happened is that there have been these gatekeeper projects in that area that have come online in the meantime. But I will say I was trying to look at the lines, and the original precise plan area for Moffett was very limited. And in light of these new projects that have come online, I think they're mostly gatekeepers. My thought has been to extend that to, because it stops before Middlefield, but to extend it to Middlefield, and then really talk about the guidelines for streets and sidewalks and whatnot, which we never got to because we didn't do the precise plan. So I was going to suggest that that item, Moffett Streetscape, become the precise plan, but that we also look at extending the area of that Moffett change area. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like that there's general interest in carry this forward, but potentially want to consider this being a precise plan instead of just a strategy. Any other comments on this while we're talking about it? Okay, the Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. So I'll keep it narrowly scoped to this item because I have a lot to say about some of the other items that were identified, but I don't feel prepared to have a long conversation about this right now. I think there's a lot of nuance that we have to be sensitive to. And if maybe how we advance it is we have a study session on Moffett Boulevard to provide direction to staff on what we want to do there, because a precise plan has major implications. The streetscape design has its own implications. Extending the change area has a lot of implications. And it feels like it's too high stakes for me to pick one of those right now without having thought more deeply about it. So my suggestion would be that we advance it. We can broaden the scope to sort of what do we want to do about Moffett Boulevard as a study session, and then staff can provide some context and maybe some of the implications of pursuing one of these alternatives over another, rather than pick right now whether we want to do the streetscape design or precise plan or modify the boundaries of the change area in the general plan.
Okay, great. So I'm hearing that we need to go take this back and then rethink what this looks moving forward in the roadmap. So just going to pause us there. Anything else to feel complete, Councilmember Matachuk?
So
again, as far as like we're really focusing on what we're removing, or any clarifying questions to be able to make a decision about what you want to remove.
Yep. Item 3.10, and that's the Transit Center Master Plan. So it's my understanding that if we want to do some sort of an RFP or design competition for a portion of the Transit Center Master Plan, which is, I would describe it as the portion that is above ground, where we might have the parking, retail, office, housing, the plaza area, that we would have to tell staff we want them to do a a design competition or an RFP for that. So I'm interested in expanding the scope of that project. Okay. I'm okay with slowing the e-scooter regulations that was previously brought up. That was 3.5. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I might have already said that. I was going off this
got
list.
That one. Yep.
Sorry, and I think I said the next one. Then a new one that's listed here, develop a city active transportation plan, which is the combination of the bicycle master plan and the pedestrian master plan. To me, that's where I would add, and let's include in that the defining and planning for this connection of green paths or greenways. So we should be talking about, what they should look like, how much there should be, and that kind of stuff on the routes that are optimized for pedestrians and bicyclists. I would move the project 4.1, which is the community tree master plan, to livability. And I would move 4.2 to livability. And let's see, I think I said this before, the project 5.9, which is the COVID recovery efforts. I want to make sure that's not just limited to businesses, but it also includes helping our residents recover. And, okay, so the thing that I wasn't sure where this would go, but I feel like it's not a standalone project, and that is defining like biodiversity requirements for our trees, and so maybe it's in the community tree master plan. But
and is this something that is not reflected that you want to include? Would this be kind of a new addition?
I don't know. I think it could be added to something, but I'm not sure what.
Okay, let's pause on that. Yeah, let's
okay.
Pause on that. I want to just make sure we're focused on the existing universe before we.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's see. Councilmember Showalter.
Well, I don't. I agree with a lot of what's been said. A couple principles I'd like to say is that I think that our job number one in the next year or so is getting through COVID and doing what we can. We're at the end of the public, hopefully of the public health, but there's the economic recovery and we have some things strategized that we know we need to do, but there will be other things that will come forward that will just be necessary, and we'll have to rise to the occasion. Then the other general principle is that the things that we can kind of get from somebody else or have somebody else do, let's do it, like the vaping. I mean, state law is taking care of it. And perhaps the leaf blower ban is a similar thing that we can build on what's being done either by the state or Silicon Valley Clean Energy with incentive programs. That said, there were two in particular I just wanted to talk about. I don't want them taken off the list. Under sustainability 4.1, participate in the South Bay Salt Pond project in conjunction with the California State Coastal Commission. That is only listed as moderate. I think that should be changed to high because it is just so intrinsic to our sea level rise protection. So that should be high. Then another one I wanted to discuss a little bit, and maybe we don't need to do it in this meeting. Maybe I could do it offline. City manager could tell me this is, I'd like to learn more about the soft story seismic retrofit program. And I think that is under livability.
And that is that's a new plan, one of the new projects proposed?
No, it isn't. It's project 4.13.
No, and I would ask our Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director, RT Shrivastava, if you could weigh in on that, RT.
Yes, council member. We actually had started working on it, had done an initial windshield survey of our soft story in preparation for an ordinance. The council had directed staff to work on an assessment of soft story buildings, and that particular estimate actually came out to, I believe our budget at the time had been in the 200,000 range. I'm trying to remember the specifics, but our budget actually came up to over 2 million for that. And that's why we recommended deferring it, because we really didn't have a budget. And at that time, staff was working on a bunch of other priorities. So for those two reasons, we had recommended deferral.
Okay. All right. Well,
are there any that you agree with removing that have been talked about?
Okay. Removing the vaping, the city your right to know. I think the visual arts should be carried forward, but I would hope that we could actually get the visual arts committee to volunteer to write it themselves, not necessarily the staff. The e-scooter, fine to remove or defer. The automated gateway, what's really important is to clarify the right-of-way. So I wish you would add that under 3.2, clarify right-of-way, ROW.
Yep.
Then I think the legislation having a number of bills we might want to follow is not a bad idea at all. And really, most of these other ones aren't to be removed, are they? They're just moving around.
Yeah, so these are all just discussion points.
The mobile home rent control. I think that the as I said in the previous meeting, I think that the city council should adopt an ordinance, and the RHC should administer it.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go to Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. This got complicated pretty quickly, so I'll do. And this is supposed to be the easy. So starting at the top, I agree with Council Members Lieber, Matichak, and Showalter on 4.14. 1.7. So I wasn't expecting that to be a heavy lift. I don't think we're saving a lot of staff or freeing up a lot of staff capacity with that. But and I think it's an important service to provide. But if there are other ways of doing this, if CSA, for instance, can provide that information, or if there's another nonprofit or community organization that could achieve the same thing, then I would be comfortable with removing it. But I don't want that to just drop off entirely. I'd like to at least see if there's another way of providing that information. I agree with Council Members Matichak and Showalter on 5.5, the visual arts. And the reason is we've already spent money on a consultant, and the VAC has been working on that for some time. And I think moving it to livability is a great suggestion. 3.6, I would not support removing it, but I think we can safely defer it. But I think at a certain point we will want to rethink or revisit micromobility generally. 3.20, I think we're going to get a lot of opinions about this. I'm fine with deferring it for now. But I guess I'm curious to see what other members of the council have to say. 5.7, I agree with council members Lieber, Matichak, and Showalter. 6 So for all of Councilmember Matichak's suggestions to move to livability, I support all of those recommendations. So I want to speak to R3 and the VTA Evelyn site, but it sounds like identifying the concern about timing I think is reasonable, but I want to keep those going. And I think we have strategies in place to mitigate those concerns. Those are both important projects to me. And I agree, we want to be thoughtful, but I think that staff is being thoughtful in their approach, both with the anti-displacement work and with the practical considerations for VTA that it's going to take a long time. we still haven't acquired the property from VTA. We're going to have to go through an RFQ, RFP. We don't even know if we have funding available to subsidize a project. So I think we've got some time to think about what we're going to do with safe parking there. I agree with Councilmember Showalter on the mobile home ordinance. I think the City Council should lead the effort in adopting an ordinance, and I think it's reasonable for the RHC to administer it. We've already talked about Moffett Boulevard. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. 3.10. So my understanding I think Councilmember Matichak is talking about phase 2 of the project. And I think being mindful about design and exploring ways of addressing those concerns is appropriate. So I'd support that. I like the Greenways idea for the transportation plan as well. And I think Councilmember Showalter had mentioned the gas-powered leaf blower, and I had heard that there was some interest at the state level in regulating that. So I would support removing or deferring that item. And I think that was everything. Thank you.
Well done. Councilmember Showalter, should we put your name by that one as well? I didn't want to, the gas-powered leaf blower as far as deferring.
Yes, I would like to add that we might also work with Silicon Valley Clean Energy for their incentive program.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Matichak, I got you there too. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Ramirez, anything else to add as far as projects to defer, or are you complete? You're gone, so you're complete. Councilmember Hicks.
Okay, so if you can go up to the top, well, the easy thing about going so near the end, as much of it has been said. And I'm glad we're kind of coming to a consensus. So 4.14, vaping, yes, I would remove it because the state is doing something. 1.7, I would remove it and let a nonprofit do it, find a nonprofit to do it. 5.5, I agree with, I guess it's Matichak, Showalter, and Ramirez, who said carry forward, get the committee to write it themselves with the consultant if possible. And I know they were, the Visual Arts Committee was thinking of some downtown projects like murals, so I think it could be helpful with reopening. And so therefore I'd like them to do it, but not to defer it. E-scooter regulations, yes, I agree, defer. I agree with the Vice Mayor, defer, but don't totally remove. The automated guideway, I agree with Councilmember Lieber, get clarity on the scope, and Showalter clarify the right-of-way, and Ramirez, defer for now. Economic vitality, I agree with Lieber that I really do want to discuss I want to discuss that one. Legislative program, I agree with what everybody said. Feasibility of mental health crisis, I agree with Lieber on that one. I agree with Matacek on all the move to livability ones. As for R3 zoning, I'm actually very concerned about the displacement possibility. So I would like to have I would like to defer it until we've clearly talked about our displacement strategy, until I'm comfortable with that. So that's the 2.1. Oh, okay. And then mobile home ordinance, I agree with Showalter and Ramirez that we do an ordinance, do rent control that the council adopts and the RHC administers. Oh, for me, the spreadsheet just disappeared.
Hold on, everyone. It looks like Lawrence disappeared as well. Hold on. Okay.
Mayor, so they are rejoining Zoom.
Okay, yeah, I have Marielle here. So hopefully, Marielle, you'll be able to share your screen. And then I'm looking for Lawrence in the attendee box.
Yes, I'm sharing now. So we can probably...
Yeah, I think we can keep going, and I'll just keep an eye out for Lawrence and move him over, if that's okay with you.
Okay, if you go up, yeah, I think he wasn't able to record some of the things. I think he stopped around a little above. If you can go up a little to 2.1, I think is where he disappeared. So R3 zoning, okay, yes, he has defer until we've talked through displacement. Mobile home ordinance, okay, I guess he did put me in with Showalter and Ramirez. VTA, Evelyn, so this, I could agree with either one. I'd like to be mindful of the timing because it's used for safe parking, but maybe the vice mayor is right. Maybe we've already been mindful enough. So, you know, whichever it is. Okay, again, the next two I agree, move to livability. With the Moffett, I agreed with Councilmember Abakoga, change it to a precise plan and extend it. Transit Center Master Plan, which is 3.10. I mean, basically, I think it's important and we need to do an RFP or a design. I think it's the centerpiece of our downtown, and I don't want it to just be a big hole in the ground. Develop a city active transportation plan. Yeah, so for this one, I would combine that. Some members of the public have said combine that with the tree plan. So I agree, connections, greenways, combine it with the whatever it's called, community tree plan or street tree plan. Community trade master plan. What's that?
I may have gotten
the community tree.
Maybe
tree
that
master plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Wildlife habitat management plan. Yeah, there's been a lot of, so I'd like to understand the scope of that. And there's been a lot of talk of biodiversity, and I don't know whether wildlife seems to be, I don't know whether that's included in this or whether that's something the public is lobbying for as a separate item. COVID recovery efforts, okay, I agree with that. The community tree master plan, sea level rise, wasn't that the salt ponds? I'm confused about that one.
That was supposed to be the salt ponds issue.
Yeah.
And wasn't the high, medium, and low meant to mean the amount of effort, not the priority?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So let's not change it to high effort. Let's let them do medium effort on it. Soft, okay, I don't have anything particular to say about the retrofit. And the gas-powered leaf blowers, I think it's on our SAP 4. So I would just like to move it up in priority on that and just do a slow start, you know, which is basically what people are talking about here, I guess. Call Silicon Valley Clean Energy and see if we can network with them, as well as I know Palo Alto and Los Altos have gas-powered leaf blower bans of some sort. So maybe if we can do joint enforcement with them. Anyway, see if we can do an easy lift to start out with. And then I guess the last thing I wanted to add is the city school joint use agreement. You know, really what I just want in the short term out of that is that council be notified if there are any changes, that it not just be that staff is notified. So if we can agree to that and then do the heavier lift work a little late, if that gives staff some breathing room to do some heavier lift work later, that would be fine. I just don't find myself in the situation we were this time, where we found out something significant was changing when it was kind of almost a done deal.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Council member and my laptop, after 5 or so hours sharing its screen, decided it was done, but we are not. We're moving forward. Council member Ave Koga.
Great, thank you. I think we could all use a break, but maybe we'll just if you don't mind going back to the top, I'll just start with comments on the already created list. 4.14, yes, I support removing it until we have more clarity from the state. 1.7, I support removing. I actually think this came on, I think 4 years ago. And since we added this, there have been a lot of other more community or regional groups that have, I've seen flyers for a lot of these workshops and whatnot. So in light of that, I think we're okay to remove that. Visual arts, yes, I think a lot of work's already been done and a consultant hired. So I'd say let's move forward with that. So it'd be the second one on 5.5. 3.6, yeah, I'm fine to defer it. My question or my thought was down the road, we may want to expand it. I see a lot more different types of micromobility, I don't know what you call them, vehicles or whatnot, around these days, because our streets some streets are closed to cars here in downtown, so we may need to expand that scope, but I'm fine to defer it for now. The AGT, so this isn't this is a kind of a complicated one. I've done a little bit of research, talked to staff about this, and as part of VTA, we recently had a workshop on the future of light rail. And so I had asked that VTA look at how to incorporate an AGT type of system into the future of light rail, and if we can use the tracks or the right of way for the light rail system. So I think there's more work we just need to do conversation wise. My main concern with this is the next phase was $1 million for the study, the next phase study, and the cost of doing the AGT, building a system, was somewhere in the $500 million range. And so I just don't think, we can get funding for something like that alone. So if we're going to really try to do this, we would probably need to partner with VTA or some other entities. So that's my interest. But, I think we could defer this for a year or two until we have more clarity on these other aspects, other talks that are going on. I would keep economic vitality. I think that's really should be the focus for our city as we come out of COVID. So there's a lot of things, we could talk about in terms of, we've heard a lot about downtown and the regulations and requirements we have that are, some of them are pretty outdated. So I think this is important to do. And I've been thinking too, like, how are we going to actively recruit for new businesses and fill the empty storefronts around town? So this is important to me. The legislative program, I think we can limit it. My, interest right now is at the federal level, keeping up with, all the relief bill legislation around COVID relief. There's a lot. Not as much right now, but there is some, some stuff at the state level, especially housing continues to be a topic the state wants to continue to work on. So I think those are the areas I would, look at. So we can narrow it. I don't know if it's really about how many bills to follow, but just maybe certain issue areas to follow. So my question with mental health, and I'm sorry if I missed this earlier, but are we talking just about like for instance, the county mobile crisis response van, that kind of service? Or I guess my question was, we talked about youth mental health and wellness. I know we passed some work plan items for the short term, but there were some medium and longer term items on the comprehensive work plan. And I just wanted to ensure that those items are going to move forward into the future. So I'm wondering if mental health can cover, all of that, or if this is specifically just towards emergency crisis response.
Councilmember Abakoga, if I can answer. So that item was specifically for the mental health crisis response. So yes, it would be exploring. The county has a couple pilot programs right now that they're working on in South County. So we want to explore some sort of North County option or solution, or see what even may be possible, or if there's some other possibility that we haven't even thought of with the county. So that is very specific to that item.
Then could you answer the question about the youth health? I think we called it wellness. We changed it to wellness, and the action plan there, and short, medium, long-term work plan item projects. Will those, I can't remember if we just passed the whole plan or if it was just the short-term items and we need to follow up on the longer-term items.
I'm going to turn to our Community Services Director, John Marchant, to assist. I do know there were short-term items, but he can provide some additional context to that.
Good evening, Council. For the youth mental health item, yes, we do plan on continuing the efforts that were approved by Council, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term, as an ongoing effort with our youth and teen services.
Great. Thank you very much. So then you can just nix all of that you just wrote. I support Councilmember Matichak's recommendations to move certain items to the livability new strategy. R3, I'm kind of undecided on R3 right now, so maybe I'll come back to that later. Mobile home parks. So I support moving forward with the ordinance, but I recall, similarly to Councilmember Matichak, we did talk about, an option for, I think we called it back then long-term lease, or now it's called an accord. So I would like to see all of that come back to us so we can really decide what is best for mobile home parks. BTA, I think we should be fine moving forward with the timeline that we are on. So I'm fine to keep it going. Historic preservation, public art, moving to livability is fine. I think I've already discussed Moffett Boulevard or the Moffett change area and doing a precise plan and looking at expanding the area in that change area. And my real concern there is it's around circulation, traffic circulation, also things like parks and all the things that we would be putting into a precise plan, because a lot of the projects in that area were piecemealed by gatekeeper projects. We don't have a comprehensive vision for the area, and that's what I'd like to do. Transit Center Master Plan, I think that's, yes, design's fine. Our design's important, so can move forward with the RFP. Active transportation, yes, I appreciate the greenways addition. I think this one really talks to that idea of a network of walkability, bikeability, neighborhood connections. And 4.1, 4.2 to move over to livability is fine. 5.9, want to include residents. I think there's, that actually is very important. So I would support including residents. And then, yes, I looked at the salt ponds. The high is about staff time. So I don't think we want to add things that are highly intensive for staff. So I'm fine. I think it was not.
Yes. So, thanks, Councilmember Abikuga. I was going to interject. Councilmember Showalter messaged me and said that she was to just delete that one, the salt ponds.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Or just the whole item off.
You actually just delete the column. Yeah.
Just to
the whole row
forward as is.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Great. Seismic retrofit. So my question here is, there were some challenges that we tried to fix with the CSFRA and the fair rate of return, I believe. And so my question is, in light of some of those changes we tried to make through the ballot measure not going through, where are we realistically in being able to do an ordinance? The key here, I believe, I recall, was whether it should be a voluntary or a mandate. And the challenge with a mandate is if you can't, if you can't guarantee reimbursement, how do you mandate something? So that, I think that was the issue, if I remember correctly. So I'd like a little bit more clarity and follow up on that. Gas-powered leaf blowers. So thanks to Councilmember Showalter for reaching out to me on this. I checked with our air district, and so the air district does not have authority to regulate, but the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, but the state ARB, Air Resources Board, does. And the understanding is that they are proceeding, or planning to proceed with a rule this year. As well as there's an assembly bill, and I don't have the correct number for it, but a bill being proposed at the state level that will require all small two-stroke engines like leaf blowers to be electric by the year 2024. So in light of this, I think we should wait a little bit to see where these go. And in terms of Silicon Valley Clean Energy, I talked with my staff there, and so they don't have authority to do an ordinance, but they said that if there were something moving forward in terms of an ordinance or an interest in an incentive program, they could work with us and to create an incentive program. So I think that's fine for us to start that conversation. And then joint use agreement is fine. I think that was all of the items. Let me just take a quick look on my notes here. That's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mayor Kamei.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to turn to our assistant city manager really quickly. Audrey, was there something that you had wanted to share about the leaf blowers? Or are we good?
I think I may be getting clarity now as we are making the distinction between the incentive program, which could be worked on collaboratively with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and any kind of regulation, which we could wait for the state to take the lead on. I wasn't sure I was hearing people who on the council who were, whether they were saying the same thing or different things, but I believe I'm clear now around that.
Okay, and was there anything that you had wanted to clarify too on the SAP 4 items?
Could you be more, we were talking about SAP 4 in terms of status and when that was coming back to council, or were you speaking about something specific in this project list?
I got a ping that maybe you wanted to discuss it. Is that, so perhaps not.
Oh, I did want to confirm what City Manager McCarthy said, that we are bringing back an update on the SAP 4 in May. Which will talk about the status of the 81 projects, and staff has already been asked to look at whether there are any that are no longer a priority, and where we are in the timeline on them and what would be realistic to accomplish in the next 2 years. So I just wanted to confirm and reiterate the city manager's comments there.
Great.
And in terms of how the project on leaf blower shows up in the SAP 4, it is really just focused on rebates or trade-ins and incentives. And so it would be great to be able to partner with Silicon Valley Clean Energy on that.
Got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate that clarity on those items. Okay. So Lawrence, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
So kind of given the late hour, does it make sense for me to go through like all of the list, or can I just kind of tell you at this point, maybe some high level thoughts?
I would say if there's anything that is not sort of an overwhelming consensus at this point that to remove, I think actually, I'm going to strike that. I think for just completeness, we'd like to hear which projects you'd like to not carry forward, and then capture anything you have questions on. I think we should just go through the list. Everyone else had the chance to do it, and would appreciate you doing it as well.
Okay, best laid plans to not go through every project, but I see. Okay.
Well, we haven't gone through every project, but
okay. So, so is this the top?
Yeah.
Okay. We can just keep scrolling. So the one that I do want to remove is 3.20. Project 3.20. I do think we should remove that. And let's see. So let's see, economic vitality, new project. So are folks here saying they support it?
No, it's basically with the new staff member coming on board, there was a desire to basically discuss exactly what that would look like. Council members Lieber and Hicks suggested that, and then Councilmember Abakoga said that really should keep this focus, and it's still important, but sounds like there'll be some requests for clarification exactly what this looks like.
Okay, I'll skip that one. So project 5.7, I'd like to keep item 5.7. I think we continue to see legislation on the state level and from the federal government. I mean, we're looking to see now how much the city will be getting from the relief package. I think it's really important that we have a dedicated person who can do this, and I remain consistent with that message. So I agree with moving the Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan to livability. Okay, so the mobile home part. I mean, I'm fine moving forward with it. I don't like to have your discussion. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with the city council adopting an ordinance and the RHC administering it. I think we'll have more discussion on it anyways, but that's fine. Okay. Sure, this is fine. The development of the VTA Evelyn lot. I think the timing is important. For 5.2 and 5.5, you can add me there and moving it to livability. And then for the Moffett Boulevard, I think if you can add me into the Hicks Abecoka area, or is it all the same? Is Matichak too? I think the discussion about a precise plan, I liked that. I wasn't able to participate in 555, but lived in that area, so be nice to have that. Um, 3.10, yes, you can add my name to that. Yes, to the develop a city active transportation plan. And then for 4.1 and 4.2, you can add me to moving it to livability. So for 5.9, I'm comfortable. It's, you know, in relation to the include residents, not only businesses, I'd also want to hear from employees, like the workers. I think that's, you know, I think that's, they're the ones who are most likely the essential workers working in these downtown businesses. I'm comfortable with the gas powered leaf blower, seeing what we can do in some partnerships there. And then, so for the city joint use agreement, I mean, I think I'm comfortable with the way staff wrote it and that it's added as one of the 10 projects. So I think I'll just leave it at that.
Great. You feel complete with going through that list?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was 3 projects that are on the list that have been deferred, that are either high or moderate, with the timing being TBD, that I'm interested in, but I can save that for the April discussion.
Okay, great. Before we take other comments from council members, I know City Manager McCarthy wanted to clarify a few things.
Thank you, Lawrence. So I do want to go back to the mobile home ordinance item just to get some clarity around that, because we did hear different feedback from council, and depending on the feedback and the direction we go really depends on the staff workload and impact. So can we get clarity from council as to whether you desire to look at long-term leases or compacts, or whether you want to keep it to how CSFRA is? So I think we're going to need to take a straw poll on that so we know how to move forward and how staff will assess that in April. Christian, sorry, City Attorney, do you want to?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have what may be a helpful clarification. The interest in that Councilmember Matichak raised regarding the park owners who are offering good terms to their tenants. We've identified in our preliminary research a structure of an ordinance which would be a standalone rent control ordinance for mobile homes and mobile home parks, but it would have potentially an exception for park owners who offer a compact, accord, or a long-term lease, some type of arrangement that is as protective as the underlying ordinance. And other jurisdictions have explored that approach. So it could be an ordinance with this exception in it, as opposed to one approach or another, an ordinance or an accord and a compact. And citywide accords and compacts are all dependent on excuse me, park owners voluntarily all agreeing to a similar arrangement. So I think to simplify my comments, we've identified the potential for an ordinance with an exception that would allow these park owners who offer protective terms to their tenants within the ordinance itself.
Yeah, so City Manager McCarthy, anything to share after that, or where do we want to take this conversation about the mobile ordinance?
So I think I need to understand the direction. So what are we saying? What's I'll defer to Councilmember Lieber.
Councilmember Lieber, go ahead.
So what has been discussed, what's described in the staff report is a mobile home rent control ordinance modeled after the CSFRA and implemented by the RHC. And a clean ordinance is what has been put out to the public. I've just, as we've been here over the last hour or so, I've gotten a large number of messages from our mobile home homeowners and residents saying that they do not want an accord, that they want a clean rent control that is what has been presented in the staff report. And so I'd like us to take a straw poll on that and to move it forward, as we talked about in the last council meeting and throughout this process. It's not my wish to change the goalposts now. And I think that if we bring forward a clean ordinance, that council members within that meeting can suggest amendments to it. But I think that we need to keep faith with what we've offered to the public. And so I'd like to make that motion that we agendize that type of an ordinance.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I agree. I want to keep it simple. I want to keep what the residents have asked for. I've never had anybody ask for an accord. You know, quite the opposite. I think it'll be easier for staff and more protection for the residents. And all good.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter, I saw your hand. Don't get to Councilmember Abacoca. Hey, you're
I'm
still
just going to
muted.
say what Councilmember Hicks did. Let's take a straw poll.
Okay, Councilmember Abacoca.
I just was going to say that we did discuss this, and we did, I believe that it was at a study session, and we did talk about doing both, and I don't see the harm in having staff come back with all options, and then we can decide which one works best. But we did talk, and I mean, I need to go back, but I thought there was a majority direction to have staff look at the accord concept.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. So I don't have a problem with the accord idea coming back, but I don't want it to delay the time frame that staff had suggested in the staff report. So I guess the question would be for the city attorney, have you done enough research do you feel prepared to come back with that idea alongside, you know, an ordinance modeled after the CSFRA for the August-September timeframe that was recommended in the staff report?
Yes, and just so I'm clear on your question, when you say come back with the idea, was it the exception within the ordinance I mentioned, or a separate accord-only approach?
The exception idea.
Yes, we would be prepared to do that, and I could have continued my comments a little more thoroughly. The bring back of an ordinance, it still would be a standalone ordinance, and this exception, if you will, could be offered as an option to council for those interested in that, really brought forward as an option within the ordinance.
If it doesn't delay it, then I have no problem with the idea coming back, and we can discuss it then.
It would not delay it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
And I just want to clarify, and I feel like we're getting a little bit hung up here on words. when the council discussed this, I don't recall us ever saying this would be two different ordinances and that it would be one or the other. What would be one or the other is if a park owner signed the accord, and my guess is maybe there'll only be one, and it's the one that residents said, you know, we have a great park owner, we don't need rent control. And I'm guessing everybody else is going to be subject to rent control, but it's one ordinance with sort of, I hate to use the word options, but, you know, two routes you can go down. It's not one or the other in terms of we have an ordinance just around accords. That was not the intention of the council discussion when we talked about this. And I'm fine with this being the rent control portion of it being modeled after the CSFRA and asking the RHC to administer it. Thanks.
Councilmember Lieber.
So a question for the city attorney, does the rent control currently provided by the CSFRA, can landlords decide to opt out of that in this way by providing an accord?
No, it doesn't.
So I think that points to sort of a
Well, it looks like Councilmember Lieber is froze, unfortunately.
And vocal about not wanting an accord. And this is why my motion is just simply for a clean ordinance as provided for in the staff report.
You froze there for a moment. So you said what points to blank?
I think I'm not looking to set up disparate treatment for lesser protections for people in mobile homes. I'm looking for equal protections for them. And so if landlords can't decide to opt out of rent control on apartments, and it's clear that that's not something that the mobile home community is interested in. So that's why my motion is just simply around
Can I get a point of clarification on process? Are we taking motions right now on I think what we're trying to do is get guidance for staff about how to move this forward. So what I'd like to do is take a straw poll on a clean ordinance versus an ordinance with an exception. So can I get a Vice Mayor Ramirez? Kimber, what do you need to move this forward?
I'm going to defer to the mayor. I believe she's going to conduct this part of it.
Okay.
Sorry. So, I mean, I think that from what I heard of our discussion, everyone is supportive of the mobile home park ordinance going forward. And I think we have different ideas of how we want to implement it. It sounds like the city attorney's office is going to come back in August and provide, you know, the different options at that time. That's my understanding, but I know that it's now midnight, so maybe I'm wrong. So I think that this discussion, to me, I feel like personally it's a little premature to have straw polls. I feel like the time for this discussion will be when the city attorney brings the ordinance back and brings back I would hope that the suite of options, and then we can hear directly from the mobile home park community is how I would envision this process going forward. And hopefully colleagues feel comfortable. I heard unanimity in terms of wanting this to come back and ready to get this going and roll up our sleeves. I think that staff clearly heard that, and we're going to hear about it in August. So if other colleagues are comfortable, I think, you know, the city attorney and his team, you've heard this robust discussion last Tuesday and this Tuesday. I think you hear where we'd like to go, and just ask that you be responsive to what you're hearing from us. So Mr. Chopra, can you maybe respond to my understanding and perhaps clarify to colleagues if there's anything more that you need at this time?
No, I wouldn't need anything more at this time. It was always our intention to bring back options, if you will, within the framework of a city council adopted ordinance. So that was our intention originally, and I believe there's consensus to move that forward.
Okay. So I think that at this point it sounds like I just heard you say you have everything you need. So if colleagues are comfortable, we'll be able to, I think, dive deep in when this comes back in a few months. Is that okay? All right, I see heads nodding. Okay, great. All right, Lawrence, anything else that you need? I know that Ms. Cameron, our Public Works Director, had wanted to clarify something related to the automated guideway.
Great. Yeah, I'm just looking to staff to share City Manager McCarthy and had a few things you want to clarify. And so if Ms. Cameron is part of that, then please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to request direction on how you do want to handle the AGT item. What we heard was 2 of you said to remove it, 2 said to defer it, and 3 mentioned wanting clarity on the scope of work. So I'll just mention that the scope of work for the Phase 2 feasibility study was focused on alignments, potential right-of-way alignments for the potential AGT system. The advantage of doing this would be to give us an idea of where we think we want it to go and preferably preserve our options along those corridors if that's where we think AGT should be aligned. The question I'm putting before you tonight is because we do have a funded CIP for $500,000 of city money. And if you want to remove it or defer it for a few years, we can defund that CIP and put that money to other uses. And then when you're ready, and if you want to take it up again in the future, we would create a new CIP.
Councilmember Showalter.
I think if the money is already in the CIP and it's planned, we should go forward with it. It's really important with these projects to have the right-of-way identified. If the right-of-way is identified and we protect it, which basically means we pay attention to whether or not development is planned there, and we don't let any development take place there without really thinking about, are we willing to give up that right-of-way, that possibility that the transportation project will go through. That it gives us that option in the future, and I think that's valuable. So I'd like to support that going forward with the project that you're talking about, Ms. Cameron.
Councilmember Lieber, did you have a comment as well? No. Okay. Any other comments on this? Councilmember Abikoga?
I don't want to get into the actual project, but my question has to do with some of the details, and that one of the right-of-ways, if I recall, was along Moffett Boulevard. And in light of what we've talked about this evening about precise planning and streetscapes, I guess I'm just not clear how we could even move forward without doing the other studies.
Well, again, we can come back in April if you want to bring more clarity on the potential scope of work. It does not need to be limited to Moffett Boulevard. There was the possibility of a loop that used Shoreline. It could even cross Stevens Creek and come back through NASA property and connect to the light rail on the Bay Shore light rail station, and then who knows what could happen with the light rail right away. So there were possibilities out there. Again, I was just putting forward, and it can wait till the April 27th meeting, that if 4 of you do not want us pursuing this project right now, we have other potential uses for that money. But if you would like us to keep it on the books and see if we can move forward with it, then we would try to do so, and we'd keep the CIP. So it sounds to me like I should bring more information to you on April 27th.
I see nodding heads and thumbs up. Does that sound okay, Ms. Cameron? You got what you need?
Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, so we have, oh, Councilmember Hicks, did you have something for Ms. Cameron? Your hand's up.
No, I'm sorry. I had just one more short, hopefully unrelated question.
Okay.
So apologies, my Zoom keeps crashing, and so that's why I'm disappearing.
Yes.
I deeply apologize.
So I had assumed we have this project, and I don't have the numbers anymore in front of me, but a project on homelessness. And I was assuming that would, our homeless response, that would also focus on possible, if needed, extension of, like what's happening to the shoreline lot and extension of safe lots, if that's what we need, depending on what's happening there. Is that, I want to know what the scope of that is. I realize I never asked that, and I had meant to bring that up. And if the scope has not been scoped out, I would like it to include that possible extension of safe lots if necessary.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hicks. So we are working with Live Nation about the extension of the parking. We're actually planning to bring back a couple items to council this spring, likely in the April-May timeframe in June, one of which would be an extension of the program, because it is, I think it has the June end date. So we'd be asking for council consideration of that. But we can certainly add that to the long-term strategy if that's something that council wants as part of that. We can add that.
Yeah, I would like to know where we're going with safe parking as a part of that strategy. I assumed it was, but I realize now I shouldn't assume.
Okay, can I do a check to see where we're at as far as the existing projects list? I think we had a pretty good understanding of where we were as far as projects to pause or defer or not carry forward. There's a number of questions and clarifications that have been made.
Okay, I think Lawrence has frozen again, but I think his question is probably, what else is needed at this point in the process. And so City Manager McCarthy, can you maybe clarify, is there anything else staff needs clarity on or anything else, or do you have everything that you need?
Yes, I think we have everything we need in terms of the existing work plan being rolled over or deferred. The last item of this exercise was to find out if there were any limited number of projects or any interests that council had, obviously taking into account everything that we've talked about this evening. So that's the last part of it, of this exercise.
Okay. All right. I see Councilmember Lieber's hand.
And I was just wondering, for the people that were kind of going first in the line putting projects on there, we didn't get to go back and add on to certain things. And given that the consultant has dropped off, maybe we could do that offline to be able to add on to those, or to add some small clarifications.
I would suggest that it would be hard to do offline, because then we're not going to know what council consensus is. So I would actually prefer that we get council feedback and consensus, because it's going to be hard when we're getting just maybe one thing from one person and one thing from another. So I would ask that we finish to the extent.
Okay, great. If the consultant rises again, we'll do that. We'll add on.
Well, why don't let me see if I can bring Marielle back, and maybe she can bring it up if possible. Hi, Marielle.
Hi, yeah, I'm here, and I can take note of any of
that.
them.
Okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And I think if you could just maybe share your screen, and then council members who have new items that they'd like to add to the list can see it, and then that would be very much appreciated. Great, thank you so much. All right, Councilmember Lieber, it sounds like maybe you have some things to add.
I just wanted to have her scroll down so that the ones that I never got to add on to, that I could take a look at those. Yeah, on the Parks and Rec strategic plan, I'm great with move to livability. On the R3 zoning update, I share the concern about displacement that Councilmember Matichak had, so I want to add on to that. That we have a hearing or such before going after that. Mobile home, I think we've worked our way through that. And so you could put me down on the mobile home that I want a clean ordinance. And then keep going down a little bit here. Historic preservation, I agree with moving that to livability. Encouraging public art, I'd like to defer on, obviously. Let's see, we'll keep going down. On the active transportation plan, I agree with the thought about the tree plan being a part of it. And community tree master plan, I'm fine with moving that to livability. Same with the wildlife habitat, and I agree with understanding the scope. Let's see, on the gas-powered leaf blowers, I'd like us to follow that with CARB and see if we can make a change with that, because the public health issues that come from that really do accrue to people of color and communities of color. So that's the concern there. And I think that's all of it for me.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. Really quickly, so first, I had intended to bring this up earlier. The staff responses to council questions suggested that the campaign finance regulations item also be included into the work plan. So we didn't talk about that, but I'm assuming that we're still interested in the update that the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office is working on. So just wanted to confirm with staff that the intention is to advance that unless we decide not to.
Yes, Vice Mayor Ramirez, that's our understanding from the, I believe it was October 27th council meeting where that request was made by council. I would maybe take this opportunity to ask council in terms of timing. I know the next election cycle is a little far out, and often the statutes related to campaign disclosures are some new legislation comes down usually in January 1st. I was interested in council's preference on timing. To me, it makes sense probably early 2022. But I mean, I know we don't have to get into that specifics, but I would welcome council's preference on timing.
So I'm going to do a dangerous thing and speak for my colleagues and say that we trust you. Early 2022 seems reasonable. I don't think it's so urgent that it needs to be done this year. So I'd suggest that you take the time that you need. And then the only other point is procedural. Several members of the council had mentioned R3 and concerns about displacement. We do have a study session next month, and I think that might be a good opportunity for staff to provide. So if Wayne is available, since he's working on the anti-displacement component and the replacement requirements, that might be a good opportunity to provide an update on the anti-displacement work, how it's being integrated with the R3 update. And then that's an opportunity for the council to decide how we want to respond. But that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Lawrence, you're back. Okay, maybe you're not back. I thought I saw you back. Okay, do other council members have anything they'd like to add? If so, please raise your hand.
Is this adding to this current list or adding new projects?
Oh, City Manager McCarthy, sorry. Let me get.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. That's okay. I did want to give Community Development Director RT Shrivastava a chance to respond to Vice Mayor Ramirez with an update about the displacement item. And then I also want to clarify the Moffett Precise Plan. So if we could go to that page, I'm looking for whether there are 4 votes on that, because we really need clarity, because that's a large item. So I just want to make sure that I know what the votes are for that one.
Okay, so here's the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan.
So far I'm seeing 3 council members. So just
well, I see council members Matichek's hand. So let me have her clarify.
Yeah, so I thought we were sort of going down the path that we need to understand the different options here and what they imply, and that we would have that discussion, but we weren't going to have it tonight. Because, I mean, I'm not sure which makes sense at this point. I heard we want to expand the area. I heard we want to do a precise plan. Staff proposed the streetscape. I thought we were going to have a discussion about those, but not tonight. Because I'm open to the discussion on which direction do we think we want to head.
City Manager McCarthy, do you need more on this?
No, I would just ask our Community Development Director to clarify that and the displacement item.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. I'll tackle the Moffett Boulevard. What we can do is maybe by April 27th, give a little bit of background on what's been done to date, and then discuss the streetscape and the potential options. And if the council is interested in moving forward, or you could decide to just schedule a study session before deciding to move forward, that could be step 1 of your goals. You can decide that on April 27th. If that works for you, we'll give you a little bit of background. And then on the R3, I did, those are moving in parallel. What you'll see on the R3 are R3 concepts. And then we expect to schedule the displacement study session this fall for you. And so we have been a little bit impacted in housing, with housing staff, with a housing manager. And so because of Lot 12 and some other projects, it has taken a bit of a backseat, but our goal really is to bring them in a timely manner. So we're not moving forward and adopting the R3 without understanding options for the displacement. So we understand where the council stands on that.
Okay, great. Anything else needed, City Manager McCarthy, and clarifying from anything on this chart? Okay, so I think you had also mentioned that this was the time for council members to share if they had anything additional that they'd like to add. Is this the time? Okay, so we can scroll to the bottom of the list, and do council members have anything that they would like to add? Okay, Councilmember Showalter and then Councilmember Abe-Koga.
One thing I would like to bring up is the possibility of getting the agenda put out on Wednesday night instead of Thursday night. I don't know if this is the appropriate place to bring this up, but it has been brought up to me by a number of organizations, and I do think it would be helpful. So I would like to bring, and it seems like our planning and session is the time to talk about it. So that's what I want to just bring up, is the idea of getting the agenda published on Wednesday. That would give us 1 extra day to evaluate things before our Tuesday meeting. And particularly given that we're mostly having just 2, I mean, I know it would be an adjustment, but we are only having 2 council meetings a month. So in a sense, that would make it, I think, a little more doable, but I'd like to explore that.
Okay, and Lawrence, I see you're back. Would you like to drive?
Sure, happy to do it.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. I saw this, I think, as part of the displacement strategy, but I wanted to, so it's not really brand new, but call it out. It talked about a funding measure, and I've actually been have thought, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but I'd like for us to look at doing a TOT, a hotel tax increase measure in the next election cycle. And it was actually the conversation was in the context of our sustainability action plan and how to fund that. So without putting any parameters as to what the funding would go to, I'd just like for us to look at maybe going out for a TOT increase, because ours is much lower than our neighboring cities at this point. And then the other item was kind of came out of COVID, but the realization that access to broadband is limited in certain communities. And I saw that with the American Rescue Plan funding, some of the uses included broadband, increasing broadband access. So that would be another area that I'd like to look at. And then I think this is more internal, and it probably would fall under, I think, strategy 6. And we heard from community members about, and I don't know, how, but more interdepartmental coordination. So realizing that things are interrelated, whether it's, and then we talked about it, but the streetscape and trees and so forth, and biodiversity, I think, falls under that too. But how do we increase coordination across our different departments? And then I don't know, I'm not, I guess I wasn't clear. I thought a number of us talked about health earlier, but I wasn't sure if that was going to be somehow included in whether it's a strategy or a vision and part of the vision. But I just wanted to highlight health and wellness. Thanks.
Okay, but no particular projects about that, just making sure that's highlighted. Okay, great. Councilmember Matichak and then Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Sorry, I think Vice Mayor Ramirez was ahead of me. I don't want to.
Okay, sure. If you'd like to see your spot in line, we'll get to everybody. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I've got 3. I'll start with what I think is a pretty low effort one, and that's a shopping cart abatement cost recovery program. So I might be the only member of the council who cares about this, but I live in the San Antonio area, and we have a big problem with abandoned shopping carts. And I reached out to staff last year about this and learned that the city is fully subsidizing the cost of shopping cart abatement. And we have a staff person. I think, and Don will correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is the city's spending roughly $30,000 a year on this, just collecting shopping carts and holding on to them for stores to retrieve. So the recommendation would be to develop a cost recovery program, so we're not fully subsidizing the cost. And the program I had referenced when I was corresponding with Don about this was a San Jose program that may serve as a good model. So that's the first one. The second one is performance auditing, and we talked a little bit about this in 2019. The long and short of it is, just like we're doing with CDD and the study, I feel like it's a healthy thing for an organization to periodically undergo auditing for departments, programs, for policies, just to make sure that that things are performing at the level that we would expect them to. And I'm not expecting, significant, audits every year. It could be, once every 2 years. It could be, we're doing CDD. Maybe next time we do, a program or a policy that we're all curious about. But I think it's an important concept to introduce in a more formal way. And while I appreciate the CDD study, I'm a little concerned that it'll be a bit of a one-off. And I think this is something that we want to think about comprehensively. And the final one is, this came out of conversation with planning staff last year as well. We have a fair amount of existing multifamily buildings that at some point had been downzoned. And in fact, I grew up in a duplex that is now zoned R1. And the concern I have is it's legal non-conforming, but if there's an earthquake or a fire or something and we lose that housing stock, the zoning wouldn't allow for it to be constructed. So what I'd like to do at some point is just an inventory of such housing stock, and if it's meaningful, then finding the right size zoning for it. So the parcel I grew up on would be, brought up to R2. So if that duplex burns down, a duplex can be built right where it was. I think this is an extremely important housing type. It tends to be more naturally affordable, and I think protecting it by providing the right zoning. I'm not talking about upzoning, but just the right size zoning to make sure that it's not legal conforming anymore, legal non-conforming, I should say. I think it would be a good maybe phase 2 for the R3 project or something similar. It's not urgent, but it's something that I think we need to do at some point. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Matacek.
Thanks. So it looks like you captured, if you scroll up a little bit, what I was talking about earlier, defining biodiversity requirements for our environment. And this is where I was thinking, I'd want to make sure we're defining biodiversity in the community tree master plan. So I think it's part of that project, but I think it could also be part of other things because biodiversity is not limited to trees. So I'm not sure where else it would go, but I would want new development to also be required to do biodiversity.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Lieber.
I just had a question for staff on 1.2, the wage theft and responsible contracting. And it sounds like from the updates that there's a lot of complexity there. And I'm wondering if there are any discrete pieces that we could break off to try to have some accomplishment in it, even if it's a small one. Because I know that some of the larger cases of wage theft have been in Mountain View. And one was at the restaurant on Castro Street, and one was involving the smart station workers, and there have been a number in construction. And I'm wondering if staff can think of any discrete pieces, or if council can maybe go out and see if we have any small pieces of it to get a smaller win.
Thank you. So is that a kind of a clarifying question for an existing project? Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you. Councilmember Showalter or Councilmember Hicks, anything to add?
Lawrence, I just wanted to clarify.
Sure, okay.
If I can have our Assistant City Manager, Audrey Ramberg, answer that question.
Yes, staff is underway in scoping a wage theft and responsible construction ordinance project. And with those two put together in the current council goals work plan, the focus is on the construction industry, not on all industries. And we've been meeting with staff from the different departments that would be responsible for both shaping and helping to implement that ordinance or an ordinance such as that. And we've been getting information from other cities that have recently gone through a similar process. So we have templates to work from. What we're finding is that I don't see anything that we could easily tease out to bring sooner. Because while an ordinance itself could be drafted quite probably relatively quickly. It's having a realistic understanding of what it would take, the mechanisms and resources needed to enforce that ordinance. And so we're hoping to be able to bring the options that we're identifying to council in a study session before the end of this fiscal year. But we wouldn't expect to have an ordinance implemented before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. And I guess if it comes up that there are pieces, and I do think that the construction is an important part of the game, but I know that going back to the 1990s, the various legal clinics have worked with the restaurant workers on Castro Street. And one of the largest cases of wage theft was on Castro Street. So if there are pieces of it that we could take on in advance, even giving an informational sheet about the state laws relative to wage theft when people get a business license in Mountain View, some kind of very small step like that to get into the game might be potentially doable.
Great. And Councilmember Abikogo, did you have a question on that?
Yes, I just want to clarify. I don't think when we talked about wage theft, we were limiting it just to construction. And in fact, I believe, I don't know what I know with COVID things, were put on hold, but I remember hearing that we were doing a pilot program with the county. I thought it was around the food industry. So yes, if staff could maybe update on us on that pilot program too, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Matachek?
Yeah, on the same topic, I don't remember us limiting it to the construction industry. And as Councilmember Lieber pointed out, I feel like I've heard it's mostly restaurants that have been the primary offenders. So I'm not sure how this morphed.
Okay.
It may have been a lack of clarity when the scope was originally discussed, and the two projects that were separate projects of wage theft and construction, responsible construction, through the prioritizing process got combined into one project. So that might have been an incorrect assumption on staff's part with regard to where the priority lay, especially with regard to the discussion being that there were the similarities in terms of the ways in which you would implement those, a wage theft ordinance that would be quite different across different industries. But we certainly are hearing council's input now, and in our discussion with the departments can make sure we're understanding the implications for looking at wage theft in a broader way.
Okay. I want to ask one more time if there's any other projects that council members would like to put forward. Okay. Councilmember Hicks, yes.
I just want a little clarity on, I'm interested in kind of the realm of things that people had talked about. If you go up just a couple of, if you scroll up there, we had the defining biodiversity requirements, the wildlife planning, which I understand would include, animals and sort of the flora and fauna, and some of the others that we're talking about with increased interdepartmental coordination and the tree master plan. A lot of those seem to overlap. and the parkland planning as well. And I think a lot of residents have been asking for things that relate to all of those. So it's not, I'm not saying anything, I'm agreeing with some of the things that people have brought up here, and also kind of wanting to scope those out to make sure that that we have the right scope for those, and that we're getting, you know, what residents have been asking for. And then my only other new one was the Moffett Precise Plan. So
okay.
That's it.
Great. Thank you for that clarification and reiterating the Moffett Precise Plan. So we have reached the end of our agenda. There was, I'm seeing one note about, we have not reached the end of our agenda. We just need a couple clarifications from staff about these new projects. So Councilmember Hicks, to your point about the biodiversity requirements, I think staff would like to just know a little more exactly what that looks like. So if there's any desire that any of you want to share about what a potential project around defining biodiversity could look like with a bit more specificity or potential outcomes, that would be appreciated, so they can put something together for you to review on April 27th. Any, Councilmember Matacek, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that one. So when I think about trees, and I know I don't know everything about our community tree master plan, but I believe we have a list of approved trees that can be planted. And I'm thinking we need to take a look at that and make sure that we've got some trees that add to the diversity and that are good trees for nesting and for attracting birds and other species that have perhaps disappeared from Mountain View. And I would say the same thing when it comes to, you know, I don't know where we have a list of like, these are the acceptable like bushes and shrubs and other things that can be used in new development. But if we could have some sort of a requirement that there is biodiversity in new development in terms of what's planted, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And that's the one where I don't know if we even have a list or how that happens.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, so I'm kind of agreeing. What I've heard people who know much more about this than me say is that for to have biodiversity, you need multiple layers of flora and fauna, not just trees and then cement or grass. And so it would be, you know, recommendations and city use of, and I've also heard people want more of that, you know, more natural areas in their parks. So it would be what are recommended trees, and then midscaping, which is like bushes and ground cover is what I've heard, all of those levels that you need. So recommendations for all of those.
Great, and thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Through the water conservation programs that have been developed through the county, the Valley Water and has landscaping proposals and tree proposals and native plant proposals. And I know that our staff, I'm sure our staff, Elizabeth Flagel, could point the staff to the right direction to find all those lists. They have been developed. Native Plant Society is also a great source of that information. They have it done by region.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Matacek, another comment? Nope. Okay, great. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, okay, got it. All right, one more clarifying question about the desire for increased interdepartmental coordination and what that might mean as a project. There was a notion that this might fit under the sixth priority as it currently stands of the organizational strength and good governance, but is there any notion of what specifics might look like or outcomes you're looking for? Councilmember Abikoga?
So it actually follows along the lines of Councilmember Matichak and Hicks on the other item that we talked about. So how it's been described to me from folks in our residences, if we take, for instance, walkable streets, what does that mean? That means trees. Do we have the right tree selection? Is public art, is there a place for public art? So it's trying to look at these projects that we do. I mean, mainly, I guess, capital projects from, again, a holistic view, so that we do include these other pieces and we get it right. So, we can pick trees, but, and maybe we have to expand our listing of what trees work and include biodiversity, not just drought tolerant, for instance. There's also an example in the past, I know it's come up about the transit center, and I think we're moving towards it, but folks have said, well, it's an engineer driven project, but what about the aesthetics of it, the design of it? That makes a big difference because it's here in our downtown. So how do we incorporate different pieces to these projects to make sure that they are really seen from a higher level and inclusive of all the pieces that we think we need to make it what we're trying to get to?
Okay, thanks. And Councilmember Showalter. Nope. Okay. Any other thoughts on kind of the interdepartmental collaboration piece right now? Okay. And any other clarifying questions from City Manager McCarthy? Okay, so we have now reached the end of our agenda, and the plan will be to take the revised, the existing list of projects that we've talked through with the remove, defer, and clarifying questions, along with the 7 projects that have been proposed by council tonight. Back to staff. Staff will put together staff recommendations before April 27th for your review and then further discussion. So thank you all for your very thoughtful conversation, your input. I know we've covered a lot of ground, but I think it was a really productive and successful evening as far as moving the roadmap forward. So thank you all for your time, and I'm impressed by your stamina because I hear this is not the first time that we've all gone this long. So kudos to you. Anything to wrap up, Mayor?
No, nothing from me. Just thank you to you and your team for sticking with us. We knew it was going to be a long night. So thank you.
We did it.
Yes.
Great. Well, it's our pleasure and honor. Thank you. And thank you, Marielle, for taking notes.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Okay. So turning back to the city manager, if there's no other questions or comments on this item, I can close item 7.1. Okay. All right. So I'd like to close item 7.1 and move on to item 8, council staff committee reports. Does anyone have anything to report here? No. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll move on to item 9, a closed session report. Mr. City Attorney, do we have one tonight?
There is no closed session report.
All right, great, thank you. So I'll move on to item 10, which is adjournment. Thanks so much for joining us and sticking with us into this late hour. Our next city council meeting will be on March 23rd, 2021. And, I want to adjourn. I don't know if all of you are getting pinged as well. I want to adjourn in memory of the 8 women in Atlanta who were murdered tonight. It looks like it was a hate crime there, and the racist and racism and hate going on to the Asian American community is one that's just very heartbreaking. And so I just want to adjourn in their memory at 12:47 a.m. Thank you.